Pleasant good morning to everyone. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is hereby called to order. Today is Thursday, June 26, 2025. I'm Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., and I'm the chairman of this committee. I want to say a good morning to all present, listening and viewing. Welcome to today's meeting of the Budget, Appropriations and Finance. Today, the committee will receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission, the Department of Labor, and the Division of Personnel, to include the Office of Collective Bargaining. These budget hearings provide a clear snapshot of each agency's operations, Each agency's budget presentation will be considered in the context of current events involving circumstances on both the local and federal level that could potentially impact our finances and, most importantly, our performances. At this time, I'd like to remind everyone in attendance to please turn your cell phone off or put them on mute as to not to interrupt today's proceedings, and to ask the Madam Clerk for a roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Present.
Senator Frederick, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kirk A. Vele. Senator Vele, absent. Mr. Chair, for
Please
present.
record Senator Maurice James as being present.
Okay. Mr. Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Also, please recognize the presence of Senator Angel Boquez Jr., a non-committee member. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
June 26, 2025, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance meeting. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Thursday, June 26, 2025, 10 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to receive testimony on the fiscal year 2026 budget. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 noon, invited Public Services Commission, invited testifier, Sandra Satori, Director. Block 2, 1 to 3 p.m., Department of Labor, invited testifier, Honorable Gary Malloy, Doctor, Commissioner, VI Department of Labor. Block 3, 3 to 5 p.m., Division of Personnel, invited testifier, Cindy L. Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel and Office of Collective Bargaining, invited testifier, Josh Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Is there any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Thank you. At this time, we do have the Public Service Commission seated in the well, so we'll ask Ms. Executive Director Sandra Satori to introduce herself, and then we'll introduce the remainder of your staff.
Good morning, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Our report is addressed to the Honorable Senator Novell.
Just
the
introduction at this time, yes.
My name is Sandra Satori, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission.
And we go to my right, and then.
Good morning. My name is Tashawn Hendricks. I'm the Assistant Executive Director.
Morning, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Alicia Gomes. I'm the Personnel and IT Manager at the Public Services Commission.
Morning, Attorney Sprain.
Good morning. My name is Boyd Sprain. I'm the General Counsel for the Public Services Commission.
Morning.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Connor. I'm the Accounts Maintenance Officer.
Morning, Ms. Connor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tamara Corey. I am the Assistant Accounts Maintenance Officer.
Thank you very much. At this time, Executive Director, you may present your testimony. To defend the budget, the Governor's proposed budget for Public Service Commission, at this time at the tune of $2,079,290.51.
Good morning. The Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Chair, Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Reference transmittal of the Public Services Commission's Fiscal Year 2026-2027 budget. Dear Senator Francis, to the honorable members of the committee, Chairman Francis, Vice Chair Blyden, Senator DeGraff, Senator Fonseca, Senator Frederick, Senator James, and Senator Viale, as well as senators of the 36th legislature that are present, Senator Bolkes, the legislative staff, my Public Services Commission family, and the listening and viewing audiences, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I am Sandra Satori, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission. We are pleased to present our annual budget report. It is prepared to provide you, the members of the 36th legislature, and the residents of the Virgin Islands with a narrative review of significant trends and factors impacting the proposed budget and highlighting areas of importance in the financial section. It further provides an overview of our priorities and the work we are undertaking to ensure fair, efficient, and accountable regulation of public utilities in the Virgin Islands. Joining me today are key members of our team: Mr. Sean Hendricks, our Assistant Executive Director, Mr. Boyd Sprain, Esquire, General Counsel, Ms. Brenda Connor, Accounts Maintenance Officer, Ms. Tamar Corey, Assistant Accounts Maintenance Officer, Ms. Alicia Gums, Personnel and Information Technology Manager, and our St. Thomas summer intern, Mr. Ashern Hedrington. We extend our sincere gratitude to the esteemed members of the Commission, our Chairman, Pedro Williams, Esquire, Vice Chairman, David Hughes, Clement McGrath, Laura Nichols-Sams, and Raymond Williams. Also our ex officio members, who are Senator Hubert Frederick and Senator Carla J. Joseph, for your continued support and your commitment to our mission. As we advance into fiscal year 2026, we remain firmly committed to upholding the responsibilities entrusted to us, guided by our core principles of accountability, efficiency, and service to the public. Together, we look forward to discussing our proposed budget, a budget which supports the Commission's mission, and to addressing any questions or concerns that you may have. The PSC plays a crucial role in ensuring the efficient and effective delivery of regulated public utility services spanning energy, potable water, telecommunications, waste management, wastewater, and franchise marine transportation systems across the territory. The budget report reflects the Commission's continued commitment to advancing safe, reliable, and affordable public services while supporting sustainable infrastructure and addressing the evolving needs of our communities. The Commission aims to balance the need of ratepayers and utilities, regulated public utilities operating in the territory, ensuring the opportunity to earn fair and prudent rates of return, protect the best interests of the public, provide transparent, effective regulation, and high-quality service in a safe, secure, consistent, and resourceful manner, to foster infrastructure modernization, new technologies, and economic development, and to adhere to the territory's policy commitments. In addition, the Commission staff works to resolve disputes between ratepayers and utility service providers, advance the future of the agency and territory's workforce through employee training and professional development, and to educate and inform the public regarding the role and responsibilities of the agency. Public education will empower utility ratepayers with knowledge of their rights and their obligations of regulated utilities, and is accomplished in part through the increased use of social media platforms to reach customers and residents. The PSC's primary authority for its activity is contained in the Virgin Islands Code, Title 30, Chapter 1. The Commission is a quasi-judicial regulatory agency that was established under Title 3 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 237. Additional responsibilities are imposed by a variety of acts, including, but not limited to, the Energy Act of 2009, Act Number 7075, amended by Act Number 7705, the Small Power Producers and Cogeneration Act, which is in Title 30, Chapter 2 of the VI Code, Wireless Telecommunication Providers Act under Title 30, Chapter 9, the Tire Fees Act, which is number 8370, the 911 Fees Act, number 6333, 7074, and as amended, and the 988 Fees Act, number 8957. The Commission carries out quasi-judicial duties by conducting evidentiary hearings on the cost and the quality of regulated services through, among other tools, conducting rate investigations, exercising oversight, resolving complaints and disputes between utilities and ratepayers, and implementing legislative policies. To fulfill its statutory responsibilities, the Commission has established the following primary objectives: to ensure reliable utility services, to ensure that regulated utilities in the Virgin Islands provide reliable service to ratepayers and require expansions, extensions, or improvements in facilities or services when necessary to serve the public interest. Warrant safe electric and water services by overseeing the delivery of safe and dependable electric power and potable water to customers across the territory. To ensure solid waste management by overseeing developments in solid waste disposal and management practices that balance costs, efficiency, and environmental concerns, benefiting both residents and the tourism-driven economy. To ensure compliance and reliability in wastewater and sewage systems by ensuring that sewage and water treatment systems operate in compliance with public regulatory standards, emphasizing reliability, cost-effectiveness, operational efficiency, and environmental protection. To regulate passenger ferry services by overseeing the operation of the joint exclusive franchise for passenger ferry services between St. Thomas and St. John. To oversee wireless services and resolve consumer disputes by investigating and resolving consumer complaints related to billing and service issues with wireless providers. We monitor and support federally approved telecommunication projects aimed at strengthening, expanding, and deploying resilient, accessible infrastructure to advance the territory's communications network and growth. To maintain fair and reasonable rates by striving to establish just and reasonable utility rates for consumers while allowing regulated entities the opportunity to earn a fair return on their investment. To advance resource efficiency and technological innovation by supporting the responsible use of natural and operational resources while encouraging the integration of modern technologies in utility services and consumer practices to enhance efficiency, sustainability, and service quality. And finally, to expedite dispute resolution by facilitating the timely resolution of conflicts between consumers and utilities. The Public Services Commission is responsible for reviewing rate change petitions submitted by regulated utilities. In addition, if not initiated by the utilities, the Commission must conduct a rate investigation at least once every 5 years. This oversight ensures that utility rates are fair and reasonable for consumers while allowing utilities the opportunity to recover their costs and to earn a fair return. To manage workload and minimize disruption to both the utilities as well as to our staff, the PSC is staggering the start of these investigations over the course of the year. Each review will include a detailed analysis of financial records, cost structures, and service performance to determine whether rate adjustments are warranted. The goal is to ensure rates remain just, reasonable, and that they align with regulatory standards while supporting the financial health and operational efficiency of utility providers. As a key part of this process, public hearings are conducted on all islands to solicit input from stakeholders and community members before any final decisions on rate changes are made. We've included a rate case schedule which begins February 2025 through August of 2025, and those include docket 691, the franchise ferries. Our hearing examiner on that case is SFT Solutions, LLC. Docket 708, Waste Management Solid Waste. There is no hearing examiner assigned to that case as yet. Docket 706, WAPA Electric System, and our hearing examiner in that case is Genevieve Whitaker, Esquire. Docket 707, Waste Management Wastewater, no hearing examiner assigned as yet. And docket 700, WAPA Water System, in that case, no hearing examiner has been assigned as yet. So during recent testimony before the legislature, the Waste Management Authority disclosed plans to implement a residential fee for solid waste collection and disposal. PSC staff informed Waste Management Authority that any such rate proposal must comply with the Ratepayers Bill of Rights, which mandates public notice, specifically through newspaper publication, as Waste Management does not currently distribute bills by mail. That proposal will be considered within the larger rate review process. A community commitment. The PSC is committed to transparency and public engagement. We maintain open communication with the territory's residents, ratepayers, and regulated utilities through a robust outreach program that includes social media, traditional media, community events, public programs, and our website. Our customer relations team is dedicated to resolving complaints efficiently and addressing utility-related concerns. At the same time, our communications team designs and implements strategic initiatives and digital content to foster meaningful connections and encourage active participation from the community. Enhancing customer service. Case backlog reduction and procedural reforms. In 2020, the 33rd Legislature established Act 8375, the Ratepayers Bill of Rights, authorizing the PSC to resolve ratepayers' complaints. Since the legislation, the PSC has updated and streamlined its customer service rules and regulations. The Commission recognized an uptick in customer complaints during the migration of Liberty VI and the Water and Power Authority metering system challenges. This led to the need for specific guidelines while addressing customer complaints. From 2023 to the present, the Commission received a total of the following. On St. Thomas and St. John, in 2023, while we addressed 44 complaints, in 2024, we addressed 176. And then in 2025, even though we're still in the month of June, we've addressed 185 so far. On St. Croix, 2023, we addressed 23 complaints. 2024, 94. And 2025, to this date, 97. And this culminated in a total of 67 complaints in 23, 270 in 24, 282 in 25. In 2023, we were able to resolve all of the complaints. 2024, we resolved 67 of those 270 complaints. And 2025, of the 282, we have been able to date to resolve 169 of those. So to summarize, the Commission received 4 times as many complaints in 2024 compared to 2023. And as of mid-2025, we've already surpassed the total number of complaints received in 24, with a quarter of the fiscal year still to go. The PSC is pleased to report that our complaint resolution rate has increased by more than 75%. Most complaints received originate from customers of the Water and Power Authority. To further improve our resolution rate and enhance customer satisfaction, the PSC and WAPA hold weekly meetings to review all customer complaints, track the progress of ongoing investigations, and discuss matters related to customer service. These meetings are a collaborative effort aimed at raising awareness and ensuring the timely resolution of concerns. Additionally, through open houses and listening sessions, community outreach initiatives, and improvements to our website, the PSC has actively worked to increase public awareness of our agency and to create more effective channels for engaging with ratepayers and the utilities that we regulate. To guide this effort, we developed and widely promoted a 5C outlines the steps ratepayers should follow to file complaints with both the PSC and service providers, ensuring transparency and accessibility for all parties involved. Staffing and workforce development. The PSC continues to adapt to the evolving workforce. At the core of the agency's strategy is a strong focus on learning and development, ensuring that employees stay up to date with new tools, new systems, and new developments in the regulatory realm. By promoting continuous skill development, we aim to enhance efficiency and effectiveness across the agency while increasing in-house expertise. Well-trained employees can perform their roles more effectively, which in turn boosts overall productivity. Regular learning not only keeps employees informed, but also encourages them to think critically and creatively, and we continuously experience and gain from the results of learning and development. The ongoing development helps employees gain fresh perspective and adopt innovative approaches to problem solving, key factors in the agency's ability to remain relevant and responsive in a changing landscape. One of the ways we facilitate this growth is by seeking training opportunities both locally and nationally, ensuring that our staff remains at the forefront of the regulatory field. We also nurture a culture of learning where employees are encouraged to share knowledge, to collaborate, and to mentor one another. This collaborative environment fosters growth and strengthens the team as a whole. A well-trained workforce is essential for building a strong foundation, especially when it comes to succession planning, ensuring that we have a pipeline of skilled leaders for the future. With that in mind, we recently had 2 staff members complete the Certified Public Managers Program that was hosted by the Division of Personnel and the University of the Virgin Islands, which equipped them with the necessary tools to serve the agency. In addition to learning and development, we are committed to employee retention by focusing on engagement and motivation. Engaged employees feel more connected to the agency's mission and our values, leading to greater job satisfaction and a reduced likelihood of turnover. To support this, we work to create an environment that promotes work-life balance, mental health awareness, and personal development, all of which contributes to a more stable and healthier workforce. We highlight these efforts because we firmly believe that a well-trained, professionally developed workforce is essential to delivering exceptional service to our customers, our regulated utilities, ratepayers, and the wider community. PSC funding and budget. The fiscal year 2026 budget for the PSC is $2,079,292.79, allocated to support the Commission's operations and its mission to regulate public utilities throughout the territory. This is slightly below last year's budget. which was also slightly below the prior year's budget. The Public Services Commission is funded through an annual assessment of regulated public utilities and entities operating within the territory as authorized under Title 30 Virgin Islands Code, subsection 25A. According to the statute, each utility's assessment is based on its revenue ratio calculated by dividing the utility's gross operating revenues by the total territorial gross operating revenues. The executive director is responsible for calculating these fees by September 1 of each year. Upon commission approval, each utility is formally notified of the amount due. The revenue from the annual assessments, which accounts for approximately 0.4% of each regulated utility's total annual revenue, is deposited into the PSC revolving fund at the Virgin Islands Department of Finance Treasury Division, with funds designated exclusively for the Commission's use. As described earlier, this budget covers a tremendous amount of work in rate investigations, oversight, customer service, and training activities. The Virgin Islands Public Services Commission continues to actively oversee a wide range of essential regulatory issues, including solid waste, wastewater, electricity, water, and telecommunications. Progress on rate investigations has been hindered in significant part by both waste management authorities and the Water and Power Authority's failure to pay their legally mandated annual assessments, which are the primary funding source for the PSC operations. The PSC does not receive general fund appropriations. Instead, it is funded exclusively by assessments of the utilities that it regulates. As a result of these non-payments, the Commission could not responsibly engage external examiners and consultants until Waste Management Authority's financial compliance was addressed. Historically, from 2004 through 2021, Waste Management Authority consistently paid its assessments. However, in 2021, it stopped doing so, claiming that legislative appropriations should not be considered part of its revenue. Virgin Islands law under Title 29, subsection 495, however, explicitly defines revenue to include appropriations. Despite filing for reconsideration in 2024, the Waste Management Authority's arguments were rejected and its appeal dismissed. The assessments for fiscal years 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024 can no longer be challenged and remain due and pending. Despite the Commission's order citing the Virgin Islands statute specifically stating that appropriations received by the Waste Management Authority are revenue, Waste Management Authority has proceeded with another legal challenge. We do not believe that this appeal can succeed, and the Commission has requested the court to dismiss this appeal. Similarly, the Water and Power Authority has been delinquent in paying its assessments for fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025, citing financial difficulties, but without submitting any legal challenge. With recent rate adjustments improving its cash flow, the PSC expects WAPA to meet its obligations, noting that regulatory assessments have high legal priority, second only to taxes, even in bankruptcy. We also note that WAPA's rates, both base and LEAC, are set to specifically allow WAPA to collect assessments from ratepayers. WAPA is collecting those assessments and simply not paying them to the Commission. Since our last testimony to the Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection Committee of this legislature, the legislature appropriated general fund support to the PSC for fiscal year 2025. And the PSC has received those scheduled allotments to date. To reiterate, until this fiscal year, the Public Services Commission has never been funded by direct appropriation of general fund resources. Instead, the PSC is funded by assessments of the utilities that it regulates. This approach is a long-standing method used by regulatory commissions throughout the United States and is done for two main reasons. First, the burden of the regulatory cost is borne by the benefited parties, the regulated utilities, and their customers. And second, to safeguard the Commission's independence and ensure that it can carry out its functions without undue external influence. Overall, the PSC is moving forward with a full regulatory agenda focused on improving utility services, which are vital for economic growth, tourism, environmental sustainability, and the overall quality of life for Virgin Islands residents. In conclusion, the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget represents the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission's continued commitment to fulfilling its statutory mandate and regulatory responsibilities in a manner that safeguards the public interest and supports the territory's utility infrastructure. This budget enables the Commission to carry out its core functions, including rate investigations, infrastructure oversight, consumer advocacy, and public engagement, while maintaining transparency, accountability, and service reliability. We respectfully submit this budget report to the legislature with the goal of securing the necessary resources to meet our statutory obligations, advance regulatory excellence, and ensure that the people of the Virgin Islands receive utility services that are safe, reliable, affordable, and sustainable. We look forward to your continued support as we work together to protect and enhance the quality of life in the territory. Mr. Chair, that completes our report, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Satori, for your testimony there. Very comprehensive overview of your budget requests. At this time, I'd like to recognize the presence of committee member, Senator Ray Fonseca. Morning. Well, Papa, you finally reach. Thank you, as well as Senator Carla J. Joseph. Good morning, welcome. Ex officio member and a non-committee member here in the Finance Committee, but regular. So again, thank you for your testimony there, Ms. Satori, and very thought-provoking, and leaves us with a few questions there. So we'll try to do that in this round. So your budget allotments, have you received all of your budget allotments for FY25 thus far?
We are due 3 allotments. So far, we have received 2. The third is pending. The third was forwarded from OMB to Department of Finance, and it's pending within the Department of Finance.
How recent was that done? I mean, it's just a matter of coming online, or how long have the requests gone to Finance?
It's a matter of coming online, but I'll let our accounts manager respond.
Go ahead, try again. Let's try the other mic.
Testing.
Brenda Connor, Accounts Maintenance Officer. In speaking with OMB, they said they is still in the process of getting it completed or up and running on the system. So it could be, we still have the end of this month for it to be available to us.
Okay. And what about vendors payment? Do you have any pending vendors payment? And how much is that?
We have, let's see. Give me a second, please.
Okay. While you're looking for that,
Go ahead.
good, you got
No, I
it?
say most of our payments are actually current. It's just that they are pending the issuance of a check at Department of Finance, and some of them are still in the procurement process, pending a purchase order to fully complete them. So it's not that they're delinquent.
So you don't have any aged vendors payment pending?
And we are at $31,645.41 for
Let's get a number again, please. 31,000
$31,645.41.
and 41 cents. Okay. Real quickly, before I go to my colleagues for their point of information as well as their round, you have Executive Director Satori, you have 5 expired board members, and while the law allows you to allow them to continue to serve until their replacement is named, have you had any discussion with Government House in respect to either replacing, reing up these individuals, or what's happening with the board members?
We have not had discussion. However, as recent as 2 weeks ago, we submitted a full list of our commissioners and the terms indicating those that are expired.
And you will agree and concur that, in fact, 5 of them are expired?
We have McGrath, and we have 2 commissioners whose terms are current right now.
Right.
We have Commissioner Laura Nichols Sams and Commissioner Clement McGrath, and their terms are current.
Okay, so you have Pedro Williams,
David Hughes. And Raymond Williams.
They're all
who's-
expired?
Yes, who are serving on expired terms.
Okay, so that's 3 of 5. I'm trying to find my list here of, and then you also have 2 vacancies.
We don't have any vacancies. We had a reduction in the,
Board membership from 9 to 7, all right?
7 to 5.
from the 9 would have included the ex officio members. It was reduced, the voting members was reduced from 7 to 5.
To 7 to 5.
So we have a full slate of commissioners on board right now.
Okay. All right. Point of information, Senator Blyden, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Satori, in respect to the chair's line of questioning, you mentioned that the 2 payments you received, but the third one is pending. What's the amount of the third pending amount? Payment?
5,
Brenda Connor, Account Maintenance Officer. The third quarter pending release from OMB is at $519,824.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Carla J. Joseph, you recognize for your point of information?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My point of information is regarding just your management of the funds and where do you keep the funds? Are the funds placed in a checking account for you, or do you have to depend on the Department of Finance to issue your checks as a
Again-
regulatory body?
Brenda Connor, Accounts Maintenance Officer. We go through the process through finance. So we will make the deposit to Banco Popular, and then we will have to enter it in the ERP system under cash receipts to be processed by the Department of Finance,
Okay.
Treasury Division.
I'll follow up on my time with some other questions I have. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you. To follow up on the question from the senator from Bavoni, you have any investment account, savings, certificate of deposits?
No.
Money markets, stocks, bonds?
We do not.
You do not? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to open up the floor at this time to a 5-minute round, and the order that will be going in is Senator Angel Bocas Jr., Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Maurice James, Senator Fonseca, Senator Joseph. Senator Bocas, you recognize for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to central staff. And good morning to the leadership team of the Public Services Commission. Director Satori, good morning. I wanted to ask, in your organizational chart, it lists a vacancy of a utility staff assistant. How long has that position been vacant, and what specific budgetary or recruitment barriers are delaying from the hire?
I will allow our personnel manager to respond.
Good afternoon, or still morning. Good morning, Alicia Gomes, Personnel and IT Manager at the Public Services Commission. The position became vacant in December of 2024. We conducted interviews, and we are happy to say that we were able to offer the position to one of the candidates. So that should be filled in short order. We anticipate the individual to come on board sometime in July.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's talk about the cost savings of the commission. Have you implemented or identified any sort of cost savings for fiscal year 2026?
That is definitely an ongoing process, and I'll allow our accounts manager to respond.
Good morning again. Cost saving measures, we are basically monitoring our usage in electricity. We are, even the gasoline, we are monitoring the use of the vehicles. They are used for business only. Transportation, like travel, we have a minimum of how many people can travel at a time to cut the cost, because, like you say, we were in a financial strain at one point in time where we're trying to maintain ourselves. Basically, we are just doing our due diligence to keep costs and everything under control.
Okay, it's a little ironic to hear you say electricity, but I noticed in your travel it quadrupled for fiscal year 2026. Is that accurate to say?
How would I say?
It quadrupled. You just mentioned that you're trying to save on travel, but
the cost of travel
up.
have increased. Excuse me?
It has increased, so you didn't really quadruple it to say that you want to travel.
Allow him to finish his thought, and then
Go ahead,
you could.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm just asking, was it the cost of travel increasing, or did you increase the amount because you wanted to travel more for conferences or expos or training? What specifically changed?
The cost of travel have increased.
Okay, okay. Concerning technology and upgrades in your systems at the PSC, are there any plans to upgrade your current technology systems to be able to provide more, or at least harness more data in your day-to-day operations?
We actually do have plans, and I'll let IT manager respond to that. But we have been engaging for at least the past 3 years in updating and making our system much more efficient and effective. Ms. Gomes?
Thank you for that question. Alicia Gomes, Personnel and IT Manager. We try to stay on the forefront of technology. We have implemented for several years now a video conferencing system, which allows our meetings and various events that we have to be broadcasted to the community at large. One of the things that we are currently working on is a scanning system where it would be easier for people to take a look at and review documents that we have.
1 minute.
In addition to that, we are working on a data system where we are able to track our complaints easier. And so those are the things that we are currently working on. We just recently upgraded our website, so it's easier, it's more user-friendly. So we continue to look at ways to move in a more technological manner.
You mentioned complaints, and I saw that
30 seconds.
I would consider this a key position. But there's an absence of a complaint officer currently, a vacancy.
The position is a utility staff assistant, and it's a vacancy on the island of St. Croix. What we pride ourselves in doing is ensuring that all of our employees are cross-trained. So where there is a vacancy somewhere, we have someone that's ready and willing to assist in that area. So it may seem like it's a vacancy. Can I continue? However, we do have staff that's trained to assist where that vacancy is.
Okay, very well. That's a good thing. And Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up.
You may, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has the PSC conducted any sort of internal audit or a gap analysis to determine whether your current funding levels are sufficient to actually meet your statutory mandates? I know that collections is always a concern. I know that there's a lot of challenges when it comes to trying to be able to meet those statutory mandates. Are you able, with the current budgets that you've been seeing for the past fiscal years, has that been adequate?
So let me respond, and then I'll pass it on to our accounts manager.
Or would that also, in addition, would there need to be some sort of legislative change to help in that area?
Exactly. As the PSC has become very adept at doing within the last few years, and even beyond that, is to ensure that our internal operations can support the amount of work and responsibilities that we have. Because our budget is so transient, because we are so dependent on the paid assessments from the utilities. So we have been able, again, through the proper training of our staff, even though we depend on our staff so much, over the past years, we have certainly been able to still operate and function very, very efficiently and effectively with the limited resources that we have, sometimes without having those resources available to us. It's something that we've become very, very good at this point. But to answer your question about whether or not we have actually done an official assessment, we have not done that. We continue to assess our operations on a regular basis. It is warranted. It's the only way that we can function and still carry out our responsibilities and our duties, while we await assessments being paid, etc. So we've become very, very good at it, but we have not done an official assessment. We do desk audits regularly. We do assessments of our funds regularly. So as I said, it's something that we've become very, very adept and good at doing, but we have not done an official assessment. Ms. Connor, do you want to add?
No, you covered it.
All right, thanks.
So what I'm hearing that you have done, at least you're doing internal assessments, but there's no external audit being done at this time in regards to your. What was your last audit? Are you aware of any audit that has been done?
No.
No, none there. Okay.
No, except for when we come before the legislature, because as you can see from our reports that we submit on a regular basis, there must be, some analysis that's done throughout the year. As we indicated in our report, we intend to be, very, very transparent in all of our transactions.
Yes. So before I go to the next senator, which will be Senator Blyden for his round, have you received any monies fund? Well, you don't receive any federal funding, correct?
We do not.
So have you gotten any additional monies from the governor's office, from Office of Insular Affairs, any ARPA funding during this last fiscal year?
We do not receive any federal funding. We do not receive any local funding. All of our funding comes from the utilities that we regulate, and the parties that fall under our purview and our jurisdiction.
Except for the first fiscal year 25 you received from
That's
the general
correct.
fund.
That's correct.
Yes, all right. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, directors, Centauri, and your management staff there. Again, thank you so much for your testimony. In respect to the post-audit report, let me go there first. And you spoke to training and how important training is, which it is. Let me ask, when it comes to the funding for under training for 2024, you had $5,853.25, $3,705. How much have been expended to date thus far for 2025 when it comes to training of the employees? Because I see a large discrepancy in terms of 26. You're actually for 18,725. So I'd like to know what's going on in that space. Is there some special training coming on board? And what's going on in that space?
Brenda Connor, Accounts Maintenance Officer. To date, we have $5,130 in training.
Okay. So what's going on in for next fiscal year? You have a special training or more training for the staff?
Actually, we anticipate more training, but also we have to factor in that with the Department of Finance, they have changed up the object code, so certain things that fell under other account headings is now under training, like the dues and the fees and stuff will go under training.
Okay, that's the reason for the discrepancy. Understood. Thank you so much for the explanation. Let me go to your testimony now. I'm going to start on page 6 of your testimony. In terms of your statutory responsibilities, when it comes to the established primary objectives, right? Let me speak to several of them. When it comes to the rate investigation, at least once every 5 years, you say at least once every 5 years. How often do you do the rate investigation? That's the first question.
We are required to, by law, to do investigation at least every 5 years.
Correct.
And our investigations can be commenced two ways, either by petition of the utilities that we regulate or by an analysis or a justification to engage in a rate investigation.
But how often do you do it? That's the question.
It depends on those factors, but I'll let our legal counsel respond to that because that falls under that
Please.
office.
Good morning, Senator Boyd Sprain, General Counsel. It has varied over time. In the years from 2015 to 2020, there were multiple starts on rate investigations with the Water and Power Authority, both by petitions of the Water and Power Authority and by the initiative of the Commission. But in the last 5 years, from 2020 until the present time, there has not been an intervening full rate investigation. However, the LEAC, the fuel portion of WAPA's expenditure, is reviewed quarterly. So there is a significant part, that's about half of WAPA's revenues, are reviewed on an ongoing quarterly basis throughout the entire cycle. For the other utilities, if I had to venture a guess, I would say that the ferry companies, it's about every 3 years on average.
Okay.
For the Vitelco, we had a period of time where that was transferring control with some degree of frequency. Every time it transferred control, we did a corresponding rate investigation. And the last one of those was, I want to say, 3 years ago as well. Waste management is new to us for rate investigations as of 2021, the end of 2021. So this is our first full rate investigation of waste management.
Okay, very well. And in terms of expedite dispute resolutions, what the average time it takes for you to dispute customer complaints, etc., conflicts, etc.? What the average time it takes?
It depends on the
Situation?
on the dispute itself, on the complaint. But I'll let our Assistant Executive Director, who is responsible for complaint services.
LaShawn Hendricks, Assistant Executive Director. As Director Satori said, it's dependent on the nature of the complaint. Secondly, there is a timeline of what needs what needs to be done for the customer and for the Public Services Commission. For instance, it's imperative that the customer reports the complaint to the utility, and they have about 30 days to address the customer's concern. Failure to do so, then the customer can officially file a complaint with the Public Services Commission, and there's another 15 days on top of that where the utility will have to reply to us. So it's just based on the nature of the complaint.
Okay, and you spoke to
30 seconds.
your 2 employees who completed a certified public managers program. What's the name? You didn't mention their names. What are the names of those individuals? It's important to put it on the record also.
Yes, definitely, and thank you very much. The 2 employees that participated for the first time in the history of the Public Services Commission is our Assistant Executive Director, Tishan Hendricks, and our Personnel and IT Manager, Alicia Gomes.
Okay, very well. And in closing, because I know my time will be up in a few, Mr. Chairman, if I may, for fiscal year 21, 22, 23, and 24, you spoke to your appropriations, and we're speaking to revenues for the agencies and it's a budget hearing. How much dollars we speaking to in terms of those appropriations that you did not receive? What are we looking at? What's the number?
Ms. Connor?
Brenda Connor, Accounts Maintenance Officer. For waste management, for fiscal year 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25, we have a total outstanding of $1,656,495.42.
Wow.
Yes.
Thank you for that information.
You need WAPA on too? Or?
Yeah, of course, I do.
Okay, for WAPA, they're outstanding for 24, and for 25 up to the 3rd quarter stands at $2,401,493.71.
So we're talking some 4 million. I'm sorry, I'm tripping.
About 4 million.
No, 4.
Mm-hmm.
About $4 million. Wow. On the table. Thank you so much for that information. We'll follow up. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for your leniency and the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator. Calm down. Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Just real quickly before I go to that point of information, how are you notifying, WAPR and Waste Management of their owed amount? How do you send them a monthly assessment charge or invoice? How do you notify them of this balance?
We usually send them letters, emails. They are notified in the public hearings or meetings, so they are quite aware in other meetings as well. It's just a matter of them actually adhering to pay.
Okay. Senator Joseph, you recognize for your point. Senator College J. Joseph, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Do you also collect assessment from the ferries and from any other communications? Could you tell us if there's any outstanding balance for those 2?
The private companies, the ferries and Vitelco, they are up to date with their annual assessments.
They are both up to date.
They are both up to date.
So those are the only 4, and out of the 4, 2 are delinquent.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Attorney Spring?
May I clarify? There are actually 5 because the cable company on St. Thomas and St. John, the cable company on St. Croix, Vitelco, which is a separate entity, and then the 2 franchise ferry companies have all paid their assessments, so it's a total of 5.
That's my mistake.
For that clarity.
And when you use Vitelco, it's synonymous with Via or One Communication? Is how you just utilize the parent company?
I recognize the parent company. That's
which is Vitelco.
Well, now, no.
One Communication.
One Communication is the brand name, if you will.
All right.
The parent company, ATN is the ultimate parent company, but there's a structure between them, and I don't recall the name of the company above Vitelco and the cable companies. Okay. But they all have a common parentage, yes.
Edie Satori, how much have you expended for consultation or examiner's fees this far in fiscal year to date?
And I will ask our accounts manager to give you that exact figure.
And while she's looking for that, can I ask your intern to come into the well?
Yes, please.
Can you put your name on the record again, please? What's your name?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sean Hedgerton, the summer intern for the Public Service Commission.
Very well. Can you tell us about your experience at the Public Service Commission so far while you're there? Give us a little bit about your background, and then if you could tell us about your experience.
Yeah, so right now I'm studying computer science at the University of Maryland. I'm going into my third year. My experience at the Public Service Commission has been well. I've been working with Ms. Sasha Davis with the complaints, getting to know what it takes to deal with complaints and the complaint process. As I mentioned the 5 steps earlier. I've also seen how the staff operates as like a little family, which is nice to be a part of.
Thank you for sharing that. That's excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 5 minutes. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director, could I get your actuals for personnel fringe, supplies, other services and charges, those, your actuals at this point? And up to how long ago are they?
Good morning. Good morning again. Brenda Khan, Accounts Maintenance Officer. Expenditures as of June 24th. Personnel services is at $548,425.18.
Wait, say that one again, 548?
$548,425.18.
Okay.
The fringes are at $232,498.02. The supplies are at $88,365.79. Other services and charges are at $199,980.14. And the utilities are at $24,978.98. So our total expenditures as of June 24th stands at $1,094,248.11.
And utilities were
$78.98.
98 cents. Okay, because you said you haven't received your third quarter yet. Third
Correct.
quarter done this week.
Correct.
So then you operate now for 2 quarters.
2 quarters, and the private entities we regulate paid their assessments. So our total revenues thus far stands at $1,294,147.04. So we are within our budget, our allotments, right?
Okay, so
Budget.
okay, we will get back to that because I think I just wanted to make sure. Now, any employees receive wage increases in 25?
No.
Okay. Do you have a copy of the post-audit report?
I just got it today, yes.
Okay, on page 8, personnel listing, I see there is a assistant account. Wait, what is your total amount of personnel in PSC? Total amount.
To include fringes?
No, wait, I need to know. Individuals in it. Yeah.
We currently have 12 employees between both districts. Currently, we have 1 vacant position, which would bring our total, once that person is on board, it will bring the total to 13.
Okay. Okay, so a couple of quick questions are the assistant account maintenance officer, the one salary that's in 2025 is different in 2026, a reduction. Is that accurate?
I can answer that.
Sure.
That is definitely accurate. We brought a new employee on board. The person that was in that position resigned, so we brought a new employee on board.
Okay.
And of course, the compensation would be based on the experience.
And that's fine. Okay, so also for the administrative officer, one salary in 25, another salary in 26, lower salary.
Same situation
Same scenario.
applies.
Okay, great. And so then you have one vacancy? You actually have two vacancies.
We have one vacant position.
Okay, so then you got rid of your complaint officer?
We changed the name from complaint officer
1 minute.
to utility staff assistant. It is
Okay.
more encompassing.
Okay, got it. So then, if that person fills that one slot, make it 13, then you still have a legal assistant, legal support specialist. You got rid of that.
We did not get rid of that position. It's currently filled. Our administrative officer that was with us in 24, she was promoted to that position.
Okay, so the one, then you don't have.
30
Let me
seconds.
see. Okay, so you don't have a vacancy then.
We have one vacant position on the island of St. Croix, the
Okay,
utility
which-
staff assistant.
Okay, which was the complaint officer?
It
That's
was,
that one.
That's correct.
Okay, got you. Okay, so any employees under 35,000?
No, Senator.
Okay, 0. And
Time.
okay, just in terms of PSC paying rent, what was the current rent now?
Do you need the monthly rental or the annual?
The annual.
For St. Thomas, the annual rental is at 69. Okay. Is at $69,573.72. And for St. Croix, it stands at $54,000.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Going back to the actuals, the utilities was what you said? Utility? Actuals? 24, huh? And supplies?
Supplies was $88,365.79.
Good, thank you. So one of the things that we do here in the Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee is encourage the public to weigh in on the budget process. One of the questions that has been posed is in respect to that the legislature should consider providing the budget to the PSC instead of allowing for the regulators to actually pay assessment fees. How would you respond to that, Attorney Spearing or the Executive Director?
I'll go first. As we pointed out in our report, the function of the Public Services Commission is a quasi-judicial function. In order to maintain a degree of independence, it is necessary that our funding does not come from the general fund and that it's not correlated to the general fund or the GVI directly. And so we definitely uphold that premise. It provides for a much stronger adherence to our to our responsibilities and who we report to, which is the ratepayers of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you for that response. Another concern that came in was in regards to the complaint form. It's currently a downloadable PDF. Is there any plans to upgrade the website for online filing?
The complaint form is fillable. It can be filled out. It may be a challenge if they're trying to use their phone. So it may be a little different if they're trying to use the telephone to fill the form out. However, it is fillable. We tested it this week when we had our prep meeting.
It's fillable on a desktop, but not on the iPad or?
It is fillable on the iPad as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Any plans to upgrade? Because, phone is the way to go right now.
We are always looking for ways to improve our product. So definitely we will look into that. But we also have to take cost saving measures into consideration.
Very well. At this point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to your revenue that you say you received $1,294,147 and how much cents?
4 cents.
4 cents. Okay, what I'm trying to get at is in regards to what Mr. Chair was just speaking of. With your ask is $2,079,296. You're operating off of 2 government allotments, which a total of $94,248.11. Plus, you said a additional revenue of the $1,294,147.04.
No.
You're allowed no? Okay, so because I'm saying it's based on what it is, Mr. Chair is asking. How are you operating off of 2 allotments? Your third is pending.
We have the 2 allotments. We already received the 2 allotments, but we have also received our annual assessments from Vitelco and its entities and the ferry boats. So
that's the $1,294,147.
that's the total, yes.
Right. Mm-hmm. That's the revenue that you are using.
He thinks that's what we got from them.
Because how?
Oh no.
So
what we got from the general fund, we have to get that's appropriated, but we only received 2 allotments totaling
right.
$1,039,000. Right.
But hear me out. Just in closing, the third quarter is coming to an end in days.
Correct. It's already
3 days done.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone have not lost any pay period. You have everyone making sure. That's why I make sure to ask about all your personnel and when you can go through personnel first. Everyone has been paid. That's most important. Your utilities, supplies, everything. Without a quarter, going into a 4th quarter, still waiting for that money. How are you operating based on that? And along the lines of what Mr. Chair was saying, then maybe should it be done that way? Will we give you that allotment so this won't be happening to you because you done 2 allotments that you haven't received and you're still functioning? Mm-hmm. Thank you for the time. You can answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. A response?
Yes, if I can. We received the 2 allotments from the budget appropriation for last year. In addition to that, we've received a total of about $200,000 from the telecommunications companies on our annual assessments. And we received another $30-some thousand roughly from the ferry companies. That $230,000 plus the allotments is the $1.2 million. We did not get $1.2 million in addition to the allotments.
Yeah, I think that's where the clarity needs to come in. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, you have only received, based on all the testimony, is 2 allotments.
That's correct.
4 quarters. One is pending. $519,824 is pending.
I agree. There's another $1 million in allotments over the remaining half of the year due. That's correct.
So in order for everyone not to have a payless payday, they have been paid. I'm fine with that.
Right.
But I'm trying to figure out how are you doing it if you only receive 2 allotments that came from finance, 2 allotments. One is pending. So how is everybody being paid? That's most important to me, that you guys are being taken care of. But you are.
The issue is that finance will always take care of payroll. Everything else fall behind. So at some point there'll be a chew-up. There'll be a catch-up that allows for that money then to go back because finance will always ensure that payroll is paid off the top. So it balance out. The challenge, of course, is in terms of how do we equalize whatever is being received in terms of those additional revenues to offset what you're receiving from the general fund there to ensure that you're adhering or you're living within the budget that has been created for you. All right.
Through the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
If I could follow up on a response on both the payment process and our funding, as well as your earlier question regarding the assessment process and how other utility commissions are funded. In anticipation of this meeting, I had my assistant begin doing the legal support specialist that's on our budget, do some research regarding how other utility commissions are paid, because we were very much aware that 20, 30 years ago, all utility commissions were paid through assessments on their utilities. But the utility market has been changing, so we wanted to know how that's been done. In the research we've done so far, and we've gone through at least 10 states, the research so far has found no state that relies on an appropriation from the general fund. They all are either paid through assessments on the utilities or fees charged to the utilities. They're all done in that way. Historically, the Public Services Commission has been extraordinarily prudent in its expenditure of its funds. As a result of that, by 4 years ago, the commission had acquired a reserve of nearly $2 million, so that we always had funds to operate as assessments came in late and payments were not made timely, or that we have allowed us to do these other sections. We did not have a separate bank account. That money sat in the Treasury, the Finance Department. Essentially, we loaned money to the government on a regular basis, so they had our money to access. But that $2 million, when we talk about Waste Management not making its payments for 4 years, that ate up $1.3 million of our carefully accrued reserve. WAPA not making payments ate up another $1 million of it. That's how we got to where we are and how we've been able to pay things so far, along with the assistance of finance and making payroll, was that old reserve allowed us to go by careful management. The non-payment has depleted and eliminated that reserve at this point.
That's good clarity. We need to move on. So if a point of information, let's make it quick and then so we can move on. Go ahead. You recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Thank you so much. And it goes into a germane question based on what Attorney Spring just made out. How much did you have in your quote-unquote reserve that was in a general fund?
None of it was general fund.
It was, yes. It was not general fund funding.
Okay, but how much quote unquote that you had in your reserves or that was there based on what Attorney Spring mentioned, did you have in your accounts? The reserve
It was
funding.
about $2 million, but I can't give you. I can get it to you, but I don't have it right now.
Through the chair, we need to see a breakdown on how that was expended or how it was used. And do you still have that $2 million available?
No. Waste Management's non-payment ate 1.3 million of it. WAPA's non-payment ate the balance.
I understand. Ate up your reserve because they didn't pay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. At this time, before any more points, I want to recognize Senator Hubert Frederick for his 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate getting the time to speak for 5 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, listening and viewing audience, my awesome staff, central staff. Good morning, everyone. My question was based on this discussion we're having. Having additional funding for any agency is a great thing. You guys made me smile when I heard that, and then I turned around in dismay when I heard it was absorbed back into payables that are due you because of non-payment of assessment, which leads to ask, why didn't we just open up an account, a bank account, so we could have held on to our own money when that opportunity came about, and now we have nothing? Why wasn't that an option?
That is something that the Public Services Commission has discussed time and time again, not just with commission staff, but with our commissioners as well. It is something...
And finance.
And Department of Finance. And it is something that that we continue to explore.
Okay, it can't be such a difficult decision to make, though, because if WAPA or when WAPA pays their assessment and waste management, wouldn't it make sense to have the account set up so you could immediately fund the outstanding amount?
We totally agree with you, but we have not gotten to that point as yet. There is, of course, a cost factor in that analysis that needs to be done as well. But as I mentioned, we continue to explore that possibility and making it happen, but we still have some work to do on that.
Is it something that's going to be done within the next few months before the end of the year? Or is it going to take years to come up with that decision?
I definitely won't say that is something that would be done within the next couple months or the next few months, but hopefully and presumably we will be able to make it happen, if possible, within the next year.
The next year?
Yes.
So, in doing your research, Attorney Sprung, you spoke about looking at 10 states. Are any of those commission currently operating with an account, a bank account?
Boyd Sprain, General Counsel. I honestly can't tell you off the top of my head at this point, but I'd be happy to look at that question as we present the information to you.
And can you present it to the chair, please? Because I think it's so important that we don't repeat this situation. You know, the commission is in a very bad situation, and it's not fair to you. You've done your job, and you're not being paid by the two largest companies, agencies that are having utilities that are having some challenges, financial challenges, but that's not your concern. You still have your job to do. You have your legal mandate to comply with. So I personally think don't make their problem your problem. And that's what has happened now. So now the commission is handicapped, waiting for a handout in appropriations by the general fund, because that's what you're getting paid, and that's not right. We were just talking about that shouldn't be, but then we're doing it. We're accepting that. So if that's the case, we could just start appropriating money to you guys and forget about the assessment.
Right, and if I may add to that, Mr. Chair and Senators, in order for us to have accumulated and acquired that reserve that we did, every year that we come before the legislature to submit our report, we literally had to request that the Senate allow us to have those funds remain in our account, to which, you know, the Senate has always been very supportive of that. And as a result,
1 minute,
you know, we've been able to sustain our operation because of that.
So my question is, year to date, can you tell me what is your legal fees that were paid out for trying to get your assessments paid? How much have you paid in the since 2021? How much have we spent in legal fees?
30
seconds.
I don't think, excuse me, we've been handling that in-house since I've been in-house counsel, so we don't have, it's not outside of our normal budget. We cover it out of our, our own costs.
We eat the cost.
We eat the cost.
Internally.
Yes.
So when you go to court, who's paying for that?
The commission is paying me as a salaried employee.
So WAPA just filed another case against the commission, so we're going to have to eat that as well.
Yes,
so
sir.
instead of them paying the commission, reducing their assessment,
Time.
We're blowing, Mr. Chair, can I continue? We're blowing more money, going to court, consuming legal time internally, where you could have been doing more research on some other things, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, so we've got to be more efficient in this process. This is like, you know, the dog chasing his tail. And that's why the public has no confidence in us as a government, because we do things that are we just waste time and waste money, and there's no solid outcome. So I'm asking you guys to please, let's just see if we could resolve these things and stop wasting money. We're going to ask WAPA the same question and waste management. So, yeah, well, waste management already came before us. So not yet. Oh. So we're going to do that. So keep in mind, we're trying to resolve these issues so we could have a better outcome with all this. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick, for your line of question. At this time, we recognize Senator Maurice James. You recognize for your 5 minutes, ma'am. Ex officio member.
Ex officio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning,
Colleagues, good morning, testifiers. Well, let me go to the quick questions. I saw that you are renting almost the same amount as, well, not really, 1,000 more square feet on St. Thomas. But on St. Croix, that space is only occupied by 4 employees? The space that, the leased space building?
That's correct. However, keep in mind that there is the probability and the possibility that the workforce shifts. There are our positions are largely territorial positions, except for the utility staff assistant, the assistant executive director, and the executive director. And we have had at times additional or more employees on St. Croix. We've always had the majority of employees on St. Thomas, but we've had at times, I would say maybe 5 employees on St. Croix. We do have space. We do have space available also for staff to work either on St. Thomas and St. Croix if it's necessary.
Let me say why I was asking though. I saw that you had prime storage, and I was wondering if you had that, if you could not, or what was the purpose of the prime storage, and if the prime storage couldn't be eliminated by the extra space you had. So I was looking for a savings. That's what I was doing when
and
I
that's for clarification. The prime storage is on St. Thomas.
What is the use of prime storage?
Ms. Connor, you want to respond to?
Good morning, Senator James. Tamar Corey, Assistant Accounts Maintenance Officer. It's funny that you mentioned that because we are currently working, right now there's like a few items in hold, files. The commission does have a lot of paperwork, unfortunately. So a lot of files have to be stored in that area. So we would, we don't have a lot of clutter within the office, but we actually just recently had the discussion of omitting, completely getting rid of prime storage and utilizing the space within the office. So
okay, good.
It's being looked into currently.
So we're on the same page.
We are on the same page.
Okay, good. Because I was looking at the square footage and thinking, you know, maybe we could build a room or use a room. So I'm happy to hear that. The other, so that would save 5,000. That's good. That you've spent for 9 months. And with respect to the office minor repairs, what are those? Are those repairs that you, the tenant, have to make, or the land? I guess you, the tenant, because you're making the repairs and paying. You're budgeting $10,000. So is that your responsibility under your leases?
Tamar Corey again? Yes, it is.
Okay.
Minor repairs.
Minor repairs.
There are a few things that may take place that the landlords are responsible for as well.
Right,
But there are cases where we would have to split the cost as well.
Oh, okay. That's what I was wondering
Yes.
about. Okay, thank you for that answer. And then professional services on 25,000. Does that include your hearing examiners? Is that for the hearing examiners, or is that separate?
It's separate.
So I don't know if I got the answer earlier or you did, Mr. Chair, but the question was asked about how much is the cost of hearing examiners. So that's not in this budget. So the professional services do not include, the 25,000 does not include the hearing examiners. So where would I find the cost of the hearing examiners?
1 minute.
Okay, I'll let Ms. Connor respond to that, but the hearing examiner's expenses are DACA-specific expenses, and so those expenses and costs are borne on the utility.
Yes.
That
Okay. That's what I was going to ask. If it's billed to,
yes,
that's the reason
yes,
why
they are.
it's not there. And on that page where you talk about Waste Management Authority, the way it reads, it seems as if you learned, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, you learned that Waste Management was planning to implement a residential fee, because it says during recent testimony before the legislature. So
30 seconds.
Did you not know is the question.
Still good morning. Good morning, Senator Boyd Sprain, General Counsel. Yes, the first word we got of it was when the news coverage came out about the Waste Management's testimony to the legislature. However, very shortly after that, and with the Mr. Griffith taking on the role of the executive director at the Waste Management Authority, we have now initiated a monthly meeting process between our staff and their management. And the communication, I have to note, is drastically different than it was under prior management at Waste Management.
Okay, that's good to know. I just thought that it was strange that as the regulator, you would be finding out during a public hearing and not having that relationship that you should have. So I'm glad that you said what you just said. And my time is called, so I'll end with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. You didn't have an alibi. You had something else that you wanted to ask?
I was going to explore that a little more,
You-
but I
you-
think
well, go
that,
ahead. Oh.
well, I was going to explore that specifically a little more because, no, I'm going to leave it for now.
Okay.
I'll leave it. I think it's better for a different hearing.
Very well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
very much. So we did ask about the cost for consultations and examiners. You said examiners are borne by the companies, but what about consulting fees?
Both consultant and hearing examiners are basically engaged when we open dockets on our utilities, and those expenses are served directly or assessed directly to the utilities. When we utilize the consultants and the hearing examiners in specific regulated utility dockets and action items. So those costs go directly to the docket as well as the regulated utility.
Are you tracking any of this? Are you tracking any of this information?
Absolutely.
You do. Okay, very well. Yes, ma'am. Please recognize the mic of Senator Maurice James for point of information.
Sorry, point of information. Thank you, sir. The last question I had was the credit card expenses. What's that about, the $10,000?
Tamara Corey, Assistant Accounts Maintenance Officer. The credit card, also known as the GSA card, is what's given to us from the Department of Finance. Of course, we have a few issues with the purchase order and the requisition system where some vendors do not accept the government's purchase orders, or there's a means for an emergency or an online purchase. So that way there's no hindrance within our daily operations. So we use the credit card for that. The limit on the credit card is $10,000. Okay. So we would encumber those funds and then utilize the PO while we make the payments on the monthly statements.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the leniency.
You're welcome. Yes. That's a line of credit, setting like a line of credit or impress fund mechanism.
No, it's a credit card.
We actually have a credit card, and those accounts are solely within the custody of our accounts personnel. Okay. No other agent, no other division or office has access except through our custodian.
Okay, very well. The chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and a special welcome to the Public Service Commission, Executive Director, Mr. Torrey, and the whole staff. Okay, good. So the PSC oversees a lot of crucial agencies in the Virgin Islands, and there's some operational standards for the waste haulers. In addition, you install sewage and water treatment. I wanted to ask you about that. The garbage haulers in some jurisdictions, the PFC issues certificates, the motor carriers, insurance, safety, et cetera, et cetera. What do we do specifically with that here in the VI? does the water, the garbage haulers, not water haulers, I'm sorry, garbage haulers, do they get certificates, safety standard training, et cetera?
We have no, Boyd Sprang, General Counsel. Act 8370, well, let me go back a step. When the Waste Management Authority was created in Act 6638, the Public Services Commission at that time had very limited jurisdiction over setting fees and rates for the agency, a authority that was not strictly complied with for quite a few years. In 2021, Act 8371 placed the Waste Management Authority itself within the full jurisdiction of the Commission. And on that basis, we've begun our rate investigation and begun looking at their overall operations. It did not extend beyond that to private companies that are engaged in trucking, hauling, et cetera. That would still fall within the jurisdiction of licensing, DP&R, somebody else.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, right? But you've gone way around the bush to just give me a no answer, and I have a lot of questions for you. Okay, so I'm going to ask a through the chair request, right? I want to get, or do you know the approximate number of passenger travel between St. John and St. Thomas? Do you have that number?
Passenger ferry service?
Yeah. Do you know the total annual travelers?
We have that information. I don't have it at my fingertips.
Okay, through the chair, can you provide the total passenger travel between St. Thomas and St. John? I need to get that for a year, yearly, between the two of them. Okay, so good. I want to get to the AMI automated metering services that WAPA had implemented, and now they're replacing the meters. A lot of folks, constituents, customers have come to the PSC for help. Have you found cases where the meter was actually incorrect and WAPA took responsibility and had to reduce the bill because of a meter error?
To Sean Hendricks, Assistant Executive Director. Yes, to answer your question, that is one of the common complaints that we receive on a daily basis. It's a known fact that the meters are, for lack of a better word, malfunctioning. But WAPA is aware of the problem. They are working to address the challenges that they're experiencing with the AMI system, and they take full responsibility. Unfortunately, not all the cases customers are 100% satisfied, but they do take ownership as to the errors and challenges that they're facing.
Okay, so I want to follow up on that. So do you think it's been any case where due to a WAPA billing error, the person didn't pay the bill and then WAPA actually cut service to that person?
To Sean Hendricks, Assistant Executive Director, yes, that has happened, and it does happen. Based on the rules and regulations, the customer is obligated to pay the undisputed amount of their bill to maintain their current account status. The services are rendered, and unfortunately, they are responsible for paying for the services that they have used.
Okay, so you see.
1 minute.
So you see, we're receiving testimony here, Mr. Chair, where due to a faulty WAPA meter, electric meter, they've overbilled the client, then they've claimed responsibility, they've reduced the bill, but there are instances where the power have been cut. And these are some of the instances why I can't disagree. As a matter of fact, I have to agree with the Public Service Commission for going to reduce the LEAC. I think it's about 5 cents or so the PFC is recommending, because WAPA is continuing to give bad service.
30 seconds.
No matter how much amount of money we put into WAPA, the legislature and all of us have seen all of the items we've done for WAPA. You know, just last year it's just so much money we put into WAPA, and they continue to fail. So I want you to go quickly to your reasons for recommending the 5 cents, I think it's 5 cents reduction in rate. Give me the reasonings for that.
Good afternoon, Senators. Boyd Sprain, General Counsel.
Time.
The Public Services Commission, the commissioners made the motion to reduce the rate. They made that motion after receiving a filing from WAPA detailing their current fuel expenses and their claimed past fuel, the deferred fuel number that we sometimes hear about. And in the current quarter, the amount that WAPA's consultants had calculated was their current fuel costs average is 16.8 cents a kilowatt. The commission ordered that the LEAC be set at 17 cents, slightly above that number, provided a slight cushion. They did not make an allowance for past fuel expenses that WAPA claims, but they did give them the current fuel amounts, and their basis for not making an allowance for past claims is that over the past 2 quarters they have put an allowance in for that, and they had asked WAPA to perform certain tasks as far as paying a portion of their assessments and other accounting functions, and they were unsatisfied with the results they had gotten from WAPA.
Okay, well, I understand clearly. Mr. Chair, can I just follow up and finish? Okay. So the deferred fuel charge, maintenance charge that WAPA is claiming, what is the PSC position on that?
The PSC's position on that is that amount is not proved to satisfaction. Deferred fuel is an accounting. The current LEAC is always based on a forecast of future costs, and that cost is driven by changes in both pricing and the operations at WAPA, demand and failures of equipment, new equipment being brought on, but generally that should be reasonably forecastable. WAPA has claimed that over the last 4 years it has underbilled its customers by $140 million. We don't believe that number is accurate. We have a number of questions about it. We are having discussions with WAPA on it at the present time, but we don't believe that number has been proved satisfactorily, and the commissioners have not allowed that in the current LEAC order.
Thank you. I agree with your position. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time and your extra leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Just a quick follow-up to that. So the proposed 5 cents reduction takes effect when?
It would have taken effect on July 1 with the new billing cycle. However, WAPA filed a petition for reconsideration.
Right.
The very filing of a petition for reconsideration suspends the order until that petition is resolved. I expect that we will have a meeting of the commission, and we're immediately following this going to sit down with the directors and schedule that, but our normal meeting would be the second Tuesday in July. We have to make a decision before July 17th. If the commission denies reconsideration, I have every expectation that WAPA will appeal that to Superior Court, and the appeal to Superior Court could also stay that. So while the commission's order would have taken place on July 1, I can't tell you when it will actually become effective at the present time.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to drive home, the fact that it's still, I guess, the ratepayers still would not see a reduction until such time as the dust is cleared and this matter is settled.
They should not realistically expect one on July 1 bills.
A point of information, that was Senator Frederick, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we, based on this discussion where we're talking about going to court, who pays the legal fees if it goes to the Superior Court?
Since I have become an employee of the commission, we eat, it essentially is a trade-off. I don't have the time to spend on other efforts, but there's no additional cost to the commission.
So
WAPA pays their own counsel to do.
Excuse me, you're a full-time employee of the government?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Bolkes, you had a point of information?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for the director or likely legal counsel. Are there any outdated statutory caps or processes or fee schedules that should be revised to reflect the current regulatory demands that you're seeing now today in the code? Because my understanding is by mandate, you collect quarterly from the utilities, if I'm correct. And is the commission statutorily inclined to implement any late fees? Because we know that the utilities are not paying on time, but are you statutorily inclined to collect late fees?
Want me to take it up? The only utility that's allowed to pay its annual assessment on a quarterly basis is WAPA. They have a special provision for that. There are penalty provisions in our code for various actions, but those penalty provisions exempt them from applying to government agencies. So there's none that we can impose on WAPA or waste management under our current laws. I'm sure there are things I would like to see changed on that. I don't have them at my fingertips at the moment, but I'd be happy to discuss them with you.
Okay, I think suggesting, of course, it is something that you should consider if it's impeding you from being able to accomplish your goals based on your mandates. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Senator College Joseph, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I, of course, am one of the ex officio members of the Public Services Commission. I know many of the persons who are here. I know it's a really efficient operation. However, I do want to stress you need to get your audits. You need to do your financial auditing. You should be able to, when you're regulating others, to be able to hold a standard and demonstrate it yourself by getting an annual audit. And I don't see it budgeted here. So that's why I mentioned it. Has WAPA ever, PSC ever had an audit? A fiscal audit?
I don't think. I don't recall the PSC having an audit. However, that does not mean that it has never been done.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't have that information.
And there's no statutory requirement for you to do that?
No.
We may want to look at that. I see your accounting individuals want to weigh in.
Tamara Corey, Assistant Accounts Maintenance Officer. We've never been required because we currently use the ERP system through Department of Finance. Finance conducts a yearly and annual audit. So I don't think it was ever a requirement due to the fact that we do not have a separate account specifically for our revolving fund.
Hold your thought right there, because the government is way behind in their audits, as you very well know. Right? So don't come here telling me all of this. Okay, I know they're behind in their audits. Have their auditors, hold on, has their auditors come to you and asked you any questions?
To
your knowledge?
I would not be able to answer that question.
To your knowledge, Ms. Connor?
No, they have not.
Okay, so they indicated that they're under an audit right now, and they've mentioned that here, and they haven't come to you. You want your own money to be audited, no matter what is externally happening with the ERP. And that's why I'm stressing it. I know they don't come to you guys. You want to have that because you also have that, and you have two individuals who, like me, are certified public managers, and they know better. They know that they need an audit that tells you where your strengths are and where to improve your operations. So I would like you to consider getting an audit done and putting it as part of your budget. Okay. And Ms. Connor, how long have you been working at the PSC?
20 years.
And they never come to you. You see my point?
I've been in the position for maybe like 10
But you would know.
And they have never been, no.
They tell the truth and shame the devil to the people, okay? They have never come to you.
Never.
All right? You got to get the audits done. The audit is how you are able to know how you're operating with a general accounting gap. I just know it as gap. Procedures. And so that's very critical. Now, I want to ask a very salient question regarding these dockets so my colleagues could understand that. Now, you have a number of dockets, and the dockets are paid by the utilities. How many dockets do you have open, and how many of those dockets have been paid by the utilities? That's what we want to know, because there are utilities that have not paid their dockets. Sorry. And who is paying for those consultants? The consultants and the hearing examiners that go along with those dockets that they're supposed to compensate. Do you have that information?
Ms. Connor, you want to answer? We do not have the specific number of dockets that are open, but we can get you that information.
And how many of those dockets have not been paid? Because even though you may have a utility like
30 seconds.
one that is up to date with their assessment, they may not be up to date with paying their dockets. And that goes to your consultant who is doing the work. I also have one other, so through the chair, send that information. And then I have a final question. I wanted to ask kindly, how do you procure your consultant, Georgetown Consulting?
How do we
procure? How is he, this entity procured?
Time.
Do you, Mr. Chairman, I'm on a roll.
And just to respond, the answer that we got from our accounts manager and our legal counsel is that we only have one remaining open docket or outstanding docket.
Unpaid.
Unpaid, right. I didn't get it yet.
There's a lot of open.
That,
Only one unpaid.
that is still unpaid, and that is the LEAC. I think that's docket 689.
289 is
289.
old numbers.
Okay, so all of the communications and the like, they have paid all of their dockets?
That's correct. All other open dockets are current.
Okay, and then I wanted to ask you how long that LEAC docket hasn't been paid.
We just, I'm sorry, Boyd Sprain, General Counsel. The LEAC docket went unpaid for a little over 2 years. I want to say about 30 months. We just recently received partial payment on that docket.
How much the total docket is?
Over the course of 30 months, it was about $170,000.
And they just paid you the $50,000? That's what you just collected?
They actually paid two amounts. I think.
About 110,000 they paid up.
110, and that's WAPA.
Yeah, please use the mic, Ms. Connor. Please use the mic.
About 110 they paid within the last 2 weeks.
And so they owe you $50,000 now?
They owe us about 63,000.
63, okay. My final question, and I didn't get it answered, so I just repeat it. How do you procure your consultants? Is it through a request for proposal? Because I know Georgetown Consulting has been your consultants for forever. Is there any movement to look at setting out a new RFQ or RFP?
Yes, and Georgetown has been one of our consultants, and they've been with us for several years. We do have an RFQ and an RFP out. We released them recently. We have submittals. We are reviewing those submittals right now. And those are specifically at this time for our rate investigations that are on the calendar.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway. Thank you, members of the PSC, and your thank you, staff, really. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So this rounds out round number one. And this time I'll go to any burning questions. But before we do that, I want to give a 3-minute recess. So the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands at recess for 3 minutes. And we're out of recess. Again, we're in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. And today we have before us the Public Service Commission. We just round out on block number 1, and we just, I'm allow for any burning questions. But real quickly, Executive Director Satori, are you part of the single payer utilities?
Part of
Are you paying your own WAPA bills?
Yes.
You pay your own WAPA bill?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And you up to date with that?
Yes, we
payment? Okay. You also pay for water?
No, we don't.
Okay. What have you expended in WAPA bills to date?
For utilities and WAPA electricity, our expenditures to date are $24,978.98.
$24,000?
$978.98.
Okay, that's the only utility. We have that already in actuals.
We have that already, actual.
So that's including phone and everything else? Or
What are you talking about? No, communication?
No, I just wanted WAPA.
That's WAPA.
The amount that you gave us before was utilities and you...
That was just WAPA.
That was just WAPA.
Mhm.
Okay. Very well. And in terms of, I know that I've seen an increase in your testimony, you spoke about this increase in the complaints coming into your office. Can you break down the 5-step process that you mentioned there?
Tashawn Hendricks, Assistant Executive Director. So it's important that the complainant give the utility the opportunity to know what the issue is and try to resolve it. So we give the utility about 30 days to get that done. After the 30-day period, if the customer is not satisfied or if the complaint has not been acknowledged, they can then come to the Public Services Commission to file an official complaint. When an official complaint is filed, we then make communication on behalf of the customer to the utility and submit all the support and documentation. When the customer comes to us, we require the supporting documentation, specifically what the issue is, the possible bill that you may be disputing or the matter that you may be disputing. The PSC then conducts an investigation. We do site visits. We examine all the documents that are before us, and we're able to make a recommendation if one is needed on behalf of the customer to the utility. Within that period, WAPA then the utility, because it may not be WAPA, then submits their findings to the Public Services Commission, and then we then communicate that to the customer, and we try to come to a balance or bring a resolution to the matter.
Good show. And in respect to the complaint form, again, going back to the complaint form, it is fillable online, but then there's no process by which you're able to send that form into the Public Service Commission. And that's hence what I was talking about in terms of the upgrade, the technology upgrade to allow for that form to be sent in to the Public Service Commission.
That is correct. That is something that we're working on. But in the interim, what the customer can do is save the file and then just email it back to the Public Services Commission.
Okay.
So they don't necessarily have to print the document. You can just save the document and then send that back to the Public Services Commission.
Is that indicated somewhere in your website?
We had this discussion in preparation and we realized that we didn't. So that will be, we're currently updating our website. I think it was just launched as recent as a week and a half ago. So in our meeting, we realized that there was no definitive information for the customer to know that. So we're working on that.
So the best defense is the offense. We should give them that information
Yes.
because this is the most watched TV right now, legit TV.
Yes.
We got the most watcher viewers right now. Even the VI Comedy is watching us on a daily basis. VI Comics is watching us on a daily basis.
I hope I'm not the candidate.
What about complaint? I see. I know that you changed the name from complaint officer to what utility? That collateral duty responsibility where they have additional duties. What is it? Utility?
Staff assistant,
Okay.
utility staff assistant.
Do you have enough of those since you have with almost a triplicate in complaints coming into your office?
That's kind of hard to answer because one day we may have 10 complaints and then the next day we may have one. But based on hearing from our utility staff assistants, they have indicated that it can be a bit overwhelming, so we are considering possibly adding more staff to our existing staff.
So please get back to us if you see the need for an additional one or two. I mean, perhaps in each of the districts, that might be something we'd be interested in funding because, again, we want to make sure that complaints are recorded, properly investigated, and some amicable resolution is made to those. So you could get back to us on that. Any burning questions from my colleague, Senator Bolkes? You're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really just wanted to ask, and I alluded to it earlier, is there in fact any amendment to the code that the PSC is, endeavoring upon that we should know about, or is going to share with us at some future date this legislative cycle? Because I know there are a lot of challenges, and sometimes they're associated with statutory language. So if you could share some of that with us, if in fact that's what you're working on.
It's still morning. Good morning, Senators. Boyd Sprain, General Counsel. I know we spend more time talking about WAPA here than anything else, but one of the areas where we would really like to see some changes to the code is in telecommunications. The field of telecommunications has changed dramatically in the 30, 40 years since those laws were created. They don't really reflect the current markets or technologies. We've had some discussions with the various entities, and of course, there's always an interesting interplay between the federal regulation and the FCC and what we do. And there's a number of things that we would like to see updated on that front, and we'll be happy to work with advancing some legislation on that.
Thank you for the input, and you'll be hearing from my office. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Senator Fredericks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a simple, pragmatic question because I know I'm an ex-officio member, so I'm partially biased, but we really need to start looking at whether or not we're just running around in circles. Right now, you've got an appropriation, and it's working. We're paying bills. We're getting our assessments from the other private utilities, correct? So the only two big headaches we have are the two public or semi-public utility companies, which is WAPA and Waste Management. Why are we still trying to collect an assessment from them? Because as a ratepayer, I'm getting paid twice. I'm paying for this roller coaster that's going on between the commission and the utility, the public utilities. That's not the way it's supposed to work. So we need to start looking at this differently. If you're regulating private utilities, this is perfect, this is fine. But to regulate public or semi-public entities, it really doesn't make any sense. We're moving monies from one pocket to the next. You didn't pay me the assessment. Okay, who's the assessment from? The ratepayer. So how does that impact the ratepayer? It costs you more. Is there any way we could help by reducing the bureaucracy with this process? Can you think of something that we could do as a legislative branch that would help this? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's not going to be answered. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any response to the senator's comment?
No response directly, but we definitely will be caucusing and putting together our requirements and our needs and looking for support
Solutions.
in order to...
And solutions.
Right.
You have my full support on this effort.
Yes.
I want to make it easier for everybody. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And yes, I heard the mention about telecommunication. I know there's something else too that I'm sure in the Committee of Jurisdiction they'll be having some extensive discussion on, because we continue to experience some challenges in that area. So we'll talk about that. In respect to waste management and tipping fees and trash collection fees, what's happening in that space? Where are we right now with that whole discussion about waste management being able to develop additional revenues and become somewhat self-sufficient?
Right. Obviously, we do have costly issues getting our assessments paid. As we mentioned before, we are engaging in rate investigations and processes at this time, and those matters and items are included in the analysis and the information and financial data gathering of those utilities. So that will certainly be addressed in our upcoming rate case.
Okay. And additionally, of course, I'm the proponent of the tire disposal bill, and in Act 8370. What's happening with that? Because that again brings some challenges for us in terms of the beautification of our island. We have hundreds and thousands of tires, throughout our island that's littering this island. And I know that we've been working with waste management as well as private individuals to consider how do we move to the next step and a pathway for us being able to rid ourselves of all of these tires. Anything that you want to say in that space?
You want to say?
Good morning, Boyd Sprain, General Counsel. We've not only talked with Waste Management, Director Griffith, as well as Ms. Brooks on St. Croix, who's privately taking a very active role in trying to get tires shredded and removed off the island. We have looked at the tax structures, and we've made some recommendations for changes to those laws on the current fees and charges. We understand that it's Waste Management's position that while there's a tire waste management and disposal fee fund that's created, that those funds have not actually been being delivered to Waste Management. I also understand Waste Management hasn't actually removed very many tires. They are stacking them up and organizing them. But that is something that is a serious issue. Waste Management's current numbers are an estimated 1.5 million tires in the territory. Even with proper funding, that's a backlog that's going to take us quite a few years to remove. But yes, there are changes to the laws. We have made recommendations on it. We're happy to sit down, and we'll be working with Waste Management in the rate case again. That's one of the components of that rate investigation.
Very well. That's one area that I'm particularly interested in, and so please allow me a seat at the table when we're having this discussion. I'll be happy to be a part of that as well. Senator Maurice James, do you have any alibis? You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to address, my colleague talked about what the legislature can do regarding the PSC, but I pulled up Act number 8919, where the legislature added a sentence that said monies appropriated by the legislature of the Virgin Islands to public utilities are not gross operating revenues as defined in this section and may not be included in the calculation for annual assessment of utilities. But I noticed that you cited an entirely different title, Title 29, Section 495. How do you reconcile these two different sections of the code when it comes to waste management arguments? If the legislature has in the last, Act number 8919 said that the appropriations are not gross receipts revenue, because now there's almost, if you think about it, a dismissal of Act number 8919 by the PSC.
I have to confess that no one has sent me a copy of Act 8919 at the present time. I'm happy to see it and take a look at it.
Okay.
I can tell you Act 6638 would appear to govern everything up to Act 8919, but until I get a chance to review it, I can't make any.
Yes, because when I read that paragraph, I was trying. You cited a different title, so that threw me off. And then I one of my colleagues in St. Croix, an attorney, that's what I call her, sent Act number 8919. And so I'm just going to draw your attention to that. So let me move on then, because we can't pass laws and they're not being applied or ignored. And in your case, it's not intentional at all. You just weren't aware of it. What about the cell service in the Virgin Islands? That we get a lot of complaints about that. Have you been making any headways as the PSC in terms of improving the service provided by the providers in that area, as opposed to waste management and WAPA, those private providers? Any good news?
Again, Boyd Sprain, General Counsel. And I don't want to overspeak for Ms. Hendricks, our Assistant Director, but I understand the complaints regarding cellular service are down substantially over the last year from what they were.
That's good.
We certainly were aware that during the transition period, Liberty had a pretty terrible track record going for a while.
Yeah.
For many years, we do not have, because of federal preemption, we cannot mandate cellular companies invest any particular money or put particular services in. While those companies were getting support through the FCC's Universal Service Fund and other programs, we had a role in certification that they were properly spending those funds, and that provided us an opportunity for leverage on those companies to get them to address what we thought were major concerns. As of this year, all of those federal high-cost support programs have been ended.
Mm-hmm.
So they have taken away much of our leverage in that field. Neither I nor the consultants we deal with or the telephone companies we talk to see any real probability that there will be new support programs coming out of the FCC within the next 6 months to a year. There's no shadowing of that. That leaves broadband VI and its undergrounding program for a new network as the only remaining cost support program currently. We continue to respond to customer complaints in accordance with the mandates of Act 8371 and Chapter 9 of Title 30. We work with them, but we have to work with them. We don't have command and control type positions.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your answers. And I'll be providing you a copy of the Act.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just going back a little bit in terms of Act 8919, I was going to wrap up with that as well, but it was a measure that was initially vetoed by the governor and was overridden back by the legislature October 16th of 2024. So I'm surprised that this has not made its way to you yet, but like my colleagues have indicated, we'll ensure that you get a copy of this. And then at some point, we need to circle back to really reconcile, how this should be administered or how do we move forward on this particular issue. All right. Equally, the complaints that's coming in from, again, just like my colleague, all of us receive complaints about our situation here with cell phones, and it's across the board. No particular agencies, but it's all of them right now where we're seeing some real challenging issues with our cell phone uses. I mean, a lot of fallout, dead spots, SOS, and we know the importance of these cell phones. It's the lifeline. Some of them is the only means of communicating. The phones are being used for everything from banking to security and surveillance and everything else, and it really presents some personal safety and life safety issues. So at some point, we'll need to get a report in and really get a handle of what's happening with our telecommunications and our cell phone technology, because it's really impacting our ability to do business and to live a good life. So we'll have to have a conversation in respect to that. So any information that you have been able to glean based on complaint that's coming into your office at some point. We'd like to get that summarized, so that we could know how and develop a path forward in addressing a particular issue. At this time, Senator College Joseph, you're recognized for your burning question.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask, I saw on your PSC revolving fund sheet, very colorful in purple, that you have $18,000 allotted for data processing software. Could you kindly delineate what type of software you're looking at purchasing at the rate of $18,000? It's on page 19.
That would seem to be like an IT person, wouldn't it? IT is purchasing.
Brenda Connor, Accounts Maintenance Officer. The data processing software for $18,000 actually includes Adobe Internet website.
Your license?
The licenses and whatnot.
Okay,
right.
so you pay an annual license.
Correct.
Okay, so this is included in the annual license.
Mm-hmm.
Does any of your software include your internet management, or better yet, your Wix, and to put up your website?
That's all in data processing, yes.
Okay, so that's all part of the data processing. And I wanted to ask, do you have any person who handles or uses or does your internet or your website creation, a webmaster?
Good afternoon, Alicia Gomes, Personnel and IT Manager. Our Public Communications Coordinator, Ms. Simmer Hendrickson, is responsible for our website. She is our webmaster. She was recently trained by Omni Systems to upload and make any changes to our website, so that's a definite cost savings to the agency.
Okay, so you have all of those internal. Okay, I really appreciate that level of management, because I know some entities use external webmasters and the like. I have one final, just an alibi to mention. I really commend you. I saw your increase with your number of complaints, and your assistant director explained it thoroughly. I don't get too much complaints, I just send them our way. Okay, so if you've seen that uptick, I am one of the persons who are out there promoting that the Public Services Commission, when you have issues with your utilities, you call them, because I know your staff is efficient and they take it very much personal. They are very meticulous to follow up and have a very good process. So I really want to commend you, because that's our people when they have issues. And so that allows me to do a lot more. So know that I am going to take credit for some of the uptake in your complaints. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. You had something to add to that?
Yeah, just to respond to that. The numbers that we see of the complaints that come in, I know we've stressed here before, but I'll reiterate that the staff receives a number of inquiries per day. Those inquiries are not calculated in the number of complaints. Staff resolves issues all day, every day, that do not translate into complaints. But we really appreciate, we'll take the information and the kudos back to our well-deserving staff, because they work extremely, extremely hard with our ratepayers and our customers to ensure that they get the best service that can be provided.
Yeah, hence my reach out to ask you if you need additional staff to support that endeavor, because I know that that's a heavy lift in some instances there. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your burning question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Let me ask on page 8 of your testimony. You have a chart there with rate case schedule, right? And you have hearing examiner for the different months. And for March, and it's everything for this year, correct? This schedule for this year?
That's correct.
Okay, you have March, waste management, solid waste, no hearing examiner. For July, waste management again, wastewater, no examiner in August. WAPA, water system, no examiner. So can you tell me what the process is and why there is no examiner for those three different areas?
Absolutely. We do issue and release RFPs for our examiners as well as our consultants. We have an ongoing listing of available individuals in the communities to serve as hearing examiners as well as consultants. These individuals may not be readily available every time that we reach out to them. We have a process where we continue to grow and build on that list. And so the rate cases that are listed here are work in processes. We're identifying both examiners as well as consultants. So the schedule is a guideline, and we're not up to date with each of those months. However, we continue to pursue those schedules. The rate investigation cases requires a lot of work, a lot of input, and so they're very timely processes. They may not go as fluidly as we would like them to, but this is just a guideline. So far, we have been able to commence 2 of those 5 hearing investigations, but we are working on commencing the other 3. We're doing that at the same time that we're conducting those 2 investigations.
So as a result of no hearing being done, what happens in terms of negatively affecting the authority and or customers in those areas? What happens?
These are ongoing processes, so they don't immediately and directly impact the service that's being provided. These are just so that we can determine for our ratepayers and ensure that they are in fact paying, the fees and the costs that they should be. But they're ongoing processes, and not only are they ongoing, but there are several phases and steps in each of the processes. So they're not necessarily cases that we can begin exactly when we would like to begin them, or continue and close them out exactly when we would like to. This is just a guideline.
But thank you so much for your explanation. It clears what I was thinking about it. But thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
It helps to keep us, on our toes.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, and thank you to Executive Director Satori. So my only hazen today is the last minute submittal of the information regarding our post-audit report. It's very important that we get this information in a timely fashion. You had my staff working up until 2:30, 3 o'clock this morning, sending out information, and my colleagues, really, we rely on the post-audit report in order for us to be able to make informed decisions. It's unfair to them to be having to work the wee hours of the morning to be able to get these reports done. We have over 30 plus agencies that will be going through this entire summer, and it's a moving target. I mean, we have to get these reports in a timely fashion, prepare ourselves, and read all of these reports. We have 3 agencies that's coming before us today. So these last minute reports are not a good thing. So I'm asking and imploring you in the future, please adhere to the requests for the post-audit information in a timely fashion.
No, I'm just saying, Brenda Connor, on behalf of the PSC, we did submit our stuff in a timely manner. It's just that it didn't get dispersed where it was supposed to go. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so, I know that the process is that the information goes over to OMB, and we work with them all summer to again, just to short circuit this type of things where we've seen that. But again, it's important that we get the information in a timely fashion. Okay? So, again, your budget request is in the amount of what? $2,079,290.51. Let's not forget the cents, right?
Correct.
You want all your money.
Every penny.
every penny. And there's some information that we'll be sending back that my colleagues have asked for through the chair request. So we'll get that letter out to you so that we can get that additional information in. I'm very interested in the staffing up some additional complaint or utility officers, so that they could be able to, maybe one or two in each of the district, to really ramp up that effort. So I just want to close off by asking you, what is your challenge today in terms of this whole budget process? What is the challenge? What keeps you up at night in regards to your role and responsibility at the Public Service Commission?
Okay, I'll start. Obviously, our challenge is not receiving our annual assessments specifically, and of course, our docket-specific assessments in a timely manner. We must continue our operation. We deem what we do at the Public Services Commission very important, very critical, and receiving our assessments and being able to function and operate fully is of utmost importance to us. Do they keep us up at night? Absolutely. But, again, the staff that we have does a yeoman's job in terms of being committed to the scope and mission of the Public Services Commission. On behalf of the Commission, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chair, as well as our committee members and members of the 36th legislature for allowing us the opportunity, pointing out certain areas in which we can still strengthen our operation, but of utmost importance is your continued support. That support does not come lightly. It comes sometimes with fireballs, but we can handle it. And so we appreciate the support from this body.
So you're very welcome. And again, we all are responsible to somebody and accountable to someone. And we have to be the representative of the people. And in order for us to do that, we have to hold the agencies responsible. So we too want to join in commending their staff for the work that they're doing in this community. Is a very, very important responsibility that you have. You have a small staff of 12 and possibly 13. Excuse me, Senator. We have a small staff of 12, about to be 13. As soon as we can get that one hired in St. Croix, let's try to move that post haste. Next month when? July, what you said? She'll be hired?
We're waiting for her to give us a start date, but we are hoping that it is by the second week in July. We have all the documents in place, and we're just waiting for the individual to give us a start date.
Very well. We look forward to that person joining the team. And again, we're here in a support role. Please tap into us as best as we can. Finances is hard to come by, and that's why we're forcing and mandating that the federal monies be used so that we can free up some of the general fund to support your endeavors and get things moving. So thank you. Again, this concludes this block, and we'll stand in recess until 1 p.m. The Committee of Budget, Appropriation, and Finance is out of recess, and we're getting ready to go into block number 2. Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 2.
Block 2, 1 to 3 p.m., Department of Labor. Invited testifier, Honorable Dr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner, VI Department of Labor. This ends the correspondence for Block 2.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Honorable Gary Malloy, Doctor, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Welcome and good afternoon. And let's do a mic check.
Good afternoon, testing. Good afternoon.
Assistant Commissioner.
Testing, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Give your name. Assistant Commissioner, give your name, please.
Gene Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Commissioner.
Mic 4. Try that again.
Good afternoon.
No, you're one.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
You go ahead, Mr. Milligan.
Good afternoon, Kenneth Milligan, Director of Business Administration.
You can use his mic for the.
No, don't point.
Just to introduce yourself. Use his mic to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel.
Good afternoon, Jacqueline Allen, Director of Human Resources.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome, Commissioner. You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Vice Chair, distinguished senators, and to our listening, viewing, and virtual audiences. I am Dr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. It is both an honor and a privilege to appear before you today in the well to present the department's fiscal year 2026 budget request. I am joined this afternoon by Attorney Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel, Mr. Gene Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Kenneth Milligan, Director of Business Administration, and Ms. Jackie Allen, Director of Human Resources. Additionally, several of our other department's division directors and unit chiefs are present in the chambers in support of this testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to engage in this important dialogue as we outline our strategic priorities and funding needs for the upcoming fiscal year. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor, VIDAL, derives its statutory authority from Titles 3, 24, 27, and 29 of the Virgin Islands Code, as well as key federal legislation, including Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2014, as amended in 2022, and the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970, OSHA. These laws mandate the establishment of administrative structures that promote and enforce fair labor standards while safeguarding the health, morals, and welfare of the people of the Virgin Islands. VIDAL, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, is organized into the following divisions and units: the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Division of Workforce Development Services, which includes our youth and apprenticeship, Division of Unemployment Insurance, which includes our benefits, our tax, our benefits payment control and integrity, Division of Labor Relations, which includes our compliance, Division of Occupation Safety of Health, Workers' Compensation Administration, which includes our underwriting and claims units, a Division of Hearing and Appeals, Planning, Research and Monitoring, Business Administration, which includes Human Resources, Procurement and Maintenance, Information Technology, and Management Information Systems. General Fund Overview. For fiscal year 2026, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor's total proposed budget is $19,145,779. This amount includes a general fund expenditure appropriation of $12,984,698 and $6,161,800 $1,281 in funding from federal grants. By comparison, the overall FY 2025 appropriation was $18,310,755, with a general fund appropriation for fiscal year 2025 was $11,994,697 and $6,316,058 from federal grants. For FY 2026, general fund, of the $12,986,698, personnel services is $5,317,865. Fringe benefits is $2,966,018. Supplies is $472,902. Other services is $3,987,082. And utility services is $240,831. Personnel. For fiscal year 2026, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor is projected to be staffed with a total of 139 employees across the territory. As of the current reporting period, Vital employs 121 individuals, 58 based on St. Croix and 63 in the St. Thomas-St. John district. Of the current workforce, 77 employees are classified under collective bargaining agreements with the Seafarers International Union of North America and the United Steelworkers Union. Additionally, 37 positions are exempt and 7 are classified as non-union. As of June 2023-2025, Vital has 16 vacant backfill positions from FY 2025, 10 on the general fund, and 6 are federally funded. Additionally, Vital has 2 new vacancies in FY 2026, 1 on the general fund and 1 federally funded. Federal grants. Federal grants are a vital component of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor's funding portfolio, providing essential resources to support a wide array of workforce development programs and services. For FY 2026, Vital anticipates receiving $6,161,081 in federal grant funding. These funds are designated for specific initiatives that align with federal mandates and local workforce priorities. Of the projected total, the Occupation Safety and Health Administration will contribute $283,201. Employment Service and Labor Market Research grants will provide $1,552,534. Unemployment Insurance Administrative grants will total $1,690,049. The Bureau of Labor Statistics will provide $427,296, and the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act will provide $2,208,001. These allocations directly support key program areas and personnel necessary to implement and sustain the Division of Occupational Safety and Health, or VIDOSH, workforce development, and unemployment insurance services across the territory. Workforce Development Services. Workforce Development Services in the Virgin Islands Department of Labor administers a range of employment programs designed to connect job seekers with employers. Its primary responsibility is to deliver job services, training opportunities, and employment assistance to individuals, while also partnering with employers to address workforce needs and fill critical vacancies. In alignment with Governor Bryan's Workforce Development Initiative, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor continues to strengthen the territory's talent pipeline by implementing programs that prioritize high-demand sectors identified in Vision 2040. These efforts are supported through a blend of local and federal funding streams. General fund appropriations are used to support the Summer Youth Work Experience Program, as well as administrative and operational costs associated with youth employment and youth and apprenticeship programs. Additional workforce training initiatives for adult, youth, dislocated workers, individual with disabilities, and veterans are funded through both local and federal resources. The division also provides a suite of work-based learning strategies tailored to meet the needs of priority industries. These include customized training, incumbent worker training, occupational classroom training, on-the-job training, employment services, and registered apprenticeship programs recognized by the U.S. Department of Labor. Targeted sectors for registered apprenticeship include human resources, healthcare, hotel and hospitality, maritime, massage therapy, and pipe fitting, which is under construction. To date, in program year FY 2024, this is July 1, 2024 through June 19, 2025, the Workforce Development Team has provided 1,595 staff services to 294 employers, submitted 1,269 job referrals on behalf of 413 job seekers, facilitated 9,103 self-service job referrals for 1,530 job seekers, and enrolled 125 individuals in the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act training, or WIOA training, and established 160 individual training accounts, or we call them ITAs. These accomplishments reflect the department's ongoing commitment to advancing workforce development across the territory. Youth and apprenticeship. The youth and apprenticeship programs function as integral components of the Workforce Development Division and are supported through a combination of federal grants and general fund appropriations. Mirroring the services provided to the adult population, the youth team conducts in-house academic and career assessments to evaluate each participant's strengths, interests, and needs. Based on these assessments, individualized employment plans and service strategies are developed, and appropriate referrals are made to external service providers. Youth services may include, but are not limited to, job readiness training, resume development, career exploration, and both paid and unpaid work-based learning experiences. Collectively, these services are designed to equip young people with the skills and competencies necessary to transition successfully into post-secondary education or the workforce. Two of the on-the-job training, or OJT, programs that VITAL financially supports are the Jobs for America's Graduates, Virgin Islands, or JAG-VI program, and the National Academy Foundation, or the NAF Academy. The JAG-VI supports 108 participants at a cost of $146,490.12, while NAF supports 41 participants at a cost of $37,074.66, totaling 149 participants across both programs at a cost of $183,564.78. Each year, the youth and apprenticeship programs serve more than 800 young people through a combination of local and federal funding streams. The general fund plays a particularly critical role in financing the Summer Youth Work Experience Program, which remains the largest youth initiative administered by the territory. Annual participation in this program is contingent upon the level of available funding. For FY 2025 program year, VITAL received a total of 1,240 applications for summer youth programs, 243 applications for the Career Exploration Program, that's our ages 14 and 15, 921 applications for summer youth work experience programs, ages 16 to 25, and 76 applications for Labor Investing for Tomorrow, or our LIFT internship program. The financial breakdown is as follows. The paid work experiences for 16 to 25-year-olds for 675 participants, totaling $1,036,017.14. Career exploratory for 14 and 15-year-olds for 142 participants, totaling $109,600. For fiscal year 2025, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor will service 817 participants through the Summer Youth Work Experience Program with a total program investment of $1,145,617.14. These numbers highlight the ongoing demand for youth employment opportunities throughout the territory and reinforce the need for continued support and funding for this vital workforce initiative. Unemployment insurance. The unemployment insurance program provides temporary, partial wage replacement to eligible workers who have been separated from employment through no fault of their own. This critical safety net supports individuals during periods of involuntary unemployment and helps stabilize the territory's economy. As of June 18, 2025, the Virgin Islands Unemployment Trust Fund maintains a balance of approximately $28,435,327.90 available for the payment of future claims. However, the territory continues to carry a loan balance of $51,974,488.96 with accrued interest totaling $1,264,218.64 as of the same date. There are 4,692 employers registered with the unemployment insurance territory-wide. Of that number, 63 are nonprofit employers, 14 are semi-autonomous employers, 54 are central government employers, 56 are federal government and U.S. state accounts, and 4,505 are contributory employers. Additionally, 1,910 employers are delinquent for contributions and quarterly reports. All employer tax rates for the current year have been assigned, and tax rate notices have been issued to all 4,505 contributory employers throughout the territory. Labor relations. The Labor Relations Division of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor is charged with enforcing labor standards and safeguarding employee rights to advance the welfare of the territory's workforce. The division is responsible for investigating a wide range of employment-related matters, including employment discrimination, sexual harassment, plant closings, child labor law violations, meal and rest break violations, and wage and hour claims. For FY 2025, the division processed 119 charges, resulting in the collection of $30,775.55 in owed wages. Additionally, the division conducted 107 compliance visits, issued 203 child labor certificates, and executed 5 outreach and educational activities. Looking ahead to fiscal year 2026, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor anticipates a significant increase in compliance reviews of business entities across the territory. These expanded efforts are part of the department's integral regulatory framework, which aligns oversight activities across unemployment insurance, workforce development, workers' compensation, hearing and appeals, and labor relations. This coordinated approach supports VIDAL's mandate to uphold labor laws and promote fair, employment practices. The compliance unit plays a key role in the integrated compliance strategy. In partnership with the Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission, or the EDC, the compliance unit develops and implements verification procedures to determine whether businesses are meeting statutory and regulatory requirements. The unit collaborates closely with the compliance divisions of the EDC and all vital departments, including labor relations, unemployment insurance, workers' compensation, workforce development, and hearing appeals unit, to collect and validate the data required to issue compliance clearance letters for employers currently benefiting from or seeking EDC incentives. This integrated compliance model institutionalizes annual reviews and audits for all registered business entities in the territory, ensuring consistent enforcement of labor regulations and promoting transparency and accountability across sectors. Planning, research, and monitoring. The Planning, Research, and Monitoring Unit supports integrity of VITAL's programs by ensuring that both federal and local funds are properly safeguarded and that all initiatives operate in strict adherence to regulatory guidelines. The PR&M unit monitors the implementation of the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, or WIOA, programs, evaluates eligible training providers, and oversees various workforce initiatives to ensure that participants receive high-quality outcome-driven training and services. Workers' Compensation Administration. Workers' compensation is a statutory insurance program established to provide medical benefits and wage replacement to employees who experience work-related injuries or occupational illnesses. The program is essential in ensuring that injured workers receive timely and appropriate care, while also offering financial support during periods of temporary or permanent disability. In fiscal year 2025, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor marked a major milestone with the successful implementation of Act number 8859, which transferred responsibility for the Government Insurance Fund from the Department of Finance to VITAL, effective August 9th, 2024. This fund is now formally recognized as the Workers' Compensation Trust Fund and is dedicated to delivering streamlined, centralized support for injured workers in the territory. As part of this transition, staff previously assigned to the Government Insurance Fund in the Department of Finance has been fully integrated into the Virgin Islands Department of Labor's Workers' Compensation Administration and the newly established underwriting unit operating from both our St. Croix and St. Thomas locations. This unit plays a critical role in enhancing claims management, expediting service delivery, and improving accuracy in underwriting employers' risk and setting premiums. Employer compliance requirement. Under Act 8859, all employers are required to pay their annual workers' compensation premiums by December 31st of the calendar year. Therefore, this year's premium payments are due on or before December 31st, 2025. To ease the financial burden, employers may opt to divide the payment into 2 equal 6-month installments. All payments must be submitted directly to the Virgin Islands Department of Labor's offices on St. Thomas or St. Croix. Comprehensive guidance on premium requirements and payment schedules are available on our Virgin Islands Department of Labor's official website. to ensure timely compliance and policy activation by January 1 of 2026. The Workers' Compensation Administration accomplishments from October 2024 to date include collecting $6,826,071 in employer contributions, dispersing $1,167,492.96 to medical providers, and issuing $1,033,199.13 in disability and lost wage compensation. These performance indicators emphasize the program's growing operational effectiveness and its critical role in supporting both employees and employers across the Virgin Islands. The Workers' Compensation Administration remains committed to processing claims efficiently and ensuring that eligible workers receive the full scope of benefits afforded to them under the law. Virgin Islands Division of Safety and Health, or VIDASH, is responsible for ensuring that public sector employees in the U.S. Virgin Islands are provided with safe and healthful working conditions. As part of its mandate, VIDASH conducts inspections, offers training and outreach, and enforces occupational safety and health standards across government workplaces. As of June 11, 2025, VIDASH has successfully conducted 46 workplace inspections, exceeding its annual target and KPI performance indicator of 45 inspections, a milestone achieved before the close of the third quarter of fiscal year 2025. In addition, VIDASH has completed 12 consultation visits, meeting its annual requirement and KPI well in advance of the fiscal year's end, and is on track to exceed the target by year end. These consultations are part of the division's proactive approach to fostering voluntary compliance and improving workplace safety through education and technical assistance. Further, the division has closed 37 prior inspection cases and resolved 13 unprogrammed activities, or UPAs, complaints, which are typically triggered by reports of imminent danger, referrals, or employee concerns. These accomplishments reflect VIDASH's commitment, continued commitment to maintaining compliance with safety standards and ensuring workplace safety culture across the public sector. Administrative services, administrative support and services. The Business Administration Division serves as the operational backbone of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, providing critical support functions in human resources, fiscal management, and administrative oversight. These divisions encompass the Office of the Commissioner, Legal Counsel, Business Administration, Human Resources, Information Technology, Management Information Systems, Maintenance, and Procurement. Each division/unit plays a vital role in ensuring the efficient and effective delivery of the department's program services. Additionally, Hearing and Appeals Unit upholds the principles of due process by providing claimants with a formal mechanism to appeal adverse determinations. The unit successfully achieved its KPIs related to receiving unemployment, insurance benefits, and adjudicating wrongful discharge claims in accordance with Virgin Islands labor laws. As of June 18, 2025, for fiscal year 2025, the division has conducted 59 wrongful discharge hearings and 52 unemployment insurance appeals. These proceedings reflect VIDAL's ongoing commitment to ensuring fairness, transparency, and accountability in the administration of labor and employment law across the territory. Miscellaneous. The Miscellaneous General Fund contributes $5,224,560 in support of various key initiatives and operational activities managed by the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. These funds are allocated to the following priority areas: unemployment insurance contributions on behalf of all agencies within the government of the Virgin Islands, $600,000. Interest payments on the outstanding federal loan associated with the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund borrowed on behalf of employers in the territory, which is $1,720,000. Operational expenses for the Workers' Compensation and the Virgin Islands Division of Occupational Safety and Health, $2,347,639. Summer Youth Work Experience, the largest youth employment initiative administered by Virgin Islands Department of Labor, at $576,921. These appropriations play a critical role in ensuring the continuity of services, supporting public sector obligations, and advancing workforce development across the territory. Conclusion: the Virgin Islands Department of Labor remains steadfast in its mission to administer a comprehensive system of programs and services that develop, protect, and sustain a strong and resilient workforce across our territory. I wish to express my deep appreciation to the Brian Roach administration, the dedicated team at the Office of Management and Budget, and most importantly, my Virgin Islands Department of Labor family for their continued dedication and service. I would like to offer special recognition and heartfelt congratulations to our 2025 Employees of the Year, Ms. Gregory Squillox of the Virgin Islands Division of Occupational Safety and Health in the St. Croix District, and Ms. Deetra Powell of the Workforce Development Services in the St. Thomas St. John District. Their exemplary commitment and professionalism embody the very best of public service and our collective mission. Honorable Senators, I humbly and respectfully request your favorable consideration for our fiscal year 2026 general fund appropriation in the amount of $12,984,698. This support is essential to the sustained delivery of critical services and continued advancement of our workforce development objectives. My team and I are available and fully prepared to respond to any questions or to provide any additional information you may require at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Commissioner Malloy, for your comprehensive testimony. And so you're defending your budget request, the governor proposed budget request of $12,984,698. So tell me, have you seen any reduction in your allotments for FY 2025 thus far?
Yes, Senator, we have seen a reduction in our allotment for 2025, and I can have Director Milligan clarify just how much if you need to.
Please, if you could just tell me what was the reduction for 2025 in your allotments?
I think we had a reduction. Kenneth Milligan, Director of Business Administration. I think the reduction you might be speaking to is the transfer of the utility to the single payer utility account. Like,
that's the only reduction you have seen?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to track what was the reduction for the allotments. So only in the single payers have you been deducted so far?
Yes.
And what's that amount?
240,831.
$240,000?
$831.
Okay. And that's the exact amount that was slated by line item in the FY 2024 amount as well.
Yeah, and then we also got what was offset by an increase of like $19,656 to cover the increases for the non-union employees.
Okay. So based on your understanding of that deduction of 240,831, that's for the entire year? Or you see that as reduction each quarter?
No, entire year.
So that was taken off the top?
Yes.
Okay, very well. No other deductions so far?
No.
Okay. One second, Senator. The Commissioner, in regards to, unless you have a core point in reference to what I just asked. Okay, 1 second. In federal, have you been notified of any federal clawbacks?
Yes, Senator. We have been notified that based on our grant for unemployment, we had submitted and was awarded $12.5 million to be able to assist with our modernization of the unemployment system, as well as to enhance our integrity process. Both of those grants have been clawed back for a total of $12.5 million, roughly.
Okay. And when was that grant awarded?
The Nisha, if I can, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel, we could get that to you.
All right, while they look for that information, I'll go to the point of information by Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, just for clarification, okay, so on page 5, you mentioned that the unemployment trust fund balance of $28,435,327, accrued interest totaling $1,264,000. But on page 8, you mentioned the workman's compensation, unemployment insurance fund interest is $1,720,000. What's the difference there?
Well, thank you for that question, Senator. In the testimony on page 5, what I was explaining is how much interest was accrued currently to date on the outstanding loan balance. So the first $28 million figure is what is actually in the unemployment insurance trust fund right now. The other $51.9 million is the actual outstanding on the loan, and then the actual 1.2 is the interest on that loan thus far.
So it's a total of 2.9 then?
52.9.
No. So again, the interest that we're talking about here is the interest that has accrued on the outstanding loan balance of the $51.9 million. Okay. On page 9, what we are...
Page 8.
On page 8, what we're referring to here is the total amount of the interest that we're anticipated to pay in September. So the total amount is 1.7. So as of right now, it's at 1.2. But we expect it to get to the 1.7 by the time we have to make the payment.
So between now and September, it increases about $490,000 more.
Roughly, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Getting back to the federal grants, Commissioner, I see that you have grant awards of $31 million, $31.2 million. That is outside of the 12.5, or the 12.5 is included in that amount?
It is, Director Milligan, can you clarify?
Kenneth Milligan, Director of Business Administration, it's included in that.
Included in that. Yeah. And so far, in terms of expenditure, you have expended $10 million of the $31 million. And of course, you mentioned about the 12.5 that has been clawed back. So there is an additional, out of that 21, you had 21 remaining, and 12.5 will come out of that 21. What's the situation with the expenditures of those additional funds? I see some that's expired by the end of this month, some that expires in September 30th of 2025, but there's over 10 of them that actually expires by June 30th of 2025. What's happening in that space?
Yes, Director Milligan?
Yes, Kenneth Milligan, Director of Federal Grants. A large, about most of the ones that ending with the high balances at the end of this month was CARES Act money. And we no longer have use for those money. And those money was specific to do specific things during that time. It was like for implementation, notices, all that kind of stuff. And that was the only use for the funds at that time. And this grant was actually extended by them like 3 years in a row. So now it's finally run its course.
Oh, and Senator, if we may, the Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel has the update on the question you asked.
Nisha Christian Hendrickson. Use the mic. Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel. In reference to the $12.5 million, they were awarded on 4/1/2023. However, we didn't receive the funds until 2024. And unfortunately, the clawback was May 22nd of this year, of 2024.
And that fund was actually awarded for modernization, you indicated.
Those are the dollars.
Those are the dollars?
Correct.
And now those are clawback.
Yes, they were clawed back across the country.
Okay.
Modernization and integrity.
Okay. So what was the issue with that? You weren't able to expend the money in a timely fashion, or what was happening? You have already gotten a quote on this modernization. What caused the money to remain to allow for it to be a clawback?
Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. The first issue is they received the funds rather late. Secondly, and which is most important, is that there were different initiatives across that were already in progress to be sent out. So we had ones that were in various stages of procurement. So we were very close to being able to finalize that part to be able to begin the contracts. And then, of course, the decision happened to claw back the money.
Okay. And in regards to the CARES money that now there's no longer use for that funding, there was no creativity, innovation in terms of how that money could have been utilized for anything else, or what? You say it was specific, or you weren't able to accomplish the task because obviously you wrote for the grant, or you were just given the grant? It was a formula grant?
No, well, it wasn't a formula grant. It was across the country, again, that's after the time of the pandemic. And so we utilized the funds as they were intended. But in many instances, they gave us more money, just like other states, that we needed to have. And so, of course, the money that we did not need, we sent back.
Okay. All right, so what's the total of that sent back in the CARES?
Give me a second.
Okay. So outside of, before I open up the floor to my colleagues real quickly, outside of the $51 million that's owed on that loan, well, first of all, how are you approaching this in terms of being able to start to reduce that number or pay down on some of that?
Well, thank you for that question, because we have substantially reduced it. We were able to make, within this fiscal, we were able to make a $20 million payment. So we were able to bring it down from 71 to 51. And based on our calculations, and provided that the employers continue to maintain and then the economy stays the same, and barring, let me knock on wood now, no need for borrowing again, we are anticipating that we should be able to get this loan cleared up by 2027 based on this body helping us to get the legislation passed and some of the adjustments we made within the system. We are on track to get rid of this outstanding loan by 2027, barring, like I mentioned, no other events.
And recognizing that good faith effort to fulfill pay down on that loan, how can we slow the interest? Because obviously, if these interests continue to accrue at a matter of months, we've seen upwards of $400,000 being assessed to this loan. How do we slow the interest on that?
It's the cost of doing business. Any year that we have a balance as of January 1, the interest is then put on. The only strategy that we can look at, and we're evaluating that right now, they gave us an opportunity to make an additional payment by July. If we can do that, that brings down the interest amount. But other than that, once we have a balance January 1 of any year, the interest continues, because there was a time period in which we were given to borrow and pay back, and the Virgin Islands has really extended way past the time period. So the interest rates is astronomical.
So that some effort is being made to pay some of this by July?
Well, we're looking at it because, again, within the atmosphere and the tenure, right now, the unemployment trust fund has about 28 million in there. And so we're looking at that very, very carefully and determining how much we have to pay in reserve. And you know, all employers in the territory that are part of paying this back based on the FUTA taxes, that federal unemployment tax that's charged by the federal government. Yep. So on average, our employers have been making between $6 to $7 million payments a year. If we continue to do that, any reserve that we have, we try to match that to pay down the debt.
Very well. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Bolkes. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to Central staff. Good afternoon, Commissioner Malloy and the leadership team from the Department of Labor. Let's go back to the federal grant utilization. There was a mention of 6.1 in your testimony. It was mentioned and is currently unspent. What are the risks associated with that 6.1 or any other federal grant, as we know how the posture of the federal government is at this point in time, with the implementation of DOGE early on in the tenure of the office of the White House, and trying to scale back and cut back, and we've definitely seen our share of cutbacks already. So I'm curious to know, is the Department of Labor, positioning itself to absorb any cutbacks that will be coming down from the federal side, if any?
Okay, thank you for that question, Senator. And first, let me clarify that the 6.1 is for what we anticipate for FY 2026. Okay. So, and then in terms of the funding, I don't like to use the term sent back as it pertains to the CARES Act money. We utilize the money for everything that it was identified to do, and based on what it was, what we got it for, everything was completed, and so we had no choice but to return. If we could not be reallocated or reappropriated to anything else other than what it was. So, in terms of what's happening on the federal side, we have two concerns that we really need to look at, because there's going to be a reduction in the funding for the workforce development, depending on what happens with the new bill. And so we're anticipating and planning for cuts for between 20 to 35% in budget. On the unemployment side, in terms of receiving the monies from the base grant, we're looking at possible reductions as well, but right now it's unclear as to how much. So what we've been able to do so far is we had a very good meeting just today with our regional administrator to make sure we brought these concerns up front, and they're in the holding pattern just like us. So we're planning that in the WIOA money with workforce development, that expires June 30th. So we have to obligate and expend by June 30th. The fiscal year for that starts July 1. So right now, we're anticipating getting the same allotment for July 1 because the other things haven't taken place yet.
Okay, and any jobs or staffing connected to those federal funds?
Yes, jobs and staffing in both unemployment and our workforce development services, as well as our youth and apprenticeship division, yes.
Okay, you mentioned in your testimony 16 backfilled and 2 new vacancies. Which of these positions are critical for program delivery?
All of them, but I can have Director Allen shed some more light if necessary.
Good afternoon, Jacqueline Allen, Human Resources. I agree with the Commissioner. All of those positions are critical. We do have to backfill those positions because keep in mind, we had bodies. And when we lose someone, an additional responsibility will have to come to another employee. So that's why we're trying to fill this position as quickly as possible.
Okay, I hope you get that done as soon as possible. Concerning the summer youth employment program, budgeted for 1.1, you're serving 817 youth. Is that sufficient for the demand? I'm just asking because
No, it's not.
it doesn't seem so to me. I'm just, and I need more clarity on that.
Well, the summer youth program is always what determines how many we solve is based on the funds available. So in fiscal year 2025, we received 876,000, and then we were able to balance that with and offset that with that's general fund, and then we offset that with what other federal programs. So in this upcoming fiscal for 26, there is going to be a reduction from the 876 to 576. So we already know that the program will not be able to be as big as it is this year, next year.
30 seconds.
That's unfortunate to hear. I would want it to be as big as it is right now with the proper funding. Perhaps more discussion can take place around that. But before my time expires, I really wanted to inquire. This body moved in the last legislature to acquire the St. Thomas headquarter building, and I would like to know if we can receive an update of some sort pertinent to that acquisition.
Well, thank you, Senator, for that question. And
Time.
The update is that we are working with the Department of Property and Procurement, and they've been actively working on the process, and we're very, very close to a closing date. Finally, there've been some challenges in the fact that we did have to go through probate, and so all those things are culminating, and we're very, very close to finalizing everything. We expect it to be very, very shortly. In this fiscal, yes, but very, very shortly.
How much rent have we assumed or have to pay as a result of not being able to close sooner?
Well, luckily, we had a lease in place that expires July, but I can have Director Milligan tell us how much rent we had to pay.
For this fiscal year?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yes.
Kenneth Milligan, Director of Federal Grants. Sorry, give me a sec. Give me a minute with that one, too. Because I wasn't keeping track of.
Yes. Yeah, if we could get, because obviously the plan was when we moved the legislation was to purchase the building and we had to offset the rent during FY 2025. So I would imagine our inability to pay it at that time now means that we have to pay rent. Or to pay the lease for that's been almost a whole year, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Let's see, who's next? Senator Blyden, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Commissioner Malloy and your management team there with you, and thank you so much for that most comprehensive testimony. You have a very large department and a lot of responsibilities, both on the employers and workers of the territory. I have some questions for you, though, in respect to your testimony. I know you spoke on page 3 of your testimony when it comes to workforce development services, and you basically spoke about partnering with employers and address workforce needs and fill critical vacancies, right? Let me ask you, how many employers do we have in terms of number under your work, under your stewardship? How many companies, employers?
In total, the number is going to come from unemployment, and it's in the testimony, it's about 4,692 employers registered in the territory.
That's a lot, which is good. Now let's talk to the partnering part and assuring that we can fill critical vacancies. I know I've seen or heard somewhere in terms with disaster recovery, $2 $10 million contract that went out. But in the post-audit report on page 3, it spoke to during fiscal year 25 budget hearing, Virginia Department of Labor's commissioner indicated that the youth and apprenticeship program are subjects of workforce development, and the staff is funded with the federal grants and general fund monies. Now, the post-audit department which is our eyes and ears here in this committee, was unsuccessful in receiving an update on services and activities being planned under this particular initiative. Can you speak to that, please? That's very important.
Thank you for that question, Senator. And we saw it as well. The only thing that I can bring to light on that, all the activities as it pertains to workforce development and youth. So the division of workforce development is a separate unit that's broken up into employment services, where we receive the Wagner-Pizer funding, as well as we receive WIOA funding to help us with our adult and dislocated worker. The youth is also under workforce development, but it's a separate division. And so when we report it as workforce development, and then we break out, just like in my testimony, we'll talk about workforce, and then we'll talk about specifically youth in terms of those activities. When you refer to the $10 million, that $10 million, that's a separate grant that we wrote for through HUD and the Virgin Islands Finance Authority. And that was a separate $10 million initiative that we wrote, and we have all the documentation that we supplied and did that. We had 2 years to spend the $10 million to provide training, and we did that.
And what types of training was provided under those programs?
In those programs, it was designed to do both construction. There was 4 phases in that: construction, supervisory for construction, non-construction areas, and then we had incumbent worker training, where we trained government individuals in grants management, project management, and data science, as well as we had job readiness skills for all participants within the program.
Very well. And as a result of that, did they receive any type of documentation in terms of certification and/or some type of documentation that they were trained and/or certified and have a skill set in order to basically go out and do other things?
Every one of those participants in the construction and in the non-construction area received, whether it's a national recognized certificate or an industry recognized certificate. We even were able to find out, we assisted the Frenchman Reef by having those hospitality or housekeeping certificates. We didn't even realize that there was a certification for that, but we got it done.
Usually is. Thank you so much for that. On page 7 of the post-audit report also, let me ask you quickly in terms of under the line item, you have office supplies, operating supplies, and small tool minor equipment, right?
30 seconds.
For 24, your actual workforce for these categories were 4,000 for office supplies, operating supplies, 74,000, small tool minor equipment, 201,000. In 25, it went way down to 9,000 for office supplies. Operating supplies, 4,000, and small tool minor equipment, 10,000. But in fiscal year 26, your request for office supplies had gone up tremendously, which went to 69,000. For operating supplies, 87,000 from 4,000, and small tool minor equipment from 10,965 to 68,500. Can you explain to me the reason for such a large discrepancy?
I'm happy you point that out. You talked about how much employers we have. We saw that we only have 121 staff. We need more material and supplies and stuff to be able to do what we do as effectively as we do it.
Very well. But thank you for that explanation. And finally, Mr. Chair, if I may add one more question. On page 5, I don't know if this question was asked before, but it seemed like there was a duplicate of numbers, because for the 25 revised budget, right, for the Summer Youth Employment Program, which is 876,922, you had it in two different areas, because you had the same amount for the Summer Youth Employment Program. But is that typo, is that error, or what's going on in that space?
No, it's. I think it's not the way we report it. I think it's the way it's being interpreted. It's captured in one area and then it's described in another.
By the same program.
By the same number. It's not double counting. You're not giving it to us twice. I would really love if you give it to us twice, but that's not what you do.
I think the numbers will reflect the both amounts, so you have to double check that. Okay, the numbers are there twice.
Right.
Okay.
But they're not twice in our budget. I just let you know that.
I believe it is. It is. So you need to double check that. It is. I checked. So you need to check also. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. We check, you check. We'll make sure it's right. All right. At the end of the day, Ms. Director Milligan, you have the number for the rentals.
Yes.
Rentals?
Yes. Kenneth Milligan, Director of Business Administration. So far, $187,000.
And where you getting that money from?
We have an allocation plan that we worked out. So a combination of the federal grants and then, so based on the allocation, how we work it out, it's based on seats for each division. So we are splitting it across both federal and local.
So you're not going to come to this body for that money later on, you're saying? You're good?
No, we will not.
Good show. All right. I want to go back a little bit to the single payers utility. I know you said that you paid out front the $240, but what is your actual to date on your single payer? I mean, in terms of your bills that you have received, are you tracking those?
Yes. Well, we haven't paid out. Sorry, Kenneth Milligan, Director of Business Administration. We haven't paid out the $40,000. We actually just transferred it out of our budget to that fund.
Yeah, I'm trying to get an assessment of what you're paying right now in single payers utility from, well, I mean, what are you paying in WAPA costs, which is going towards the single payer? Is the $240,000 sufficient as it stands right now?
Yes, right now, we currently are at $126,000.
126, and that's as of which date?
I believe it's of us last month.
As of May?
Yeah.
May. Okay, very well. All right. Next, the chair will recognize Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all listening, viewing, and present. Commissioner, how are you doing today?
Fine. How are you doing, Senator?
Can I get your actuals for personnel, fringe, supplies, other services and charges, and let me know as of what date, please?
Yes, Senator. Director Milligan?
Kenneth Milligan, Director of Business Administration. I'll get you that shortly.
Okay, good. Thank you. Has anyone received any wage increases in 25?
Director Allen, please.
Good afternoon, Jacqueline Allen, Director of Human Resources. No, Senator.
Okay, is any retro owed to anyone?
No.
Or you have any GS employees?
We do.
How many?
7.
7 GS employees. When are the GS employees due their next increase?
They received it in this fiscal, so it's in 2 years.
27, okay, good. Any personnel under $35,000?
Yes, Senator, we have 12.
12. They all in the same unit? I mean, same union?
Yes.
Okay. What union is that?
SIU.
SIU. Okay. OSHA comes under you?
Yes, Senator.
You know, is there an OSHA unit?
Yes, there is.
Are there personnel in that?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Are there federal funds that we are given that match that? Are we still getting those OSHA funds?
Yes, we are. We get a very limited amount, and so the majority of the staff within OSHA is on the general fund.
Okay, the majority or all?
All except the director.
Okay, good. How many staff in OSHA?
We're staffing up now, Director Allen.
5.
5. Plus the director?
Including director.
Included. Okay, good. Now, so you say we don't have a savings from owning the building?
Not yet, Senator.
We actually out another $187,000, but it ain't even budgeted in your 25 budget. They would come on the lease properties, and you only had 4 lease properties in your 25 budget, so there's no monies at all. So you got $187,000 plus that would go toward paying rent for next year?
No, Senator.
How is that actually going to work?
What we did, as I mentioned, we have a cost allocation plan that we assess to each of our division and units. And so so we were able to utilize our federal dollars, and then those units that had general funds, we were able to put the difference.
So what federal account you get the money from?
Director Milligan would have to help us with that as soon as he gets the information.
Okay, you could add that to the other questions. And what local account did you get that money from? Because it don't exist. So, and how much money locally did you get out of the $187,000?
Okay, so we'll answer those questions.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Do you have a copy of the post auditor's report?
Yes, I do, sir.
I think it's page 4. You have Department of Labor FY25 appropriation was reduced by $240,831 to account for the single-payer utility transfer. In addition, post-audit discovered 3 unexplained deductions of $222,418, totaling $667,241, 9% of the unallotted funds. The deductions were applied to government insurance, summer youth employment, and unemployment interest, insurance contributions. Now, I don't know if that was mentioned in your testimony. I do apologize for not being here while you were testifying. But
30 seconds.
There is a $666,254 unexplained deductions from your budget, from your unallotted funds.
Yes, Senator.
How do we account for that?
That's another on Mr. Director Milligan's task, so he'll explain for you.
I like that. Milligan will get those. Good. I like that. Okay, Mr. Milligan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
In regards to that, Kenneth Milligan, Director of Business Administration. In regards to that deduction, I'm not sure where those figures are coming from, because we got the so far for that GIF operating expense, we received 9 months worth of allotment thus far. And for the summer youth, we received the entire allotment. And for the UI insurance contributions, we have not asked for that fund, those monies as yet, because we're not ready to pay that bill as yet.
Okay, could I address that, Mr. Chair, through the, I know my time was called, but if you don't mind, through the post auditor, to just address that, and then I could close out with my personal fringe, other services, and if you don't mind, sir.
Very well. Post auditor, you may respond. Turn on your mic. Your mic is on? Yes. It's on.
Good afternoon. Dr. Theodora Phillip, addressing, who am I addressing? Yes, Senator DeGraff, through the chair. The information, so in preparation of our reports, we request a master file from OMB to assist us with our investigative work. And in reviewing the entire budget in its entirety, because we can see everything, on the back end, there was a 9% deduction. And so it's just as we stated. It gives us the list of what remains unallotted to date. And so on the back end, with each of those categories, the same figure is missing, the $222,418.
Okay, so basically, Mr. Billigan, you are aware of that, and the commissioner is aware.
Aware of
that deduction of totaling $667,254.
I'm not sure of the log you're mentioning.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an allotment log that we utilize to do our work.
An Excel log?
Yes, an Excel. It's an allotment log that was shared. I tried to access it a while
Okay,
ago.
in the interest of time, through the chair, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, if you could get in contact with the post auditor after, and you could get that straight. No, we just need to know. And then can I get the actuals in personal fringe, supplies, and then right down to where the rent coming from. Okay, personnel, actuals, and what date?
Okay.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Again, what we'll do is get the post auditor and the director together sometime during the break or sometime in between so that they could reconcile those numbers and we could be straight on.
Okay, I could just get the actuals from him?
The actuals?
Yeah.
You may go ahead and proceed with the actuals. Actuals of personnel, fringe, supplies. You still working on it? Okay. All right.
Oh, you're
All
still
right.
working on it?
Yes.
Okay, all right, cool. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Heber Frederick, Commissioner, there's a lot of conversation nationally regarding the closure of Job Corps programs. How are you navigating that process? Is there any contingency being put in place to do that? How many Virgin Islanders we have currently in the Job Corps program, if you're aware of it, and then because they have served as a lifeline for quite some time for Virgin Islanders, so I just wanted to make sure that we're on top of our game in respect to how do we backfill that issue.
Thank you for that question, Senator. And I'll just say that for line of sight, the Department of Labor hasn't had nothing to do with Job 4. It's now moved as an initiative that the Workforce Board has been working with, and a lot of the communication has moved from New Jersey to Puerto Rico, and there was a lot of establishment working. Now, by them cutting the program, the funding that supported that program is no longer there. So everybody is subject to what's going to happen. Now, for us in the Virgin Islands, the only thing that we can continue to do is make sure that the individuals that require services like that we continue to expand our workforce services, include them, make sure that we do the necessary assessments, and do the best job that we can to do make the matchmaking between them, whatever training requirements, whatever education that we could do, and then ultimately getting them to job placement.
Okay, I'm hoping that I guess we will get with the workforce development is who's ultimately responsible for that at this time.
Well, they were working with it as an initiative, as making an initiative through Governor Bryan to make sure that that connection maintained, because the Department of Labor had not been involved with Job Corps for some time.
Okay, I know what some of the states have done was move them towards the community colleges, but obviously we don't have that kind of infrastructure in place to do it here locally. So yeah. I'll reach out to workforce development and see what they're doing within that. At this time, Heber Frederick, you recognize for your 5 minutes. Senator Frederick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good to see you guys here. Thanks for coming in. Good afternoon, colleagues, listening and viewing audience. Commissioner Dr. Malloy, how you doing, sir?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Very proud of you and your spouse for your achievement. Good job.
Thank you.
Commissioner, help me out here with some of these local funding. I noticed our post-audit review said that your account went up 20% in terms of your general fund appropriation for personnel services. I'm not the biggest fan of going up. I like to go down because you know, I know we need to find the money from somewhere. Unless it's federal money, then I'm going up with you. You've got 5 positions here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 positions here from the local budget, local funds, dealing with grants management, administrative assistant, accountant 3, blah, 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 all the way down to unemployment insurance quality control officer. Help me out with these positions because you're coming from the general fund. 7 positions at a cost of $331,863. What's the impact that's going to make overall?
I'll just say, Senator, thank you for the line of questioning, and I'll just say that the increase is attributed to the government insurance fund, staff and employees that's transferred from the Department of Finance, that's coming over to the Department of Labor. That is the major significant increase in there. As it pertains to these particular positions, You're getting it for a grand bargain of $331,863 because these are actually essential positions in terms of being able to maneuver through our federal grants and unemployment, as well as workers' compensation processes, as well as PRM, Planning, Research, and Monitoring, the program monitor. These are all essential positions that we cannot do without, or we will not be able to meet certain federal or local statutory requirements.
Fair enough. You got me on that one. I'm not going to fuss. If it's mandatory, if it's required, if it's going to help us keep our federal funding, I'm all for it. Let's talk about your lease properties. I see one here that says 820 Colgate Avenue, number 7B, the Bronx, New York. What's that about? It's $250,435. It's Francis Properties. Francis Properties, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
on page 11,
you see Francis, right?
Yes.
Senator Francis, right? Not his properties.
No, Senator. That is our landlord for the St. Thomas St. Thomas building.
Okay, that's the one we're waiting to acquire?
Yes, that's the one that we are in the final stages of acquiring. We're speaking it into existence.
All right, I'm getting excited about that. So the next property that, it's really up there is 431,505. That's your Castle Coakley property. Where are we in terms of trying to get that number down after 2030?
Right now, that's the rent that we pay for the property on St. Croix, and it's tied to a lease agreement that goes until 2030. There's also a CPI increase every year, so that's why it's going to increase.
1 minute.
We've lost some federal programs in that building. Were they subleasing to you?
No, they're not. We're not the landlord. We have a landlord there as well, so we all are paying the same landlord.
Okay, great. See, I was wondering if that was going to cost us, some revenues, because USDA and stuff like that.
Yes,
right?
only USDA.
All right. Let's talk about some personnel contracts that's expired or expiring. Abbott API expired on 5/7/2025.
30 seconds.
All the funds were dispersed. How was the outcome from that contract?
Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. Please.
Good day, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. Mr. Abbott assists us with unemployment insurance and maintenance for our MyUI system, and he's done an excellent job, and it has been completed.
And he's local?
He is not local.
He's not local. Okay, good. Well, we've got some local providers. Just keep that in mind. I'm trying to, send some business to the local businesses.
Time.
Mr. Chair, if I can just finish up here, please. LexisNexis, it's getting very expensive to do business with them. Is there any other provider that could give us that product for a better value? 4,209.
Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. We actually completed an RFP process, so we had competitive bidding, and they were the best qualified bidder for the particular product. And it's helping with UI modernization to help to detect and remediate fraud.
Okay, last but not least, UVIRT Park, 400,000, expiring the end of this year. What we got?
The RT Park was a MOA agreement with that entity to be able to attract journalists from abroad, help to be able to really increase our awareness, especially in the technical fields. And so we've exhausted that contract. It actually expires at the end of this month.
So we're not renewing that?
We are not renewing.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Nova Francis. P.O. Box address is P.O. Box 832, Christiansted, St. Croix. Let the record reflect. And then Colgate, I ain't there in New York, I ain't there in Bronx, I ain't there in no place else. You gotta be careful of these guys, man. I don't know. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, that's not fair to make me laugh before my questions, okay? But you got to clear the record up. You do have to clear it. My question, Commissioner Malloy. So I think this is where you address it a little bit, but I just wanted to verify that where it says in the post audit the creation of 19 positions, that was really when you captured, if for want of a better word right now, the employees from the Department of Finance. Is that what is that what that is? How many employees did transferred over?
Director Allen, I believe it's what, 7?
A total of 9.
9. So the creation of 19 includes those 9. That's what I'm asking. Where
I don't believe so.
the post-audit report says creation of 19 positions.
We're having a little challenge with the creation of 19 positions.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, explain.
so we didn't create 19 positions. So we need to be able to clarify it, and that's something else we'll talk to the post auditor to be able to resolve.
Okay, thank you. We do need a clarification. Thank you. I also wanted to ask on
Yeah, I don't know.
where it speaks to the unemployment insurance. And there's that line that says, and you may have addressed this before, 1,910 employers are delinquent for contributions. What's the process of going after those delinquencies? That's a lot. That's almost 40%, correct? Of the
total amount of employers.
Right.
Yeah, and thank you for that question, Senator. And this is, I always like to say we come in peace, because at the end of the day, we are making sure that the employers in the territory understand their responsibility to file. But in some cases, we have, depending on your business structure, some employers don't feel they need to file. So we need to make sure that we do a lot more education based on the process. Because technically, if you're a sole proprietorship and you don't have any employees, then you would not file. But if you have a sole proprietorship and you get a contract and you hire people, you are required to file because you're now liable. So that we're finding is a gray area where some individuals would be compliant with workers' comp, but then not file on unemployment. So we're trying to clear that up. But these 1,900 employers have not submitted a quarterly report for 8 quarters or more.
8 or more?
8 quarters or more.
8 quarters.
And I'll just say that what we have in progress, we have a project and we're utilizing a lot of our young people and our summer team in addition to augment our staff. And I can tell you we've already been in touch with 1,600 of the 1,900 in terms of making sure they have contact and then trying to find out what their obligations are or to clear it up.
That's excellent. I mean, 1,600 out of 1,900 you've already contacted?
With the help of the young people, the young talent that we have in the building.
Wonderful. Kudos to you on that. My colleague usually asks, I don't know if he did today with you, he usually asks the question, how many employees do you have under 35,000? I don't know if he asked that.
Yes, and
my military colleague, 7. He's showing me 7.
No.
The
number is 12.
12. Oh, he meant to do 5. Thank you. So let me ask this though, because as you know, it's in the air. You have 2 receptionist positions that are 28,991 and one is 27,859. When you look at the salary and you look at the position, is it that this salary is based on length of time, experience? Are they brand new?
In some cases, it's based on experience for them being there, because normally that's an entry-level position and they would start at the 27,040. And also, we are the Department of Labor, and we track the Bureau of Labor Statistics information, and on our website, there is the 2024 occupational wages, where there's a guideline that most individuals outside of the territory use it more than us locally.
Time.
So there's some consistency based on the survey in terms of what we pay our employees based on our numbers. And so we're one of the lowest in the government in terms of the scale. So
You're one of, may I, sir?
You may.
Thank you. You say you're one of the lowest in government.
with having positions, duties, role, and responsibilities tied to salary.
That's interesting. Department of Labor. Okay. Wow.
We have 77 unionized employees out of the 121.
77 unionized.
Yes.
Okay. If I were a receptionist in the private sector, what would my salary be?
Well, let me see.
Do you know? I'm just asking this question because I know we are focused on the public sector,
Yes,
but the government serves all the people, private as well as public. What would the salary be for a receptionist?
What
in the
we
private
have
sector?
here, based on our labor statistics, we're looking at an hourly rate of about $16.55, $16.55, depending. And again, it's a wage.
Okay,
So
that's good.
a range.
Yes. Thank you very much. That helps me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator James. Before we go to the points, real quickly, when was the last time you had a desk audit of your position?
We haven't had a desk audit for some time, Senator.
Yeah. So maybe you're overdue for one. You could have a discussion with your colleague at the Division of Personnel to perhaps do that, and then you could right fit some of these positions to the salaries.
If I may, we can. But one of the things that happens with a desk audit, we have to be very careful because sometimes it works against the employee depending on what's actually happening. So what we have been doing is working very hard with Director Allen on a lot of internal promotions and making sure that we provide whatever requisite training internally to help individuals prepare for what we have internally. And we try our best to make sure that if it's an internal versus an external candidate, the internal candidate would have first preference depending on the qualifications.
Okay, very well. I know some of it, if you could tie the collateral duties to it, rather than having so specifics, I think that helped to offset, being able to offer higher salary as well. Point of information, Senator Blyden, Senator DeGraff, next. Senator Blyden first. I'm on break. Jermaine. Recognize the mic of Senator Blyden. Hopefully it's germane so that we don't break the momentum that we have just there.
Only germane point of information I give. That's the rule.
Yes,
my colleague, the female senator, the last speaker that's from St. Croix, that spoke, our attorney, that spoke in reference to filing, and you said there's 1,900 out there that did not report, but your students did a great job in capturing 1,600. Kudos to them. My question is, what's the process if and when you reach out, you make contact, they still do not do what they're supposed to do? What's next in terms of the penalties? What happens? Can you explain that to us, please?
Yes, Director, Assistant Commissioner and Legal Counsel.
Sure. Good afternoon again, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel. So in the event that a business does not report timely, there is going to be a penalty. If when we look into their records, let's say, for example, they had 3 individuals. So they have a penalty in each one of those individuals. And if they do not, at the end of our process, correspond with us, we can go all the way up to liens, and we have a 10-year statute of limitations to do that. So there are several levels that we can continue to go after the bad actors. But we're hoping with this process, we don't have to do that. We can clear up the issues.
2 more follow-up questions. What's the amount of the penalty, and how much penalties have we implemented for, say, last fiscal year 24? Because I know we're still in 25. It'll be helpful to know what's going on in that space. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
And we'll get that. We'll get that to you, but just know that it's a cumulative process, and so some penalties can be very, very high because it's like Attorney mentioned, it's going to be over the period of time and for how many years. And so just to be clear, 1,910 employers have missing quarterly reports for at least 8 quarters or more.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize your point of information, and then we'll go to a break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along the same lines in regards to these employers, is that federal law or local law you mentioned in terms of what employers should be knowing?
It's a combination of both.
Sure. Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel. It's a combination of both. We have local unemployment law is found in Chapter 12 of Title 24, and of course we also follow the federal unemployment.
So then on the local end, is there any legislation we may need to address in fixing some of those issues?
Well, luckily, we actually just came before the legislature not too long ago, and you all helped us to address many of the issues by increasing the statute of limitations and making sure that businesses understand their regulations. So I wouldn't say so at this time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And I'd just like to add, we need to thank you because based on you working and moving the legislation forward, that's one of the major reasons we've been able to have more stability in the trust fund.
Act 8859, check it out. Before we break for the change of the reporter, I just want to recognize the presence of our Senate Vice President, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, has joined us. Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you. At this time, the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee will take a 2-minute recess. And we are out of recess. Again, we're in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. And today we have before us at this time Department of Labor, Dr. Commissioner Gary Molloy. And right before the break, we had asked for some actual numbers. If you could provide that, Director Milligan, you ready?
Yeah.
You may proceed.
Kenneth Milligan, Director of Business Administration. Personnel Services, $2,362,305. Fringe, $1,093,910.
Supplies?
$117,124.
Other services?
$605,889.
And of course, the utilities is at $240,831.
Yeah.
There. Okay, good, thanks. What about the COVID CARES money, the funding?
$3,505,000.
3.55. Thank you. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a special welcome to Commissioner Molloy, Jean Ford, former senator, and all of the distinguished staff. Department of Labor is one of those high-performing agencies in the government. I want to mention one thing because the whole community would remember, right? And we need to talk about the good sometimes because labor used to be an area where would have massive flooding. And, Virgin Islands, if you go to the Department of Labor now, it's never flooded out. So congratulations. I don't know what part you play, but I know Public Works did a new box culvert under the ground and stuff. So congratulations, that's great. That area in the Virgin Islands don't flood anymore. Well, Sapopa. Okay. So your ax is $12,984,698. I wanted to go to actually about the Workforce Opportunity Tax Credit Program because I know some of the larger employers and stuff. Tell us what's going on with that because that's a program available for those disadvantaged groups that's eligible and the employers get tax credits. So give me an update how that's coming.
Thank you for that question, Senator. And I'll just have it to Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel for clarity.
Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel. There are approximately 32 employers that participated in that program in the territory. Of course, unfortunately, one of the bigger ones, which is Kmart, is recently closed in St. Croix, and we're helping those employees transition to other jobs. But if there's any other updates for those employers, we'll make sure to get out to your office, Senator.
Okay, thanks. Also, I think it was last year, I think it was the 35th legislature, we had, you had came before us regarding the maximum amount of weeks where you can get benefits. I think it was going from 26 or 24 down to like 16 or something. What's the status of that now?
Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel.
Again, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel. Yes, we work with the legislature to be able to make that change, to be able to move it from the 26 to the 16 weeks, and we're in the process of working with a programmer. We have to reprogram our system to be able to do that. So we're working through that process now.
And if I may just like to put on the record that part of the $12.5 million that went back is what we were utilizing to help fast-pace the modernization. So we're going to be a little delayed on the implementation, even though it's already in law.
See, that's what I like about labor. The volunteer information is like you don't have to have all the answers. They actually give you the other part that you don't know. See, that's why I say is a high performing. Okay, so congrats on the Summer Youth Work Experience Program, 817. You explained earlier what could happen with that. I wanted to go to the Workers' Compensation Administration. You said you collected $6,826,071. You disbursed $1,167,000 to medical and $1,033,000 more or less to those in disability lost wages. So what's about the other? It's about $4.6 million difference there. What's the status with that?
Well, I'll just say thank you for that question, and we need again thank this body for Act 8859 because by combining both the Brazilian Department of Labor and the Government Insurance Fund, stop the back and forth that claimants and the providers had to go through, whether filing their claims at the Department of Labor and then us trying to get the resources and the funding to make sure it's paid through Department of Finance. Now we're one unit. And so the fund is with us now. So we actually collect the money. The employers pay Department of Labor, and we actually cut the checks to the injured workers as well as to the providers from this fund.
Okay, good. I got to go now to the difference between the U3 and the U6 unemployment rate.
30 seconds.
I know it came up last legislature in the Education Committee, our female senator from St. Croix, the attorney. So I know the U3 rate we're doing good, but the U6 unemployment, which includes the underemployed, the discouraged workers who have given up looking for work, and the marginally attached, those who have actually left the workforce. How can we bring those back into the workforce, especially since we're looking for all kind of employees and they might have some of the skills that we may be looking for? How could we do that?
And I thank you for that question. And again, that's always a challenging for us because when we give you the unemployment rate and we tell you the unemployment rate is 3.2% for the entire territory, and then we break down what's in St. Thomas and St. Croix, because St. Thomas is about 2.9, St. Croix is about 3.7 based on those numbers. Those numbers are coming from the UI3 and they're made up of 3 different components, but that's what's being reported from the UI3. That is capturing individuals 16 years or older, full-time and part-time, who are actually working or who are actively looking for work. The UI6 captures a particular population. So in addition to the UI3, there's UI1, UI2, UI4, UI5, and UI6. The reports that you're talking about, those we need to be, they're tied to the census. So we need that current population survey done on a more regular basis for us to be able to get that information. So we really don't have that information because it would come to us from an outside entity. So what we're trying to do right now, we're in the matchmaking business. Our goal is to match the job seeker with the employer. Once those employers post those vacancies within our system, it triggers our workforce staff to go out and say, listen, this is what we're looking for. That helps us to build our training. And again, we try to make sure, I'm going to use the matchmaking, we try to make sure that first date, that you got a second date. And then hopefully it's going to lead to some sort of marriage or contractual obligation where you'll be on long-term employment. But we cannot force people to come to work. It's a very difficult population to deal with. They're not coming to us, and so we are making every effort to go to them. But I can tell you, many of them, we have some additional challenges that it's just not employment. There's some other social issues that we need to address as well.
Yeah, and since you mentioned that, Mr. Chair, if I could just finish up. You can't force people to be employed, and I want to touch on that because, it seems like for years, I'd say maybe about 15 years, every time I pass Department of Labor, there's 2 particular persons that I always see going in and out the office, and they're not labor employees. It seems like there's some persons like just can't find a job or they can't keep a job. Or are there any training programs? What do you do for those types of persons? Because I see they're always going in and out your door. And then I see them all over the place,
I could thank you. I could let AC Ford expand a little bit, but I'll tell you this, that we do have some regular customers that due to no fault of their own, they end up in some challenging situations, so they need our services. Mm-hmm. And then we do have those that understand the system very well, that if you want to be on unemployment, you can only be on unemployment for a certain period of time. Once that exhausts, you go back to work for a certain period of time, and then so we do have those as well. So it's a combination of those things.
Yes. So, and Mr. Chair, and you can answer in the chair's time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Assistant Commissioner, you may respond.
Good afternoon, Gene Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Labor. You are correct, Senator. There are a number of individuals that frequent us after. We like to look at it as a good thing in terms of the fact that they know where to come to get proper service. There are times when there, as the Commissioner may have mentioned, about there's some social problems that we have to address. That's what's preventing them from actually getting the job. But we don't turn anybody back. We make sure that we put you into training if that's necessary, and that's going to make the difference. And we make sure, as you've said, we're in the matchmaking business. We try to match you with what you want, what skills you can do. We don't give you a job. You have got to earn it. So we provide the training, and we get an idea of the type of work that you're looking for. And so we go ahead and try and find you a vacancy.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Ford, for that. I just wanted to make sure that we put on the record that even with the reduction of the time with the unemployment category, you didn't lose any benefit, but it was spread out over that period of time. I think it's important that we indicate that, because there were actually rumors that circulated that, in fact, with the reduction of the time, that you lost benefit, and that's not true, correct?
Thank you for that clarification, Senator. While we were proposing moving it down from 26 to 16, we were keeping the payout consistent. The goal was you're not going to lose any money. The goal was to try to get you back in the workforce faster. So that's it.
Correct. What's the current unemployment rate?
The current unemployment rate is 3.2% territory-wide. And again, on St. Thomas is about 2.9%, and St. Croix is another 3.7%.
What is
that is as of April.
As of April.
The new numbers are coming out shortly.
And how do we reconcile those individuals as not seeking a job? What do we believe that number look like? Any perspective on that?
And those are the individuals captured in what Senator Fonseca was mentioning in the UI6 or the UI5 or the other reports. And so and the biggest contrast that I continually get is you're saying the unemployment rate is 3.2 and they got all these individuals like here that can't find work. Again, the definition is actively working or actively looking for work. If they're not looking for work, they're not going to be in our numbers. And so what we're trying to make sure that we do, our outreach, which is why we have to do more outreach. And to do more outreach, you're going to need more staff and more resources.
Very well. Thank you for that. The chair will now recognize Senator College. Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone, and of course, a good afternoon to the Department of Labor. I like to say you guys get people to work, and you take care of those people who are transitioning, to give them an opportunity to get trained and to put them back to work. So kudos to you. I just have a couple of questions for you. Specifically, in the fiscal year 2025 budget, we had allocated a line item for vacant positions. How many vacant positions did you fill?
Director Allen?
I'm sorry, Senator Jacqueline Allen, Human Resources.
Kindly indicate for this fiscal year 2025, how much vacant positions have you filled?
For fiscal 2025, we posted 22 positions. In the post-audit report is correct with regards to deleting 5 positions, and we filled the balance with the exception of 1, and that position will be filled in about 2 weeks.
So you filled a total of 20 positions? Is that what you're representing? Or 21?
18. 18.
You filled 18 vacant positions. Were any of those positions new positions?
If any were new?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. We had 1 new position for fiscal 25, which was budgeted at 50%, and we posted it in April. We hired her in May.
Okay, great. All right, so you're being very efficient with that, and so you only have right now, what, 1 unfilled position?
No, where we are right now,
Right.
currently, we have 16 vacant backfill positions.
Okay.
Correct. 10 on the general fund, 6 with federal.
Okay. 10 on the general fund, 10 on the general fund, and 6
federal.
6 federal. Okay. Okay, now I want to switch and ask some questions relative to your grants funding, your federal funding. On page 12, I calculated of the total amount that you have here, that is grant balances, you have about $21,221,054.37. That's the balance that you have currently with your grant. I wanted to also look at and just zero in that you also have about $3,242,949.45 that may potentially get recaptured. That's the balances this month because they have an expiration date of June 30th, 2025. Specifically, I'm talking about this grant that you have here for unemployment insurance state administration. You received that funding in April of 2020 and it expires June 30th, 2025, and that has a balance of $645,289. You also have a big one here, and this is another unemployment insurance state administration, PUA administration. You have a balance of $1,305,533.97. You got this money in 2020, and it's going to expire June of this year. Tell me, how are you addressing those funding that may be clawed back?
Thank you for that question, Senator. I'll just start and have Director Milligan clarify, but those are tied to the CARES Act and tied to the pandemic. And so those grants, for the most part, are already closed out. But Director Milligan?
Kenneth Milligan, Director of Business Administration. Like the Commissioner said, those funds were specific for the situation we have with the COVID.
So these are sorry.
Time.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, may I? These are the grants that were related to COVID?
Yes.
Okay, so all of these PUA admin is those grants?
Yes.
Okay, so you already explained that. Tell me about this ARPA Unemployment Integrity Grant. You didn't spend any of that money. That was awarded on the April of 2023, and it is going to expire this year, December. And that's for $869,000. What happened with that one? That's COVID too?
Director Milligan?
No, those are part of the money the Commissioner mentioned that they clawed back. Those was for IT modernization. It was the $869,000, the $10,200,000, and also the 1.497.
So they took, okay, so now we see where there was 4 here. Okay, I have one final question, Mr. Chairman, and it's relative to your indirect cost. Any of the monies them that are clawed back, did you spend your indirect costs on them before they were clawed back?
Yes.
You did. How much of it did you spend?
I don't have that information right.
Through the chair, kindly send him the amount that you spend in indirect costs, because if you were spending the indirect costs before you spent the actual federal money, then you may it depends on how you spent it. So just through the chair to tell us, how much of the amount that was clawed back had associated indirect costs that you spent. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator Kenneth Gittins, I wanted to let you know it didn't fall on deaf ear and we want to also celebrate your Employee of the Year. I think you mentioned Greg Reese Willocks as well as Ms. Deetra Powell. Are they here? We love employees that go above and beyond on government service, so we appreciate your work. Thank you. At this time, Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations to those employees as well. Hope you received my letters as well. All righty. The Commissioner and your team, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Senator.
Now, the good finance chair has been on a roll from the time he started. You've had consistently his full 7 plus at least another 7, 8 coming. So by the time I come here now to ask any questions, it might sound a little redundant. I don't apologize for asking something twice, though. But to the workers' compensation, how are we now on those payments?
Thank you for that question, Senator. First of all, I want to say that we don't have any outstanding obligations now. So
say that one more time for me.
We do not have any outstanding obligations owed to medical providers other than what's being incurred right now based on the injured workers. So there's no outstanding. In the past, we've had to come down and ask for appropriations to help with that. We've been able to clear up all of the outstanding. All of that took place before the transfer of the government insurance fund over to the Department of Labor. So all the funds that we collect now under the direction of Director Rainier Thomas and her team, we are very current with all the medical providers and current with the injured workers based on their payroll.
Excellent. Excellent. I was looking at the summer program. So you said you were able to address at least 817 students for the summer program?
Yes, Senator, 817.
That 817 is broken down by district.
Yeah, we can get that specific to you very shortly.
And while you're doing that, that would means that a little over 400 fell to the wayside.
About 423 to be exact.
Right. So you knew ahead of time that you only had 817 slots?
Well, it's all based on the appropriation. And then what we do, every year we always have between 3 to 350 that don't get to be filled in this particular program, depending on the amount of funding.
For various reasons.
Right. But it's basically based on the funding. But we break it down into 3 programs. So the career exploratory, 14 and 15-year-olds, the 16 to 25-year-olds, and then we have the lift interns from 18 to 25.
Right. So what I was hoping that you would have explained to me is that that it wasn't because of a shortage of funds. But I guess I'm trying to go, if we know we only have room for 800, then why are we accepting 1,300 applications? I know that there might be a time too where you might have 800 slots. You don't want to accept just 800 applications because 100 might not come forward. I understand that. But why 423 to be exact, like you're saying, for them to be disappointed?
Well, the challenge is this. We had a deadline to submit the application of April 11th. And so we definitely closed off at April 11th, and when we closed off, it was 1,240 applications that we'd received. So there are several individuals that have reached out to us that did not file applications and missed that. But it's a good problem to have, but like you mentioned, there's some disappointment because we're not going to be able to fill everybody based on the money that we have.
One minute.
But we've been having, luckily, we've had good corporate citizens and even some senators within the body that have taken summer students and paid for some, and then we paid for us. So based on the cost share, we've been able to accommodate a little more students.
And lastly, and that one, so we could keep going, because this timekeeper, I think she does stay on my time most of her. But any efforts made this year
30
to
seconds.
reach out? You see what I mean? Any efforts made to reach out to private sector employers to encourage their participation in the program?
On a regular basis, and they have been doing it to the extent possible that they can. And we also put them through a process, because if you're not current with the labor laws, we're not placing students there with you. If you're not current with the OSHA environment, we're not placing students
In the
there.
last 10 seconds, let's try to do this with the...
Time.
I want to know, see what I mean? 10 seconds, and she still said time. But may I, Mr. Chair, Rapporteur? Thanks. The execution of plans to renovate the building here on St. Thomas, it might have been asked already, but we appropriated some funding through Act 8802, I believe it is. I want to know, tell me about that. Tell me about your plans, if any, for your St. Croix building, and if there's any presence on St. John. And a lot of these government agencies that come before us, I'm trying to see where we could actually get out of all these either renting and actually refurbish our own government buildings. So tell me about that.
Okay, thank you, Senator. First, we'll start with the St. Thomas building. We were very, very close to finalizing the purchase. Property procurement is going to call us very shortly to have our closing date. So we'll be the owners of the St. Thomas building as we had planned. In terms of St. John, we're on St. John. We're still located in the Battery. We're sharing space there. We have one employee there that assists. And then, so we don't have a physical location. We're in the Battery. And then we will be cooperating or collaborating with UVI Cell or anybody else as we need to do training or anything for the location. On St. Croix, we still rent. We are in a lease until 2030. And so those are the situations that we have on all three islands.
So, okay, so you said we're closing soon on this building on St. Thomas.
Yes, sir.
And this is like the second year now. So hopefully we do get to close. And lastly, any implemented austerity measures that you spoke of?
Austerity measures, and again, we've been under Director Milligan and our team and all our directors on the senior leadership team, we really look very closely at our spending plans and our allotments, and we do what we can to make sure that everything is tied to the key performance indicators, our KPIs. We do that first, and then everything else after.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins, and going right to where I need to go in terms of KPIs. Talking my name. Where are we with our KPIs? Who's ultimately responsible for tracking and monitoring our KPIs?
Director Allen and AC Ford.
Good afternoon, Jacqueline Allen, Director of Human Resources. First off, we are in very good standings with our KPIs. I'm the point of contact for the department, and I collect the data from our directors and chiefs, and I enter it onto our scorecard. And our analyst at OMB, she goes through our data, and our meetings are seamless. We go in, go out, we just go through our process, but we're in excellent standings.
Okay, very well. And Commissioner, you have any judgment or litigation against Department of Labor that we should be aware of?
Attorney Christian Henderson?
Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. Not at this time, Senator.
None, okay. Well, what does technology look like for you these days, especially after losing that 12.5 modernization? Grant, what are you doing in terms of technology?
We have our director of information technology, and we have our director of management information systems. We have them separate. They have clear responsibilities on the IT side. We have to manage our cybersecurity, our threats, and our hardware and software management. On the MAS side, we deal with all our internal programming, our data, and everything else. So working together, we've been very, very lucky, and because we work very in conjunction with Bureau of Labor Statistics, we work very closely with BIT, we work very closely with unemployment. We do have local and federal requirements based on our safety and security of our IT. So we are moving to a paperless environment where we're going to finalize our scanning project, where we're going to be scanning 3.5 million documents and having more of our paper trail inside our system. We're backing up everything in the cloud. So we have a very, very consistent meeting and process that we're working with. Excellent. We also work with NASWA. Nisha can tell you a little more about NASWA. That's an organization that helps us, a national organization that's tied to U.S. Department of Labor that helps us with all our issues.
Okay. Very well. And morale, how is morale at DOL?
Director Allen, I'll leave that question to you.
Good afternoon, Jacqueline Allen, Director of Human Resources. I can tell you that our morale is steady.
Steady downwards or steady upwards?
No. In the last 2 years that I've been with the department, I can tell you it is. We have some very, very good employees, hardworking employees at the Department of Labor that have excellent relationship with their coworkers. And on the other side, we have some employees that have some difficulties navigating their challenges, and they would bring those challenges, unfortunately, to the workplace. However, we are addressing whatever issue that may arise, but again, I would say that our morale is steady.
Very well. And how are we navigating and handling employees' behavioral health?
We, Jacqueline Allen Human Resources, the individuals that I find need a little help, we do recommend EAP, and we do have a record of a few employees that's taking advantage of that service.
So being our brothers and sisters keeper.
Absolutely.
That's a good show. So Commissioner, I think that kind of rounds out our questions for today. Is there anything that you want to tell us that we didn't ask?
Thank you for giving us.
I'm a cop by trade, you know. So.
Now, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to put our progress and challenges on the record, and to request our funding in the $12,984,698, because it's truly essential for us to continue our operations and to continue the forward progress for FY 2026.
What keeps you up at night regarding your responsibility at the Department of Labor? What's the challenge? I just love to close off with that question. What keeps you up at night? Being a commissioner, being a manager is never an easy task. I was up at 3 o'clock this morning receiving post-audit reports. So what keeps you up at night?
And I'll thank you, and I'll be candid. At first, it used to be the Senate, but we've been working very, very, very closely. We've been getting the legislation we need passed. We've been working very good together. You've been very cooperative in helping the Department of Labor at the challenging times. And so, for the most part, it's just making sure that we are able to do the right thing that we need for all our staff and all the people in the community, because ultimately, I believe Senator Blyden said it, that the Department of Labor has a lot of responsibilities that I feel that a lot of people in this community take for granted. And we're doing it with a staff of 121 individuals. And so that's what keeps me up at night.
Very well. Again, we want to thank you for your commitment. Thank you for the work, both you and your rank and file individuals, all the staffers. And all we could ask is that you continue to do your part. These are some difficult days. We can't implore enough the need to expend federal monies. I think that is what will keep us afloat, going into this potential crisis that we're about to go into. So it's very important that you continue to keep a handle on the federal monies and making sure that we're spending them in a timely fashion. All right. So at this time, the committee will stand in recess for 5 minutes and transition to the Division of Personnel as well as Office of Collective Bargaining. We stand in recess for 5 minutes. Good afternoon. We are out of recess, and again, we're in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and we have before us at this time Division of Personnel as well as Office of Collective Bargaining. Collective Bargaining is appearing from the St. Croix conference room, and of course, we have the Division of Personnel here in the Earle B. Ottley chambers. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the item in Block 3.
3 to 5 p.m., Division of Personnel, invited testifier, Cindy L. Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel, and Office of Collective Bargaining, invited testifier, Joss Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers table to identify the testifiers from the Division of Personnel. We start off with you and then we'll go over to the Office of Collective Bargaining. Before we do that, we want to recognize the presence of the Senate President, Senator Milton Potter. Good afternoon, welcome. Ms. Director Richardson.
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director.
Good afternoon, Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director.
Good afternoon, Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance.
Good afternoon, Aliyah Felix Blyden, Legal Counsel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Gabriel Knight, Chief of Strategy and Organizational Development.
Good afternoon, Mr. Raymer.
Good afternoon, Corder Raymer Jr., Chief of Information Technology.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Florina Dane Hassel, Assistant Director, Division of Personnel.
And good afternoon, Millicent O'Bain, Territorial Administrator, Recruitment and Classification.
Good afternoon. St. Croix Chief Negotiator.
Good afternoon, Joss Springett, Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining.
Good afternoon, Sulema Chapman, Assistant Attorney General assigned to the Office of Collective Bargaining.
Office of Collective Bargaining.
I'm sorry, we didn't get that last person.
Good afternoon, Nikema Richards, Financial Specialist, Office of Collective Bargaining.
Very well. Good afternoon, thank you. Director Richardson, you recognize for your testimony at this time.
A pleasant good afternoon to the Honorable Noble Francis Jr., Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, the Honorable Marvin Blyden, Vice Chairperson other committee members, senators in attendance, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Cindy L. Richardson, and I'm the Director of the Division of Personnel. Accompanying me today are members of our management team, Florina Dane Hassel, Assistant Director, Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director, Cordell Reimer Jr., Chief of Human Resources Information Technology, Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance and Wellness, Gabriel Knight, Chief of Strategy and Organizational Development, Millicent Aubin, Territorial Administrator of Recruitment and Classification, and Aaliyah Felix Blyden, Esquire, Legal Counsel. Sitting in the chambers are Public Information Officer, Joanne Carr, and Executive Assistant, Janice Dennis Freeman. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony before this body today in support of our proposed budget for fiscal year 2026. At the Division of Personnel, we are committed to building a modern workforce for the government of the Virgin Islands. As the central government's human resources agency, we support departments in improving organizational performance, fostering professional development, and retaining a well-qualified, diverse workforce equipped to meet the territory's evolving needs. These tasks are carried out through the following units: Human Resources Information Technology, the Group Health Insurance and Wellness Unit, Recruitment and Classification, Strategy and Organizational Development, Administrative and Fiscal Services. These accomplishments would not be possible without the dedication and expertise of the Division of Personnel staff. I extend my heartfelt thanks to each member of our team for their continued commitment to excellence and their essential role in advancing our mission. The FY 2026 Budget Summary. I now present the fiscal 2026 budget overview, which outlines the strategic investments required to advance our objectives and fulfill our mandate. Looking ahead, the FY 2026 OMB recommended budget for the Division of Personnel totals $63,364,866. This budget recommendation allocates $62,758,866 from the general fund and $561,000 from the indirect cost fund. Additionally, we project revenues of approximately $45,000 for the training revolving fund. As reflected in this summary, the miscellaneous budget allocation has been included. However, a detailed breakdown can be found on page 7, which I will address shortly. For the FY 2026 operating budget summary, it includes the following allocations: $4,109,544 for personnel services, $1,831,274 for fringe, $73,000 for supplies, and $1,043,484.82 for other services and charges. And you can see the breakout in the charts that we've provided in our testimony. The FY 2026 miscellaneous budget summary. In our miscellaneous budget summary, the following allocations were recommended: $38,210,672 for the health insurance for retirees, $16,655,891 for the insurance employer-employee share, $931,736 for the GVI Fellows Program, $315,000 for the health insurance consultants, $275,000 for our contribution to the Health Insurance Board, $80,000 for the GVI Employee Recognition, and $75,000 for the Certified Public Managers Program. Other services and charges. The additional amount of $1,043,484.82 in other services includes the following allocations: $30,000 for repair/maintenance, $500 for auto repair and maintenance, $2,500 for the rental of machines and equipment, $835,020.82 for professional services, $22,500 for training, $52,800 for communication, and $30,000 for advertising and promotion. $7,000 for transportation non-travel, $11,000 for travel, $38,500 for the purchase of bulk airline tickets, and the $13,664 for other services. The breakdown of our indirect cost fund includes $13,869 for supplies, $327,231 for other services and charges, $219,900 for utilities, and $295,231 for the rental of land in the building. Personnel listing. The recommended personnel services position for the Division of Personnel totals 66. This includes 57 positions that are currently filled and 9 vacant positions. Of the 66 OMB recommended positions, 47 are in the St. Thomas St. John district and 19 are in the St. Croix district. Among these positions, 7 are union represented, 28 are classified non-union, and 31 are exempt. Of the 31 exempt positions, 12 are designated for the GVI Fellows Program. Our Human Resources Information Technology Unit. This unit provides critical support services to various agencies within the government of the Virgin Islands. Our team delivers comprehensive technical and clerical assistance, including specialized training for enterprise resource planning, better known as the ERP system, to enhance the effectiveness of our HR professionals. Additionally, the unit manages our Notice of Personnel Actions, or NOPAs, ensuring accurate and timely documentation of the personnel changes. The following tables offers a comprehensive overview of the workforce composition, supporting informed decision-making and strategic planning of the GVI. And as you'll see, we give a comprehensive breakdown of some of the statistics of our GVI population. And we'd like to note that this information was pulled and extracted on May 19, 2025, and may have changed since the time of this testimony. So you'll see a chart showing the different personnel actions that we have processed so far for the FY 2025. There's a total of 2,363 NOPA actions processed. We've also provided some statistical data on our employee status count for the GVI, which gives a breakdown of our classified and exempt and part-time and per diem employees, showing a total of 4,408 classified employees, a total of 1,356 exempt employees. It also gives a breakdown of our employee count by district. It gives also an employee count by gender. We see a total female population of 3,994 versus a male population of 1,893. We've also broken down the average employee salary by gender, which shows a total average employee salary of $55,219. We've also broken down and provided statistical data on the employee data and showing employee count by department, as well as the average salary by department as well in the charts attached. Our group health insurance unit. This unit administers and manages the government of the Virgin Islands group health insurance program, ensuring that employees, retirees, and their eligible dependents have seamless access to their health benefits. In addition, the GHI unit oversees the GVI wellness program, promoting health and wellness and well-being across the workforce. And what you'll see here is a breakout of our monthly premium increase over the period of time, and as well as the cost share breakout. The group health insurance plan, it includes the medical, dental, vision, and life insurance, and that has increased from $206.2 million in FY 2024 to $226.1 million in FY 25, representing an increase of approximately $19.9 million or 9.7%. For FY 25, the employer and employee cost share breakdown is currently at employee share 27% and the government share at 73%. During this period, the employer share increased by $17.7 million and the employee share increased by $2.1 million. Impact on premiums, the employees with single coverage saw an increase of $5.11. Employees with family and medical and dental coverage saw an increase of $9.31. Retirees under the age of 65 with single coverage saw an increase of $6.97. And retirees with family and medical and dental coverage saw an increase of $12.24. Both the government and employee experienced a 4% rate increase in FY 2025. Group health insurance plan members count. As of the current reporting period, there are 14,125 members in our health insurance plan. Listed in the table below, as you can see the breakout of our participants. Our next open enrollment period is scheduled for August 11th through September 12th. And in that chart, you'll see we have a total of 25,000 individuals, which is inclusive of dependents that are covered on our insurance plan. Our insurance carrier payments. Our insurance carrier payments from October 1 through May 31st for FY25 totaled $134,550,674.82, as shown in the table below. It's broken down by the different carriers, and you'll see the total amount paid to date, and that's broken out by the employer share and the employee share. The GESC Health Insurance Board is currently negotiating new contracts. Based on the current claims experience, there's a possibility, as you know, of the rate increase for fiscal year 2025, effective October 1, 2025. While the existing contract does not require a new bid until 2028, competitive bidding is mandated every 5 years. I did receive a statement from the GESC board yesterday that I can read separately into the testimony or during our question and answer period. GVI Wellness Program. We are pleased to announce the return of two of our most anticipated GVI Wellness events designed to promote health, camaraderie, and fun across our government agencies. The first event is our annual Health and Wellness Expo. This event will bring together healthcare providers, wellness vendors, and fitness experts to offer free health screenings, mental health strategies, cooking demos, and more. This event will be held on St. Thomas on July 16, 2025, and on the island of St. Croix on Thursday, July 25, 2025. We encourage all GVI employees to register and fully participate in this engaging and empowering experience. Governor Bryan has also authorized the 4 hours admin leave to encourage individuals to participate in this event. The second event is the Battle of the Agencies, Beach Edition, which takes place on St. Thomas on Friday, August 23rd, 2025, and on St. Croix, Friday, September 6, 2025. As you know, this is one of our most anticipated events, and to date, we have a total of 25 teams registered on St. Thomas, 19 on St. Croix. Recruitment and classification. The Recruitment and Classification Unit of the Division of Personnel plays a crucial role in supporting the central government's efforts to recruit and retain top talent. By standardizing and streamlining the classification and recruitment process, the RNC unit aims to facilitate recruitment efforts and to provide advisory services to our HR professionals. Here are some of our hiring trends. For FY 2025, the highest number of candidates referrals to the government departments occurred during the months of October and April. The table below shows the current hiring trends of the central government agencies. So as you can see here in the charts provided, you can see the number of candidates that the Division of Personnel has referred to the various agencies for FY24 and FY25. We've also outlined the number of outreach activities that we've held on each island for FY23, 24, and 25. And with all of the tables, it shows our efforts to expand the recruitment, build partnerships, and to update our job descriptions to meet the evolving needs of the government. And it again, it does show the various job descriptions that we have been updating over the years. Our examination summary. Examinations play a critical role in the recruitment and advancements of qualified candidates across the government agencies. Whether for entry-level roles or promotional opportunities, exams help to maintain high professional standards and support the GVI workforce across the territory. The following tables below highlight the number of examinations that has been administered this fiscal year by our recruitment and classification team for fire services and corrections. So you'll see that we have a total of 135 tests that were given, and we have referred a total of 86 candidates for the VIFEMs. For Bureau of Corrections, for FY25, we've provided a total of 9, and referred a total of 11 candidates for FY25. We've also provided the FY24 numbers as well. We do have some upcoming exams for the rest of the fiscal year, and they are as follows. For the VITEMA Emergency Call Center, that exam happened this week, June 23rd through the 27th, and that's territory-wide. Department of Human Services, the Youth Rehabilitation YRC Corrections Officer exam. That date for those exams will be the week of July 22nd to the 25th on the island of St. Croix. For Bureau of Corrections, Entrance Correction Officer exam, that is territory-wide. And the dates for that exam will be August 19th through the 22nd. And again, that is territory-wide. Our Strategy and Organizational Development Unit fosters organizational change through virtual and in-person training offerings that enhance the knowledge and skills of our GVI workforce, while also delivering innovative leadership, professional development, policy compliance, and project management support. The next chart shows a breakout of some of the trainings that we have held for this fiscal year with the location and the number of attendees. We're showing a total of 3,101 individuals that have participated in our training so far for this fiscal year. Donated leave. In fiscal year 2025, the government of the Virgin Islands received a total of 330 donated leave requests from employees across various departments and agencies. Of those requests, 260 were approved, while 70 were denied. The total dollar value of donated leave awarded to date is $1,384,547.37. The table and charts above provide a cost summary of the approved donated leave and the breakdown of donation requests over the past 3 fiscal years, offering insight into the trends of employee support and program utilization. The Career Incentive Pay Program. This program rewards employees for achieving specific milestones in professional development, continuing education, or career advancement that directly contribute to improved job performance and organizational effectiveness. These incentives serve both recognition of individual initiatives and a strategic investment in workforce capability. So you've seen here that the chart provides a comparison from FY24 and FY25. In FY25, the Division of Personnel received a total of 7 career incentive applications. Following a thorough review process, 6 applications were approved, while 1 was denied. The approved applicants received an incentive payment totaling $66,224.33. The GVI Fellows Program. I am proud to share the continued progress of our GVI Fellows Program, with Cohort 3 comprising of 6 individuals who are currently placed in the following government agencies: Office of Management and Budget, Office of Disaster Recovery, Office of the Governor, and the Department of Human Services. The planning for their capstone presentation and recognition ceremony is already underway, and each fellow is actively engaged in the development of their capstone project. Cohort 4 also includes 6 fellows who are placed in the following agencies: Office of Management and Budget, Department of Finance, Economic Development Authority, Department of Property and Procurement, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and the Office of Disaster Recovery. To strengthen connections and to provide ongoing support, we recently hosted a meet and greet networking event for the fellows. During this event, the fellows from both Cohort 3 and 4 were introduced to mentors who are experienced professionals from both the public and private sectors, willing to provide guidance throughout the program. Building on this momentum, applications have just opened for Cohort 5 for the GVI Fellows Program, with a submission deadline of August 15th, 2025. At the Division of Personnel, we remain committed to cultivating the next generation of public service leaders through this impactful program. Our Virgin Islands Certified Public Managers Program, since its launch in 2013, a total of 253 individuals have successfully completed the VI Certified Public Managers VICPM program. Cohort 6 concluded in August 2024 with 41 participants earning their Certified Public Manager designation. The upcoming program cycle, Cohort 7, is scheduled to begin on August 5th. The application period for the VICPM program closed on June 23rd, 2025. Our upcoming projects. We have a territorial recruitment advertising campaign. This campaign is to strengthen our talent pipeline and to attract qualified candidates across a range of sectors. The Division of Personnel issued an RFP for an experienced marketing and advertising firm. The selected vendor will develop and execute a comprehensive multi-platform recruitment marketing strategy with creative assets that will also be customized by other agencies for their own recruitment efforts. This strategy is designed to raise local and national career opportunities within the GVI. It will also highlight the benefits of public service and living in the U.S. Virgin Islands using targeted digital campaigns, social media outreach, and community engagement efforts to reach a diverse audience. Our learning management system. This system, it will be used to enhance employee development and streamline training delivery across departments. The Division of Personnel has released an RFP for a modern, scalable learning management system. This system will serve as a centralized platform for managing, delivering, and tracking employee training programs, with features such as virtual learning, course authoring, certification tracking, and performance analytics. And the LMS will support a blended learning approach and help ensure that government employees have ongoing access to high-quality, role-specific training. This initiative supports the government's broader goal of fostering a knowledgeable, skilled, and agile workforce. Through this initiative, central government employees will have access to a catalog of over 30,000 free courses. Conclusion, I thank you for the opportunity to present our fiscal year 2026 budget proposal. This platform has allowed me to comprehensively outline our commitment to strengthening the government's capability to attract, develop, and retain a well-qualified workforce. I would also like to take this moment to recognize the hard-working dedication of my Division of Personnel team. Special recognition goes out to our Employees of the Year, Ms. Anna V. Faharty, a junior network analyst for the St. Thomas St. John District, and Ms. Everell James, the lead HRIT technician for the St. Croix District, both outstanding members of our HRIT unit. I thank you today, and then my staff and I are available to answer any questions that you may have regarding our FY 2026 budget testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Richardson, for your presentation and defending the budget proposal by the governor for the Division of Personnel. You want to go ahead and read that letter at this time before I go to OCB?
It's dated June 25th, 2025. This is regarding the status of renewals for the GESC Health Insurance Board of Trustees, Cigna Medical and Dental Renewal, and United Healthcare effective October 1, 2025, second renewals. Dear Director Richardson, the Government Employee Service Commission, the GESC Health Insurance Board of Trustees, acting as the sole body overseeing the operation of the government employees' health and other benefits plans, is currently in the process of securing our second renewal with Cigna Healthcare and United Healthcare after completing a request for proposals, RFP, for competitive bids as required by statute for insurance services in 2023, which included medical and prescription drug coverage for active employees and retirees, employee assistance program, dental, vision, life and accidental death and dismemberment plans. This letter will summarize the status of the Cigna medical, active employee, and non-medical retirees and dental renewals, as well as the renewal with United Healthcare for Medicare retirees. Both the vision insurance and the life and accidental death and dismemberment plans are in a pricing guarantee for the upcoming fiscal year, in which the premium rates will not change. Based upon the most recent medical claims experience report through May 2025, the medical claims expenditures are at 112% of the medical plan's premiums, exclusive of other plan expenditures such as administrative costs. With losses such as our plan is experiencing, it would be anticipated to have an increase more than 30%. According to the Cigna underwriting formula that they have historically used, the initial renewal would have been at 31.4% increase. However, Cigna initially made concessions and originally released the renewal at a 24% increase, using claims data through March of 2025. Subsequently, Cigna updated their renewal for the June 2025 GESC board meeting, utilizing claims data through May 2025. And unfortunately, the claims experience did not improve. It got worse, placing the renewal at 26% increase using the original formula. Based on discussions and negotiations with our consultant, Gearing Group, we were able to agree to a 19.5% increase in premiums with no change to the medical plan, such as co-payments, deductibles, and out-of-pocket maximums. Furthermore, after review of pharmacy utilization patterns, the board has determined that coverage for weight loss medications is costing more than it is saving, and therefore determined that it would be best not to cover weight loss medications for the upcoming year, as well as adding additional pharmacy utilization management to the plan, which provides an additional 2% savings, bringing the increase to 17.5%. This increase is in line with our claims trending at a 17.7% increase for the current fiscal year. Based upon the most recent claims experience report through May of 2025, the dental claims expenditures are 99% of the dental plan premiums, exclusive of other plan expenditures such as administrative costs. With losses such as our plan is experiencing, it would be anticipated to have an increase of more than 15%. However, as you may recall, in 2023, we were able to negotiate rate increase caps to the dental plan of 3% per year, and therefore, due to the losses, the premium will increase by 3%. United Healthcare. Claims experience is not the primary driver for cost of our Medicare retirees. It is how much funding insurers receive from CMS to cover Medicare portion of claims under Part A, Part B, and Part D. Based on the initial call letter from CMS in April of 2025, we are anticipating a 9% increase in premiums. At the time of our consultant recommended that we wait until the final call letters were issued to determine the next course of action. Subsequently, at our June 25th meeting, United was able to present no increase in premium option. In order to receive additional funding from CMS, United must carve out the retiree prescription drug plan from the medical plan. The benefits will remain the same with no change in co-payments, with the only difference being a separate ID card for the prescription plan and a different group number. While we know this may be cumbersome to our retirees, the board feels it's necessary to achieve the premium savings by carving out the pharmacy plan. Conclusion. Both Cigna and United Healthcare are indicating that they cannot provide any further rate relief without changing our plans and or reducing the services they provide. Based upon the proposed premiums, the overall benefits increase to the central government will be approximately $30.4 million for a total of $190.5 million. The board will continue to negotiate with both Cigna and United Healthcare, as well as to explore different options for our members to further reduce premiums without significantly impacting their pockets. Sincerely, Beverly A. Joseph, Chairperson of the GESC Health Insurance Board.
Thank you very much for reading that into the record. I'm sure we have a number of questions, but we'll get to that at some point later on. At this time, we recognize Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator, for her testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, other members of the committee, non-committee members in attendance, and the people of the Virgin Islands. My name is Josh Springett, and I am the Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining. I appear before you today in support of our proposed budget for fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $1,263,391. Appearing with me today is Zulema Chapman, Esquire, Assistant Attorney General, Labor, and Nikema Richards, Financial Specialist. First, I will begin my testimony by thanking my team for their continued commitment, perseverance, and professionalism as we provide the central government with stellar representation. I would also like to give special recognition to our 2025 Employees of the Year, Eling Joseph in the St. Croix District and Roshana Malone in the St. Thomas St. John District. The theme for this year's Employee Recognition Week is Unleashing Potential. You have tapped into your innate talents and skills, challenged yourself, and worked outside of your comfort zone and impressed us all. Continue to make us proud. Overview and composition of the Office of Collective Bargaining. Through Act 4440, the Office of Collective Bargaining was established in 1980 within the Office of the Governor. The office is led by me, the Chief Negotiator, and our statutory responsibilities are as follows. 1, exclusively represent the executive branch of government and its departments and divisions and negotiate on its behalf in all collective bargaining proceedings. 2, assist the governor in formulating labor policies for collective bargaining and plan strategies for such bargaining. 3, coordinate the government's position in all mediation and arbitration cases and labor disputes. 4, conduct systemic studies of the collective bargaining agreements for the purpose of contract negotiations. And 5, prepare and submit an annual report and such other reports as may be requested to the governor and the legislature on the effects of this chapter on the annual budget and personnel matters. Our offices are in the GERS building on St. Thomas and at Chandler's Wharf on St. Croix. We currently have a team of 7 employees and 1 Assistant Attorney General Labor. The Assistant Attorney General Labor is assigned to OCB by the Department of Justice. OCB's current employees hold classified non-union positions, and the Assistant Attorney General Labor is an exempt employee. The team consists of professionals with a wealth of experience in administrative functions, customer service, labor relations, human resources, arbitration, general legal practice, labor law, and employment law. The current organizational chart is attached. Proposed fiscal year 2026 expenditures. Personal services and fringe benefits. Our proposed budget for personal services is $692,487, which represents 54.81% of the overall proposed budget. Fringe benefits are projected at $299,645, which represents 23.72% of the overall budget. Equipment and supplies. Our proposed budget for equipment and supplies is $89,500, or 7.08% of the overall budget. This amount will cover the cost of paper, new copiers, cleaning supplies, and other equipment necessary for the daily operations of the office. Utilities. Utility costs for fiscal year 2026 are projected to be $13,000, or 1.03% of our overall budget. This amount applies to our St. Croix office because we do not pay utilities in our St. Thomas office. These funds are transferred to the Department of Finance, and utilities are paid through the single-payer utility fund. Other services. Our proposed budget for other services is $168,759, or 13.36% of our overall budget. These funds cover operating expenses, including rent, service agreements, IT, communications, and training. We do not receive any federal funds. Operations. The demands of our office are increasing, with more requests from our clients for training and advice. Therefore, we need to fill current vacancies, improve our technology, and continue streamlining our operations. We are also recruiting candidates for our financial management officer position, legal counsel, and paralegal positions. In addition, my team and I attend continuing legal education courses locally and virtually. Labor relations. OCB's mission is to fulfill our legal mandate to fairly engage in the collective bargaining process and enhance the relationship between labor and management. Our goals are to reduce labor disputes, continue training management in labor relations, and improve relations between management and labor. OCB receives calls and email inquiries daily from agencies seeking guidance on legal issues, organizational plans, or OCB's intervention in various collective bargaining matters. These discussions provide us with insight into the agency's operations, their challenges, and how OCB can better serve the government. We also receive calls from unions who seek to amicably resolve issues without filing grievances or other formal complaints. This dialogue with the union representatives serves as an essential element in labor relations. We encourage our clients to do the same, which has resulted in some agencies meeting with unions as often as biweekly. Pending cases. OCB continues its statutory commitment to amicably resolve pending cases and avoid future ones. As of May 31st, 2025, OCB has a caseload of 367 cases. Of that amount, there are 294 rights arbitration cases, 36 unfair labor practice charges, 27 civil cases, 7 unit clarification cases, 1 equal opportunity case, and 1 government service appeal. 1 government service appeal and 1 recertification case. From October 1, 2024 to May 31st, 2025, we received 59 cases and were successful in closing 33 cases through arbitrations, dispositive orders, withdrawals, or settlements. This is about 9% of the caseload. Below is a chart showing the caseload broken down by categories. OCB engages in contract negotiations with 15 labor unions that represent 33 bargaining units within the government. OCB currently manages 32 collective bargaining agreements, of which 15 are current and 1 bargaining unit does not have a CBA. Since my last budget hearing, we have completed negotiations with the following unions: IAMAW for enforcement officers and other non-supervisory employees at the Waste Management Authority, OVELU for employees at the Department of Agriculture, OVELU for employees at the Department of Justice, USW for supervisors at the Waste Management Authority, and USW for 911 Emergency Center operators at VITEMA. Negotiations continue with the following unions: Virgin Islands Workers Union for Head Start, Virgin Islands Workers Union for Vitran, Seafarers International Union for Public Health Physicians, Educational Administrators Association, Seafarers International Union Masters Unit, United Steelworkers for Supervisors, International Association of Firefighters for Supervisors, Police Benevolent Association, American Federation of Teachers for teachers, paraprofessionals, and support staff, our Virgin Islands Labor Union for Department of Public Works, the Association of Firefighters for firefighters and corporals, as well as support staff, and the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers for security guards at the Department of Health and both hospitals. Attached is a copy of our at-a-glance spreadsheet showing the status of each CBA and our tentative schedule for the rest of the calendar year. In conclusion, I thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today in support of our budget for fiscal year 2026. We urge this body to approve our recommended budget of $1,263,391. We welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Chief Negotiator Springett, for your testimony. I just want to join in commending the Employee of the Year for the Division of Personnel, Ms. Avril James on St. Croix, and Ms. Anave Flaherty and St. Thomas and John, as well as OCB, Elaine Joseph, and Rosanna Malone. Congratulations. Any of them here today? No? All right. So I'll extend our congratulations to them as well. So, Director Richardson, have you seen any reduction in your budget allotment for FY 2025?
No, we have not.
Let me recognize the presence of Senator Vielle, committee member. Senator Vielle, thanks for joining us. You have not seen any reduction? Okay. What about, do you receive any federal funding?
No, we do not.
You do not receive any federal funding as well. And vendors payment, how much do you owe in vendors payment?
Sorry. Right now.
Use the mic, please.
Sorry. Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director. We currently owe $16,962,601. 16 million, sorry, not thousand.
$16,962,000.
16 million.
$962,601.39.
Okay. And that's for what? In what area?
That is for this current year.
That's the one vendor or multiple vendors?
Multiple vendors.
Yeah. 16 million.
16 million.
Yeah.
A great part of that is the carriers, our insurance carriers. We just recently sent up for them to pay the bill for those carriers just this week.
How much is representing the carriers?
The carriers represents approximately 16,911,000.
Okay. And how long, what's the period that you owe them for?
This is for the month of May.
Just the month of May?
Yeah.
Okay. And the other vendors are just local vendors or?
They are local vendors.
They are local. And what's going on with the payment on that? They're just pending finance disbursement or invoices?
Majority of them are pending check run at finance, and a few of them are pending their approval on their way to the check run.
Do you have any that's over 90 days?
We have approximately 5,500 that is over 90 days.
And what's happening with that one in particular? What's the delay?
It's about, let's see, 2 vendors, and we're prompting them for them to get those paid.
Okay. And your vacancies, what's the issue with filling those vacancies, Director Richardson? I see you mentioned at least 9 vacancies.
So the 9 vacancies that you see is, let's see, 1 vacant position, 2 vacant positions from 2025, and the others are new positions that we're asking for them to be considered as we are short staff at Division of Personnel.
Okay. So how many is new? How many of those, that 9 is new position you're asking for?
We have 7 new positions.
7 new positions. So you just have 2 vacancies.
Yes, and within this fiscal year, we do plan to fill those 2 that is pending.
Okay.
Realizing that funding is available based on the month you state that you're going to fill it in.
Okay. So you have PRFs and everything already for those, the 2?
No, not yet, because we still have, I think, like till July to fill those positions.
Okay. You only have 1 quarter. You only have 4 months left.
Yes,
in this
we're gonna get them filled.
Okay.
I must say, one of the position is a recruiter, and it's becoming a hard to fill position because we've been trying for a year or 2 to get a good recruiter at the cost that we're asking. We might just have to increase the salary.
Yes. What is the current salary for that position?
92,000, and what was budgeted was 76.
76. All right. Point of information, Senator Vialli, recognize. Please recognize the mic of Senator Vialli.
Yes, yeah. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. If you look at the post-audit report, page 7 and 8, in reference to vacancies, you have 6 vacancies under the unclassified section and 9 vacancies on page 7 under the classified section. So that's a total of 15. So how many vacancies do you really have?
We really do, Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director. We really do have 9 vacant positions.
Okay, so stop there. So the 6 unclassified don't exist? Before you answer, I want you to look at the post-audit report, please. On page 7, you have 6 vacancies to include a recruiter under the unclassified designation. On page 8, let me make sure, yeah, personnel. Page 8, you have 9 vacancies under classified.
Some of the positions that are listed here was already filled.
Okay, so.
So we need to update.
So through the chair, I can always provide you an update of our personnel listing.
Okay, and last question, the human resources info technician is an unclassified position? And why is that an unclassified position?
As is listed there.
No, why is it an unclassified position?
It's
Is it a policy making?
It's a classification issue, and we will correct it if it is incorrect.
Is it a classified or unclassified position?
It is unclassified.
Why is it an unclassified position? A human resources info technician at $30,000? Well, that's 67%, so about 40 something. Why is that an unclassified position?
And actually, Senator, that is a classified position that was picked up incorrectly.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get on the record.
Thank you.
So move all of those positions to the classified section?
Well, I guess they would. Like I said, I will provide an updated personnel listing with the correct information.
All right. You good? All right, good show.
And if I may clarify something, that we're going to find some errors in the post-audit report. We just got it as soon as we walk into this chamber, and I can only ask you to bear with us as we try to correct the information and provide you with it.
Not a problem. And post-audit, you want to reference the reason why we just getting the post-audit report?
Sure. Dr. Theodora Phillip, through the chair to the testifier. The information was not received. We received the information extremely late yesterday, literally in the afternoon, late afternoon. And that's why we started making calls, and emails were sent. We worked into the wee hours this morning trying to complete these reports based on the information we received. Take, for example, this personnel listing would have come from the Office of Management and Budget.
And that's the bottleneck we've been experiencing. I mean, obviously, we try to work prior to this to make sure that we don't have this type of situation here. However, when the information is requested, you're required under the executive branch to submit the reports to OMB before it comes down to the legislature, and then we sit in a holding pattern, calling, and wait for these post-audit report information to come in so that we can get a post-audit report. We utilize these post-audit report, again, to make informed decision. And some of these cases, I think in the future, what I'm going to do is when we don't get the report in a timely fashion, we're going to reschedule these hearings. We'll just reschedule them, just so that we can make sure that we're doing our due diligence in reviewing these reports before going through so that we don't have this discussion about discrepancies on the floor. All right? So that will be the marching orders moving forward. Director, right before I open up the floor for questioning from my colleagues, what's involved in, can you give us an update on the retroactive payment?
So, yes, just let me make a comment in regards to the submission of the documents. We did submit our information timely, and we did get a request late yesterday for additional information.
Submitted timely to who? To us? Because we get the information from OMB.
We did submit it back in April when it was required. Okay. And we did get a call yesterday asking for updated information by midday. Yeah. So I just...
Well, the report, I mean, that's what happens. I mean, April to now, there's significant changes that occur between that period of time. So that's the reason why there's an update right before you come, so that we could have the most current information before us. All right?
Yes, thank you. In regards to your question regarding retro.
Yeah, just an update and where we're at in the retroactive phase.
I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Reimer provide you the most recent update because we do have checks going out, I believe, tomorrow, some final checks.
Good afternoon, Corder Reimer Jr., Chief of Information Technology Division of Personnel. And our current retroactive payment, so far we've processed 9,152 checks, and we are scheduled to have approximately 1,023 checks processed tomorrow by the Department of Finance. 9,152 checks has been processed thus far.
Yes.
And we anticipate another 1,023 checks should be processed by Department of Finance tomorrow.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for that. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. In regards to retro checks, at one time, basically how much money is owed to everyone is what we need to know. You had a website that was up before. People receiving monies now from a retro check. How much money are they owed? Is that information anywhere? We need to get that information out to the public. So we ourselves, as this body, would know in appropriating these monies.
Corder, I'm a division of personnel. Yes, in the past, Senator, we did have that information up on our website so an individual can go and see. Right now, the Department of Finance, we're going through a complete reconciliation of retroactive payments, not only individuals who are alive, but individuals who are deceased. So right now, once the Department of Finance finishes the full-blown reconciliation, we do anticipate to make that information public again.
Well, for transparency, those who are alive, post theirs. Okay, don't change unless you subtract from it. So those who are alive, those who have passed is one thing. You could reconcile and get that fixed. But those who are alive and owed retro now, that's something they should be able to say, hey, I know with this last check, I'm supposed to get so and so. So that's my suggestion, please. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. At this time, we'll take a 2-minute recess for the change of the reporter and resume. Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes. And we are out of recess at this time. One second, Senator. Let me recognize Senator Fonseca. You recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this question is directed to Director Richardson. For the record, I wanted to ask you if any increases have been implemented regarding the compensation study, and what specifically is the salary of all of those, if there have been any increases, including the governor and the lieutenant governor.
Good day, Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel. There's no other increases that have been implemented other than what was stated when I was here on May 23rd.
And so what is the current salary of the governor and the lieutenant governor?
I don't have the exact figure in front of me, but the numbers that I stated in that session on May 23rd when we were here, that is the salaries that are in the system for both the governor and lieutenant governor.
Through the chair, can you provide that information? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of inquiry, Senator. So, Ms. Director Richardson, you say you can't recall the information that you gave on that day?
No, I didn't say I can't recall. I don't have the exact figures in front of me right now, but the numbers that I stated in that session, that is what's in the system for the lieutenant governor and the governor. No other increases for any of the other commissioners have gone through.
Very well. A point of information, Senator Gittins, you recognize?
Thank you. Good afternoon. So to the question that was previously asked, so I believe it was about June 3rd, I requested through the chair to
Please recognize the mic of Senator Gittins.
Thank you. I think it was about June 3rd, I requested through the chair to receive copies of the governor and lieutenant governor's NOPA. Today is June 26th. Why haven't we received those NOPAs?
I didn't receive a written request for that.
A written request? You had a request here on the record through the chair, which you stated that you would provide to us.
I can't.
And we said we could, you should get it to us before the close of that business day, and that's gone. Today is June 26th. Why haven't we received a copy?
Correct, Senator. Usually those, that information that's requested to the chair usually comes in writing to us, so that is what I was waiting on.
Again, Mr. Chair, I'm not a member of this committee, but if I was, I would have subpoenaed the documents. Again, we requested a copy of the NOPA, and we should get it. This is why we say that, oftentimes we are met with disrespect. Whether or not it was sent to you in writing, it was a request publicly, and you acknowledged and stated that you would get it to us. You didn't say that it required anything in writing. So I'm asking again through the chair for that. And if I have to make a motion for a subpoena tomorrow in session, then so be it. But we asked for that, and we have a right to receive it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Director Richardson, you want to respond?
No, I have no further comment.
Okay, very well. At this time, I'll open up the floor for questions, and we'll make sure you get something in writing in regards to the request, so that we could make sure my colleagues have been provided with that information post haste. Senator Angel Bocas, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, central staff. Good afternoon to the Department of Personnel and the leadership team. And good afternoon, Commissioner Richardson. The cost of health insurance rose by 19 to the tune of 19.9 million, a 9.7 increase over the 2024. And it seems as if since I've become a member of this institution, it almost seems as if every year it continues to go up and go up and go up. So I'm curious to know if there's any cost containment strategies or renegotiation plans that you're endeavoring upon to try to control, the cost of health insurance. It's just seeming that every single year it continues to rise more and more.
So from a division of personnel perspective, the only thing that we can do as a division is to promote our wellness activity and encourage the participation and try to encourage our population to participate. The division of personnel does not negotiate that contract. We are an ex officio advisory member on the board. And the money for those consultants, they just pass through the division of personnel. So we are not part of the negotiation process.
And you have been doing your part with the Wellness GVI, so I definitely commend you in that space. But I know you're ex officio, but whatever you can do to try to lobby for those efforts, to try to control that, because it continues to grow and grow, and we usually absorb a lot of that cost here in this institution.
So I do want to point out that the board does negotiate the consultant contract. They do have a consultant on board. That contract is a 5-year contract. It's $1.5 million, and that is part of their contract, is to present cost-saving measures for the board as it pertains to this plan.
Okay. I know we touched on the vacancies a little bit, but I saw one with the HRIT. What is that position, the HRIT?
Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director. I think that was the same position that the good senator was speaking about.
Okay.
That is, our HRIT is Human Resources Information Technology. That's a unit.
Okay. Concerning the learning management system rollout, the platform is supporting about 30,000 courses. Mm-hmm. What's the projected total cost of implementing that rollout for that management system?
So the cost for that is about $250,000 thereabout. So again, it will allow for the entire GVI to have access to over 30,000 courses for free.
For free?
Yes.
Courses in what areas, if I might ask?
It ranges from everything from OSHA, HR courses, fiscal, financial courses, and I could maybe let Mr. Knight expand on that, because that is a project that he's been working on, and he can elaborate a little bit more on the types of courses that would be offered.
Gabriel Knight, Chief of Strategy and Organizational Development. The courses have a wide variety of courses, from your basic courses in whether it's ethics, sexual harassment prevention. They also delve into continuing learning courses, SHRM certifications, and there's some courses that can also be used for continuing education credits as well.
Okay, very well. And that information, you end up getting data and metrics from that information that you can utilize in other ways?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Concerning your recruitment delays, what is being done in that space to try to bring up recruitment, in addition to working with other agencies and departments with their recruitments? Because we've seen, as we continue to have agencies come before us, we see the
30
vacancies.
seconds.
We see the concerns that they have because of these vacancies, but what is the Department of Personnel doing to try to assist these departments and agencies with those recruitment efforts, especially coming up in the new fiscal year?
We've been working very closely with a lot of the different agencies. We've been partnering with them on their recruitment efforts and vice versa. We've been looking at different classifications within their units to help them increase and consolidate some of the positions. We've been working with a lot of the different agencies as it pertains to their testing.
Time.
And Ms. Bain, would you like to elaborate a little bit more on what else your unit has been doing to answer that question?
Millicent Bain, Territorial Administrative Recruitment and Classification. We also have met with them in terms of their retention issues, in terms of honoring what the promotional policy is of the GVI, that you ought to basically promote your employees, you know. So we've been doing that, as well as reorganizing and redesigning some of the position classifications throughout the GVI as well.
Okay, thank you. And
You're
Mr. Chair,
welcome.
may I have one last question, please? Thank you, Mr. Chair. This goes to Chief Springett over in the St. Croix District. I didn't forget about you. Your office has about 367 active cases with 7 staff members and multiple vacancies. I'm assuming that that is a challenge for your office, especially dealing with all of these grievance cases. What's the plan or the strategy to try to get that rectified for fiscal year 2026?
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. Well, we advertise the positions. We also contact other branches of government, especially where there are opportunities for example, law clerks that may be looking for attorney positions. We've advertised the positions countless times, and we serve as, you know, somewhat of our own recruiters and share the information out here and abroad. You know, I was watching the budget hearing for Department of Labor, and they made a very good point. People have to be willing to come out to work. And so we advertise, we get information, we train from within as well. We've had one person promoted. So we're taking a global approach, and of course, with the help of Division of Personnel, we are continuously recruiting.
Well, I know it's a big challenge because a lot of those positions, your assistant attorney general positions that are assigned to your office are largely vacant. So I know that that must be a very big strain for you. But I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bulkes. Point of information, Senator Vieira, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be direct, Director Richardson, there's nobody sitting at that table that can provide the information that was asked in reference to the governor's salary. Nobody that could access the system and just put it on the record instead of us just continuously playing game in writing and this. Just access the system. And
yeah, we can provide you with the numbers, yes.
And that's all we want. If you can provide us with the numbers directly, we'll really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Before we go on to the next one, which will be Senator Blyden, I wanted to ask you, I know that there was some effort being made to streamline the NOPA process. Where are we with that?
So the NOPA process is definitely streamlined. What I did is I added a lead HR IT person on the island of St. Croix to match the position on St. Thomas, and that has definitely streamlined our process. Our KPI for that is to have a NOPA in and out of the Division of Personnel within 5 days. We're currently at 2.5 days.
Excellent. All right. Very well, thank you for that. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner Richardson and your management team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. As for me, I know I utilize the post-allocation report for most of my questions because they work very hard in terms of assuring that they scrub the numbers, analyze the data, and assure that us senators are on point with our questions. So I'm still going to use the post-allocation report. If it's inaccurate, let me know, and we'll figure it out as we go, okay? In respect to the post-allocation report on page 3, under the general fund, it's stated, because it's stated you have 6 vacancies, and it's stating here that there is no recommendation for 2026 when it comes to vacancies. How are those vacancies funded? Are they funded 100%, 50%, 75%? First of all, answer the question, please.
Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director. They funded not all at 100%. We have some of them that are funded to be filled in January of the fiscal year. and some that would be filled in March of the fiscal year.
Because, like I stated, it's showing 0% funded recommendation for 2026. So, to the chair, if you can send that to the chair and also what those positions are, I'll appreciate it, okay?
Yes, Senator. Like I stated, we will be revising the
Understood.
personnel listings so
Understood.
that you can look at it correctly.
But I'm going through a motion, so
Thank you.
I'll continue. Also, on other services and charge on page 4, it's showing for training, because which is very important. It's showing recommended is $20,000, but in your testimony you have $22,500. Which one is correct for training for the department?
So you're speaking to the post-audit report?
Yes.
And on page 4, training states $22,500.
Okay, very well. Why such a large decrease, though? Because in the 25 budget, it was $50,000. Why such a large variance when it comes to training for the employees?
Senator, we would love to have more. We are unable to provide all the trainings that we would love to provide. However, we are also trying to bring the LMS system online, which would provide some of those trainings.
Okay, very well. Let's go to your testimony. In respect to supplies, your recommendation for supplies of honor supplies for recommendation from OMB. $13,869. I'm confused right about now. This is confusing me, really. Forget that question, okay? Forget that question. Let me go back to the post-audit report, because there was one more question I had before my time expires. Under
1 minute.
Under other service and charge, for fiscal year 24, the actual was $124,871.67. For under Act number 8916, your total was $226,453. But your recommendation for 26 budget is $168,759, which is $57,694 less. What's the difference for the variance? And will you be able to operate in a space on the other services and charge?
30 seconds.
And I am not sure if I'm seeing the numbers that you're...
Page 3. Page 3.
Okay.
Page 3, I'm sorry.
Can you repeat the question?
There's a different variance of $57,694 on the other services and charge for the 26 recommended budget season. What the reason for that large variance of 25.48%? And will you be able to operate with such a large cut under that category?
Senator, I'm trying very hard to follow you.
Page 3 on the top of the page.
What's other? That's indirect.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Disregard that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Next, the chair will recognize Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director and Chief Negotiator, I'd like to get the actuals for personal, fringe, supplies, other services, and charges. I'll start with Department of Personnel first. Up to date, and let me know from what date you have it. the actual for personnel. You have that information, or?
I do.
Okay, sure.
Our actuals as of Monday, June 23rd, for personnel services, it is $3,848,877. For fringe, the actual is $1,657,653.
Supplies, other services? Yeah, sorry.
Let me revise those numbers because I was giving you the revised budget instead of the expenditure.
The actual.
The actual. The actuals. I'm going to revise the numbers, like I stated.
Okay.
The actual expenditure for salary, personnel services is $2,302,953. For fringe, $913,618. For supplies, $80,145. For other services, $35,380,192.
Utilities and capital outlay?
Utilities, our utilities is from our indirect costs,
right,
and it is $141,600 currently paid. And as far as capital outlay, we did not have any expenditure for fiscal year 2025.
Okay, did anyone, well, let me go to OCB. OCB chief negotiator?
Nikema Richards, financial specialist, personnel services. The figures are as of June 20th. Personnel services, $297,519. Fringe benefits, $120,776. Supplies, $24,947. Other services, $84,400. Utility, $265. No money expended in capital projects.
Okay, good. For the employees now, has any employees for both Department of Personnel and OCB received wage increases in 25?
Division of Personnel, Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director. Yes, they did.
How many employees? While you check, is any retro
1
owed-
minute.
Is any retro owed to them?
No. There is no retro owed to them.
Okay.
Checking to tell you how
And,
many employees.
Okay, and how many GS employees also? OCB Director, I apologize, Chief Negotiator, any employees receive wage increases in 25?
Nikema Richards, 6 GS employees received wage increases effective October 1, 2024, and all the retro has been paid.
30 seconds.
Good. And retro paid. Also, for personnel, did the governor and lieutenant governor receive retro money? And if so, how much?
Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel, no.
Okay,
Not
no-
to my knowledge, no.
No retro. Okay, good.
If I may provide you with information for salary increases.
Sure.
Division of Personnel, we had 9 unionized employees, that received salary increases and 19 GS employees that
Time.
received salary increases.
Okay. Thank you. So basically, what I'm seeing is the acts in 26 and the acts in 25 budget are the same for DOP and OCB. Where is the increases has been in personnel and fringe. So where has the decreases come in other services and charges? Now, in closing, Mr. Chair, for personnel, on post auditors report, page 2, they have other services and charges under fiscal year 2026 budget summary. You see the other services and charges? They have under 2026 recommendation, 56,635,048. You seen it?
Should I answer? Senator, when I looked at that, I kind of shook my head because it looks like the numbers are being picked up more than once.
Okay, so but that 56.6 would cover, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, that 56.6 would cover health insurance increase, health insurance retirees, certified public manager program, contribution to health insurance board, is what that 56 would cover. It doesn't cover the GVI employee recognition activities. In the Act 8916, there's a, under personnel, there's a other services and charges of 468,664. So I'm looking at two separate other services and charges. And I know you just received the post-audit report, but the numbers that you are seeing, you say 56 seems a bit high or low?
It just seems to me as a variance of 56 million.
56 million, correct. I said that was correct.
And so we do not have a variance of 56 million.
Okay, so
that number, as far as 2025, is incorrect. As far as $4,068, that's not a number that's picked up from our budget from 2025.
Okay, so just Mr. Chair, just to close out, is the Act 8916 shows other services and charges for Division of Personnel at $468,664 for the 25 budget. Now for 26, based on the post-audit report, is showing other services and charges on page 2 at $56,635,048. So I was just wondering, how was that, that accumulation showing overall, but it basically covering the insurance parts and those sections. So I don't want personnel to be without the $406,000 for other services and charges, because this $56,000, based on how I added it up, would cover, like I said, the certified manager program, the health insurance, and for retirees. If I guess post-audit could try to give some light on that so we don't underfund Division of Personnel.
So you're referencing the FY26 proposed budget at this point?
26 budget in the post-audit report, page 2, shows other services and charges, fiscal year 2026 budget summary. It shows other services and charges for 26. Recommendation is $56,635,048.
All right.
In the Act 8916, which is the 25 budget, it shows for other services and charges for personnel $468,664.
Right.
In 2026, the 56 million is, I can see getting 56 million by doing 17,800,000 for insurance, health insurance increase. I can see 38,210,000 for health insurance retirees. I can see 75,000 for certified public manager program. I can see 285 for health insurance consultant, and contribution to the health insurance board 275,000.
Right.
I can see the 56.6 covering those, but I don't see where the 468,000 from the 25 carries over to 26. So it seems like they would be without 468,000 at least for other services and charges. So I just want to make sure we don't withhold that money from them based on the post-audit report, or maybe I'm missing something.
Point of information, Senator Bill, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In looking over Act 8916, the line item, those categories that you're speaking about. So it was a separate line item in the budget. But when you total it, it's going to come to almost the amount that they have for this fiscal year. No, the 468 doesn't include the insurance for retirees, etc.
Right, but then personnel would be without 468. It'd be excluded in 26. So I want to make sure they have money for other services and charges. And it's not shown in the post-audit report. So I want to make sure that's taken care of.
So you backed out, you'd have to take the 56 million and then back out the other areas and then see if there's a difference.
Right, that's what I say. It don't cover the 468. It covers the others that I read into the record, but it doesn't cover 468. So it would leave them without a minimum of 468 in 26 budget. Correct, yeah.
Yeah, they had some discussion earlier where post-audit and Ms. Kwashi needs to get together and reconcile some of the numbers that's reflected here, because some of these numbers that's in the post-audit report is what's taken from the budget book.
Right.
And Division of Personnel have some concerns about the numbers within the budget book as well.
Okay.
So they have real numbers. Is that the case, Ms. Kwashi?
Correct,
Yes,
Senator.
Yes.
So just as a pass-on, use also Act 8916, the 25 budget, to make sure that the 468,000 is what you actually get in your budget. Rest it would be excluded in 26.
Yeah, but 26 is a whole different year from the 25. So whatever is moved on to in the 26 not necessarily will reflect in the 25.
I got it, but then, like I said, they won't have any money for other services and charges.
Yes.
But if I'm looking at the information from the Act, like the good senator stated, it was line item, it's separate, and that 468 was for our operational.
Right.
Versus the insurance
right.
Of the employer share of 17,000,008.
Exactly.
Versus the insurance retiree of 38,210,
Right.
and go down the line.
So look at it and you're going to see it's minus 468.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's a different category. This is the 468 is for the office.
Right,
The
and that's what
personal
I'm saying.
office itself, not the insurance issue.
No, but that's the 468 is operational for them
For the
personnel.
office, correct.
It is not reflected in 26 under other services and charges.
In 26 requests, which totals $56,635,048, it is reflected in the recommended budget. And so therefore, it encompasses our request.
I'll bet. But thank you for the time,
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Senator Frederick, you recognized for your 5 minutes. Thank you, Senator DeGuerra. You bet, Frederick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, all. Full disclosure, I am not confident in the numbers we have before us. Between the three sources of documentation, these numbers don't reconcile, and I am not comfortable even quoting them, so I'm not going to do that. This shouldn't be this difficult. This is a budget hearing. We should be able to have numbers that tie in, and they don't. So just let me talk other than what I'm seeing here. Chief Negotiator Sprigget, do you have the breakdown of the salaries in your operation?
Yes. Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining.
And what was the total?
You'd like to know the total salaries for OCB?
Yes, please. Does this include all the attorneys or attorneys being loaned to you?
It would not include the attorney because that attorney's salary currently, the attorney currently on staff, her salary is from the Department of Justice's budget.
Okay, so what you're going to provide is net of that, right?
What I'm going to provide is, can you repeat?
That would be net. The number you're providing excludes that number, that salary.
Yes.
Okay. And while you're looking for that, what's your caseload compared to the number? How many attorneys do you currently have working for you?
I currently have one attorney assigned from the Department of Justice working at OCP.
There's no other legal person other than yourself?
No. Well, we have a paralegal.
Okay, so, all right, you don't have any legal help then, okay. And how are you managing this caseload? Because it seems pretty significant.
Best answer I could give you, Senator, is one day at a time. We do our best to educate our clients in terms of ensuring that they follow the various employment laws, collective bargaining agreements. We maintain very good relationship with the unions so that we encourage them to contact our office to try to rectify any issues that they have not resolved on the agency level before filing any formal complaints. So, for example, from the time I was serving in Attorney Chapman's position and to this day, I've encouraged the unions to give us, say, 24 to 48 hours to attempt to resolve any issues that they plan to file a formal complaint on. Because the CBAs have a time period, say 5 to 7 days before filing a formal complaint. And if we are unable to do so, then they can go ahead and file. But we've had unions contact us in that regard in the past. But we've also, sorry.
Excuse me, on page 4 of 9 of your testimony, it shows personnel services 492,487. 692,487 is how many individuals is that covering? How many legal people? It should be none, right?
If you're legal broadly would cover one person, the paralegal officer.
That's it. Okay.
Yes.
1 minute.
Let me pivot a little to my favorite agency, personnel. Since your budget is very, very nice. Director Richardson, question. You said you had not seen a reduction in your appropriation from last year.
No, we have not.
Okay. What was your appropriation in 2024?
Valsina Kwashi.
30 seconds.
Senator, I do not have that information. However, I can look for that and provide it to you through the chair.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to ask any numerical questions because it's not going to look good. So let's just skip on that. In terms of, I noticed there's like a 68% females to 32% male when it comes to the breakdown between gender.
Time.
In this government. What are we doing to try to attract more males in this government? Because the females are blowing us away. Any efforts being made?
Thank you for that question, Senator. We try our best to encourage what we can. We are seeing an increase in individuals possibly going the military route. However, I will say that for the GVI fellows in this last cohort, it's more males than females, and they're from strong candidates. So I'm happy to see that the fellows program at least are attracting some more males into the government. But when we go out and do a recruitment, it's not a matter of male or female. It's pretty much who's interested and who has the skills and the necessary to fill those positions.
Well, it's important that we try to get that number up because most of our crime seems to come disproportionately on the males, and we want to make sure they're working. So whatever we could do to provide employment and job training, workforce development, I think it's important that we look at the broader picture, not just, well, they're not coming, so that's it. Correct. So we have a community issue that we need to work on. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My questions really have to do with, full disclosure, I am the author of the next Compensation Commission study. So, because you're in front of me, I'm going to use the opportunity to do a little research. Director Richardson. When salary, and I'm using today's head of agencies and departments. So they were from 125 to 135. And I wanted to find out how were those figures arrived at? Were they done in consultation with you as the Director of Personnel? For example, when it comes to all the agency heads and departments, even going below to like the assistant directors, are you involved as the Director of Personnel?
So thank you for that question, Senator. We weren't directly involved per se in the study. What we did was we did provide them with any of the job descriptions relevant.
No, I'm sorry. I misled you. What I'm saying is I am actually working on the next piece of legislation, but I'm trying to do research in terms of the present salaries that you have. They're not based on the compensation study. What I'm trying to determine is the salaries, for example, that are existing and current now in government. How are they arrived at? Are they through executive order? Not true. I know they're not through legislation. So the question is, they must be through executive order. Correct?
I would assume that they are from executive order. If you go through the history, they go all the way back to Governor Farley and how those raises came about. I'm not sure why you would want to do a new commission, as I think that report was very well written and paid for.
I'm going to have to interrupt you. That piece of legislation needs to be reviewed and updated. That's why. But putting that aside, what I'm asking really is going forward. This has nothing to do with behind. I am moving forward. That's why I said that as the author of the legislation, I'm looking forward. So in terms of the involvement of the Director of Personnel, I'm trying to determine how do I write it in such a way that it actually moving forward has the involvement of the Director of Personnel. That's why I'm asking you. Were you, for example, and I'll ask you direct, do you have any objections, for example, to being an ex officio member? Not a voting member. It's just really a research question. It's nothing more than that. There's nothing my question doesn't have any underlying motive or anything except I said I would use this opportunity because I'm actually at to find out, were you involved, for example, in the salaries of each single person who came in front of us today, June, what's today's date? 2026. That's the question.
I was not involved in that. I would say that I would not want to be involved up front. I do think it would be great to have a review by the Division of Personnel, but
One minute.
I wouldn't want to because I would be a conflict of interest in the sense that my salary would also be a part of that report.
Okay, yeah, I'm just wondering in terms of the way that it is written, you are simply providing administrative services.
Correct.
And that's sufficient as far as you're concerned, the level of your involvement.
Yes, but if you look at the report, it also talks about how you move forward as far as evaluating and doing additional increases and what factors need to be looked at.
30
that's something that
seconds.
I think as Division of Personnel should be involved in that regard.
Okay, great. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I wanted to go to Chief Negotiator Springett. I think the nurses' contract is coming up in September. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining. The contract for there's let me be clear that there are 4 unions that represent nurses. In terms of expiration dates,
The hospital nurses, that's the one I'm specifically interested in.
sure. Well, there's 3 bargaining units for that as well. For the BI State Nurses Association, yes, their contract is expiring September 30th,
Okay, thank you much.
2025.
Thank you. That's all I asked. Thank you. I just asked you that. I don't want you to go on with a dissertation. Okay, so I went to the graduation of UVI, right? And we graduated 14 nurses on St. Croix, 11 on St. Thomas, 25 nurses, right? I did a little poll of them, asked them, if they're going to stay. Some of them were already working here. But the majority of them was going to leave. And of course, I said, well, why? And, they mentioned that they loved the Virgin Islands. Some of them were from the States. But they were offered some real high salaries. Some of them were offered salaries over $100,000 to start. And I know ours was about $75,000. So I don't want to ask you to, put the emphasis on the nurses over any other bargaining unit because all of them are equally important. But remember, we really have a critical shortage of nurses. And I would like to see them go at least up to 85, So if you can. Okay, so I want to go over to personnel. So your total budget is $63,364,000. Your really operating budget is $7 million. A large portion of it deals with the insurance, the group health insurance. So I wanted to get the numbers because you was given percentages, but people actually pay in dollars. They don't pay in percentages. So I wanted to ask you, there's a $500 deductible for retirees right now. Is that planned to change, the $500 deductible for retirees?
Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance, no.
No change. So are the co-pays going to go up in any way?
Nothing is going to change for those retirees that are over 65, and also those retirees that are under 65.
Okay, good.
Outside of a rate increase, a possible rate increase.
Okay, so basically right now you're at 226.1 million and you're saying that it could be 19.5, 19.9%, 19.5, 17.7. If you go to the 17.7, it goes up to $265 million. About a $39 million increase. That's what you're saying? You don't have the final numbers, but we need to know because September going to be here quick, and this body here, they're going to be asked to approve this money right away. And I know you don't have the final numbers, but the maximum now is going to be 271 somewhere, maximum of 265 minimum. That's the numbers we're looking at. Because I'm going with your 19.9% or as opposed to 17.7. So that's that's the ballpark we're in.
Yes. For 2026,
Yeah.
the proposed increase, look, it would be $190.5 million total.
No. It can't be 190.5. We're already paying 226 million.
The increase.
190.5? No, man, that number can't be right.
Yeah.
19.5%. That's what you mean to me. Yes.
Correct.
So when you do the 19.5%, you're coming to 270 million. I'm dealing with dollars. You're giving us percent.
30 seconds.
But people paying dollars, and
Yes.
I want to get, so it's 207. So approximately, one other thing. So the premiums is going to stay the same mix, 73% the government, 27% the employees, or is it going to go to
No.
65-35?
No, that
change.
is what we provided in the testimony is what it is currently.
Yeah.
So they're still in negotiating, but right now what they're stating is that there'll be approximately a $30.4 million increase.
Right. Okay, so probably 30, if
Time.
we're 226, Mr. Chair, can I just finish up? If you're 226 million now and you go to 30.4, so you're going to 250, 30, 40, $60 million,
And 19.9.
more or less.
More or less.
More or less.
Because, where this is the budget committee, we need to, know where we're going because, funds are close. So, okay, so one final question before I finish now. So you said, yes, there is no increase. How about giving provider preference to the hospital? Have you considered that? Remember we had mentioned that. Was any consideration given? Because, our hospitals can use this money, and by giving them preference as a provider, it would help to keep more of this money here locally.
Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance. I do want to correct something you just said.
Okay, sure.
There will be a possible increase to the active employees and those retirees that are under 65. Retirees over 65 will not see an increase this year.
Awesome. Okay, good. That's good news. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Director Richardson, in regards to the letter that you read, I think you need to provide some clarity in terms of, I think you said that based on the letter that there may be a proposed, they're looking at an increase of 19.5 increase. However, with the doing away with the weight loss drugs or the recommendations to not fund the weight loss drug, that it could possibly go down to 17.5. Is that what your letter
Correct.
indicated?
It did indicate that that 2% saving would bring the increase to 17.5%. They further clarified that this increase is in line with our claims trending at the 17.7% increase for the current fiscal year. So yes, 17.5.
Are you? Is it possible to share a copy of that letter with us?
Yes.
Okay, very well. Senator Joseph, you recognize. Right before I go to Senator Joseph, I saw where there's your lease agreement for the Golden, well, actually that should be Orange Center, Orange Grove Shopping Center, Golden Orange Center Inc. Your lease agreement there that's expiring on September the 30th, 2025. Are you currently in a discussion regarding a lease renewal?
Yes, we are.
Senator Joseph, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the Division of Personnel and, of course, the Office of Collection Bargaining. All of you are very hardworking people, and we appreciate all the work that you do to keep our government running smoothly. Now, I want to start with the Office of Collection Bargaining. Collective bargaining. Thank you. I see that you have a total budget of $1,263,000 $1,391. There isn't a shift in that amount. Did you bring on any new persons for the fiscal year? Because we did appropriate some funding for vacant positions in the amount of $245,959, and this is based on Act number 8916.
Nikema Richards, we brought on board one individual in the St. Croix district as a labor relations specialist.
Okay, and do you have any other vacant positions that you are funding?
Yes, currently in the budget, the FY26 budget request, there are 5 vacant positions.
Okay. And what is your total amount to fund those positions?
Are you asking for the total for personnel services or just for the vacancies?
Personnel services, and then break it out also for fringe benefits.
So the